see this nonsense, man.
I already proved you wrong.
They just
already proved you wrong.
You ain't show nothing.
Because listen,
and what
I
you
showed you,
agree with me.
And OTK pointed out this very fact.
With me.
I pointed out. Listen,
with me.
Hold on. Listen, no, I didn't. Listen,
yes, I did. Read it again.
Listen,
I bet you won't read it again.
This. Okay, will you be quiet? Listen. He get mad. He's still mad that I exposed you a liar from last night. I bet you won't go in that Owaspy and show that verse in Book of Jehovah. Now, so shut your lying ass up.
You see how he be liking to change the content.
Now look, hold on. Let's not change the subject. Hold on. Let's not then. Won't you be quiet? So what he fails to understand, and he failed to see the uppercut that OTK gave him earlier. He's still talking about South America. He ain't brought none of that shit up here yet. Right?
What do that have to do with the claim that I made?
What I'm trying to say is you ain't showed them. Hold on. You ain't showed them killing off. The proof is you haven't shown them killing off. It has to do with debunking.
I proved that it was true. Now you go debunk it.
Your claim.
That's not how this works.
Yes, it does.
You don't just get your word salad your way.
Millions of indigenous Americans were killed through European food groups.
Go bring empirical evidence. Go bring something from the Britannica like I did.
We can't hear you if we talk at the same time, bro.
Go get something.
Hold on, be quiet.
History like I did.
We can't hear you if you're trying to talk over me.
Because you ain't bringing
so be quiet. So just
about?
Like I said, he can't show none of this happening in North America. Everything is happening down there, and the food exchange is happening one way, primarily from the Americas to Europe, the Americas to Africa. It's not from European. He can't show us anywhere, right? Especially in North America, in the US, where a European food group was introduced into the Americas that killed off the population, in a large mass. Good, y'all bet.
Who said that? Y'all see how he be?
You said in a large mass,
bro. This man is a where did that ever come up in the conversation that we was having, bro?
Okay, do you want me to run it back? You said. So how many people did it kill?
Can't be trusted.
How many people did it kill? How many people did it kill? How many people did it kill? You see how he ducked that? So he won't readily admit that he's trying to say a mass amount of people.
What does that have to do with it?
Because it has to debunk your claim. That's what it has to do.
How does it debunk my claim? Explain.
Because you can't prove. Because you can't prove.
This tournament right here about to be one of your best, A1.
Listen, because it debunks your whole claim that Europeans gave indigenous Americans a food group that killed them in mass. So show us. So how many people?
He don't even listen.
How many? Listen,
he don't even listen.
Be quiet. Yes. How many people? How many people?
A food group that killed them in mass. That wasn't even a conversation.
When you punch on them, when you ask them common sense questions, they short circuit.
Hold on, because you are now
short circuit. How many people were killed by these Europeans?
No. You don't get to sway the conversation like that. Let me bring it back.
How many people were killed? That's your claim. I'm not swaying the conversation. I'm staying exactly on topic.
Y'all see how y'all know he about to cut his head off.
I'm staying exactly on topic. You said indigenous people. Be quiet for a second. Hey, do somebody got to mute him?
No,
we got to mute him, or we don't gain some decorum.
You don't get.
So I'm trying to explain to you. I'm exactly on topic, right? You said Europeans brought their food over here, and it got Americans sick and killed off a lot of people to where it changed the demographic, right? That was your whole point.
No,
yes, you did. Your whole point. Listen, you're a liar, bro. Hold on. Let's go back and see your conversation.
When me and you was having a conversation, right? Wasn't we talking about how they died, how the native people here died off in mass, and we were talking about specific things and conjecture that killed them off? Right or wrong, OTK?
Yeah, he disagreed with you.
Right or wrong, OTK? You see, now he try. You see, this is what be happening. Y'all be killing them, brothers, boy. I be killing these boys, man.
No,
So
hey, my bad, bro. My bad, bro. I was trying to unmute. My fault.
Go ahead.
You said how they brought food over here and diseases over here that killed off almost a majority of the American Indians, and then your source said that it killed off 85 to 90% of the American Indians.
Caught him lying again.
That's the source that
caught him lying.
Was I lying? OTK
brought up what they brought up. Go ahead.
So OTK, the conversation that me and you had was talking about the amalgamation of things. Every time I brought up food, what did I say, OTK? Food was one of the things, correct? Did I not say that?
Yeah, you said it was one of the things. Yeah.
Did I say that it was the only thing?
I never said it was the only thing.
No, you didn't.
But what I'm saying is, OTK. What I'm saying is,
why are you trying to
painting a false narrative?
Red herring the conversation?
Man is disingenuous.
I didn't say that.
He's dissing. You did just say that.
No, I don't think.
No.
I don't think nobody thinks that it was just one thing, because me and you was talking about malaria and all kinds of stuff.
Exactly. Thank you. I brought that up too. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So we was talking about multiple things.
I was just trying to
talk about multiple things.
Right. So. I was just talking about the food part.
So now, did I ever say? Now watch this. Did I ever say food? Hold on, Cosmon. OTK. Did I ever say food alone killed a mass majority of people?
I didn't say you said that.
No,
you did say I said that.
Hold on, hold on. So look. So now, since OTK the judge, OTK, did I say only food brought from Europe killed indigenous people, or did I state that he would have to show us which food group introduced into the America killed off this mass amount of people? And then he said, no, I didn't say they killed off a mass amount of people. And then I asked him, well, how many people did it kill off?
Before he said that, hold on. Before he said that, did he not say, I don't believe that the European brought in anything? Huh?
Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
Go ahead.
I was saying, he said, I don't believe that the Europeans brought anything over here, any food over here in large quantities. I said, yo, that's crazy. That's a crazy statement. Well, I'm not saying I don't believe they brought it over here and they killed the mass people. I said, that's not my claim. My claim, right, is what me and OTK was saying. Hold on 1 second. My claim is what me and OTK was talking about, right, is that there was an amalgamation of things that wiped out the native population of this land. That's my original claim. Food being one of them.
I don't even believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I don't even believe that.
That's why
if y'all don't believe, listen, if what y'all are saying is y'all don't believe it, or is that a fact? If it's a fact, show me evidence.
I mean, I just showed
show me otherwise.
Right. I just showed you.
Fact, bro.
Then show me otherwise.
I'm a fact.
Hold on, because
I'm a product of it, bro.
No, you gotta show. You see what? You see the flip-flap family up here trying to pull, bro?
Y'all letting him straw man the conversation.
This is
y'all letting him straw man the conversation.
Just said, okay, if what I just said was false and y'all don't believe it, show evidence against what I presented. And they, instead of them showing evidence against what I presented, the first thing they gonna say is, "Oh, I'm proof of it." How is that? That's fallacious. That's crazy.
Hold on, humble. Hold on. Am I not a primary source, humble? Yes.
No, you ain't no primary source. What field you an expert in?
Why would I not be hold on, humble? Why would I not be a primary source, humble?
What field are you an expert in? What books have you wrote? What books have you wrote that I can go read and quote you?
No.
What books can I go read and quote that you wrote?
Now I see. Hold on, bro. So now I see that you got to read books and you
what
got
do you
to
mean?
be
Come on, man.
to be
Now we about to play this flip-flame trickery stuff, bro. Now you gotta read books, and how else do we learn anything? How did you learn? How you learn what you learned today? If you ain't read nothing, if you ain't acquire no knowledge, we ain't about to play them games, bro. That's crazy.
Bro.
Man, he can't show us one food group that they gave us that turned around and feed the world, man. He just lying.
And I guarantee one of them gonna turn around and try to share their screen and read something after they talking about we don't gotta read. Nah, man, this is buffoonery right here, bro. This is crazy.
No, I didn't say that.
This is why we gotta get this out. Bro, we gotta get this
is why you gotta shut liars down. This is why you gotta shut liars down. He listen.
What's going on here?
Hey, listen.
All I'm asking for is a genuine source to go against what I put up, and neither one of them can produce anything because it's the truth. All they can sit there and say is
you can't get your breath so hot. We can't even get a word in edgewise because your breath so hot. You can't stop talking. You so emotional.
You want a source on, Humble?
You a little girl. You emotional. Calm down.
Show me that the Europeans didn't bring any food over here when they came.
Poisoned Americans. You gotta.
You're agreeing with me then, Cosman. You are agreeing with me when you say that. Duh. Isn't that what I said? Wasn't that my claim, OTK?
That they poison Americans.
Wasn't that my claim, OTK?
Show us what it is.
Wasn't that my claim, OTK? That the food that they brought over here was harming the native people over here.
Right.
So now he's agreeing with me. Come on. This is rhetorical. This is ridiculous.
That ain't what I said.
I ain't saying what you saying. I'm saying what I'm saying.
I think we agree in Humble.
He's so emotional.
I think we agreeing. I think we just saying things different ways. And I think we got a different understanding. And some people might know more than the next. Humble, we agree with you. Yes, food was one of the things, like the pig, but we already had a form of the pig over here,
but ain't nobody talking about that form of the pig.
We had that over
about
here,
what we talking about.
You know what I mean? The reason, and another thing too.
Hold on one second, family. Hold on one second, family. Let me hop in here real quick. Let me do a little moderation, family. We got Kojo up on the panel. OTK, I'm gonna let you get in right after this, Brody. Let me just introduce Kojo real fast, bro. Hold on. Hey, what's up, brother Kojo? What's up? Thank you for joining the panel, bro.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, what's up, Humble? Peace to A1, peace to the panel. OTK,
we need to have a good conversation about this, man, and not be so
and Humble yourself. And yeah, I'm just here to chime in a little bit on what you guys are saying. And I know OTK and Cosman don't believe, or they're not really sure whether that what you're talking about happened in terms of that mass murderation, should I say, of the Americans. So my question would be, if you think there was some kind of mass murderation going on, then show me one gravesite in America, basically, of this genocide that took place.
I got you.
What genocide? I never spoke about a genocide. That would be
let's get back on topic. Go ahead, finish what you were saying, OTK.
I was saying I didn't speak.
Hold on. Were you guys talking about some disease that wiped out the Americans? When you wasn't?
Yeah, we was denying that.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, I was denying that.
Yeah, I know you guys were denying it. I'm asking Humble because Humble said
we were denying that.
Say what?
I think OTK got a delay, Kojo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was asking Humble if you could point out one.
Nah, if you asking about mass graves from wars, that's a whole nother level, because I can show you graves and I can show you burial sites and stuff like that from 1500s all the way to 1800s of American Indians fighting wars over here with all types of those foreigners.
And our food from over here saved Europe. Our food from over here saved Europe. You dig what I'm talking about?
We saved Europe.
So, you know, with things like potatoes, maize, tomatoes, tobacco, all that stuff come from America. We saved them. So I don't think that they gave us a food crop that, first of all, would have had to been amalgamated to America to even grow in America. They wouldn't have known. They would have had to been here a grow season to at least try to grow it, right? Or you dig what I'm talking about? Introduce whatever they trying to do. It would have took generations and populations, years and years for it would have affected the already built-in American culture. You dig what I'm saying? Because
even the
you got to remember before 1500,
you had
before
Africans on that boat with them, Cosmo.
Right. You got to remember also the thing that saved Europe: potatoes, maize, tomatoes, all stuff like that. Before 1500, potatoes were only grown in South America.
Big facts.
You dig what I'm talking about? And the trade that came in is called the Columbian Exchange. It didn't have nothing to do with the people up here.
Correct.
They never made it up here.
And that's what he brought up. He brought up the Columbian Exchange, Cosmo. That's what his source brought up. The Columbian
and that's
Exchange.
what debunks him.
And that shit showed beans and all kind of stuff. Yeah, that killed. But that's why I try to tell Humble. Terrible. Do you got anything
that read something that y'all are talking about?
Or are you just looking at
it? I mean,
can we read something that? Because I'm the only one up here sharing the screen. I'm the only one up here.
Oh, you want me to share the screen real quick? I'll share the screen. I'll share the screen. I'll show you. I'll show you. We fed them.
I probably.
Hold on. I'll show you. We fed them, not the other way around. I'll show you that we fed them, right? We fed them and not the other way around. Share my screen. This is common knowledge. This is common. Everybody should know this. If you got past the 10th grade, you should know this.
A1, how you share your screen on a laptop? This is my first time being on a laptop and trying to share my screen.
At the bottom, you're gonna see a square with a plus in the middle, bro. You at the bottom of your screen, you're gonna see right next to your mic, right next to your camera, you're gonna see a square. Yep, and that's how you just get wherever you need.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Bet.
Right. Let me show y'all something, right? This is common knowledge from Wiki. You dig what I'm talking about?
This is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, guess what? It's got sources. Hold on, right here. Here go sources from Willie Lay. From December 1965, the health for aromatic herb, right? This is common knowledge. You should know this, right? The potatoes' contribution to the population and urbanization, evidence of a historical experiment from the Quarterly Journal of Economics. The sources are there, right?
What do this have to do with Europeans bringing in food?
We're showing you it went the other way around.
This not showing anything. How?
Right. Because listen, you listen, what? You're just emotional. Why are you so emotional? Why are you emotional?
Y'all be on that flam, bro.
Why are you so emotional? We can't even read without you talking. Your voice all high and cracking.
Was just getting out
come on, dude. Come on.
This is terrible, bro.
Come on. Listen, this just debunks you. I'm just showing you that it went the other way around. It went from America to Europe, not Europe to America. Watch this. Because of the new trading resulting in the Columbian Exchange, several plants native to America spread around the world, including potatoes, maize, tomatoes, and tobacco. Before 1500, just like I was telling y'all, potatoes were not grown outside of South America. But by the 18th century, they were cultivated and consumed widely in Europe and had become an important crop in both India and North America. Potatoes eventually became an important staple food in the diets of many Europeans, contributing to an estimated 12 to 25% of the population growth in Afro-Eurasia between 1700 and 1900.
Big fact.
Huh? I'm not making none of this up. I'm just showing you the facts go against your assumption.
So they don't understand the word trade mean both ways, family. I'm glad somebody in the comments paying attention, family. He's saying that he's showing me that the Europeans didn't import.
It don't say trade.
Hold on. No. I just sat here and let him get it in. It's my turn.
Okay.
Hold on. Yo, it's two of y'all, bro. Hold. Time out. It's two of y'all, bro. It's two of y'all. I gotta get it in where I fit in. It's two of y'all, bro. So hold on. Let me get it in. I ain't gonna be too long. So he just sat here and made a claim that he was debunking the fact that the Europeans didn't bring anything in. It was the other way around. And so he showed you the fact that from the Colombian exchange, family, exchange, it ain't the Colombian.
What did they give him?
Hold on. It ain't the
Colombian.
Hold on, Cosmon. It's not the Colombian export. It's not the Colombian import. It's the Colombian exchange, which means they were bringing stuff here, and it was the exchange. So, but that's not what he's saying. Because what am I saying? I'm saying hold on. I'm saying that they are bringing stuff in. Cosmon is just using
this.
That's
not food, though.
Hold on. Cosmon is using this to strictly say that they were just bringing stuff out. When in his very source, it says it's an exchange. It wasn't just an outsourcing.
They weren't exchanging food.
What are you?
You're stupid. You can't read. Bro. Remember? You don't read well. Watch this. Remember, look. Listen. The Spanish got it from the South America.
This is crazy, bro.
Watch this. Hold on. The introduction of the potato to the old world accounts for 47% of the increase in urbanization between 1700 and 1900. Look,
that's just the potato. We're talking about food.
It is about food. Remember, you said they bought a food. What food did they exchange? I'm telling you, the exchange was called pluma y plata. Get down or lay down. You're going to get the bullet or the pen. Which one is you going to get? Silver or the copper? Which one you want? Right? They weren't exchanging food. Silly man. Just because you see the word exchange doesn't mean that the Europeans were giving Americans food because the Americans were giving them food. That doesn't mean that.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Hey, I'll let you know.
Let me just say this on a side note.
Go ahead.
On a side note, what you just pulled up basically suggests that America was the land of milk and honey, and that was the first world. They provided food for everyone because the food that even Africans eat come from America. So that will tell you.
We stated that. We believe you, Kojo.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So the point I'm trying to make is that Africans are Americans, Asians, and Europeans.
The food that come from Africa do come from America. He right. Cassava was introduced from South America by the Portuguese.
If he's saying the food that comes from that's in Africa come from America through trade, then okay, we got some common ground. But if he is saying that the indigenous food that was here when they were there go all the way there through to migration or something, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. They got journals about it, bro.
Yeah, they were migrating.
They got journals about how the food went bad.
No, they wilding now.
Yeah,
no, we gotta hold on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If they were
they wilding now, bro.
Hold on. If they were exchanging, hold on. If they were exchanging, if the Portuguese were exchanging goods in Colombia, if they were exchanging goods in Colombia, that means they were migrating, traveling all across the world, at least from Portugal to Colombia, because they were trading at least that far.
Oh my gosh. Do y'all see how far they're trying to move?
For one, we got to understand the Portuguese and the Spanish are two different travelers at this time, too.
You got to.
The Portuguese and the Spanish.
These people terrible, family.
Look, the cassava was introduced.
Let's share. Oh no, is that quantum?
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Don't take that. Hold on. Look what it say. Look what he's trying to do. When he punch on him, he start crying. Cause look, cassava, which is a big part of the meals in Western Africa today, right? Like jollof and all that stuff. Is made out of cassava, right? What he doesn't know is the cassava was introduced from South America by the Portuguese in the 16th century and gradually replaced sorghum and millet as Africa's most important food crop. Hadouken.
That's not the claim. What do that have to do with the claim that
the claim you made was that Europeans gave the Americans a food group that got them sick, along with disease,
that's not the claim I made.
Along with other claims. We're just focusing on the food. Why can everybody else understand this, but you can't?
No, nobody understands that. OTK literally just agreed what we was talking about the food being one reason, the food that the Europeans.
I agree with that. We talking about food and disease, right?
So
guess what? I'm just focusing on food.
Hold on one second.
I'm focusing on food because we're showing that it didn't go. Your claim is that a food from Europeans came over here and got Americans sick. We're showing that primarily that is not true. And you can't prove it because you can't show us the food group that got them sick.
All right, let's listen. Don't worry about it.
Showing again that you got poor scholarship.
We are going to, as soon as you're done sharing your screen, I'm gonna share my screen. Don't worry about it.
Go ahead. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. On the larger scale, right? Hold on. Spanish colonizers of the 16th century introduced new staple crops to Asia from the Americas, including maize and sweet potatoes, contributing to population growth there too. Showing you what Kojo was saying. We the breadbasket of the world. On a larger scale, the introduction of potatoes and maize to the old world improved people's nutrition throughout the Eurasian landmass, enabling more varied and abundant food production. Okay, now I'm done.
All right.
Now we want to see that.
He showed, right? Hold on, you said you was done.
All right, but we want to see that food that they brought over here.
Hold on, y'all see every time I get you see, but he said I'm the sensitive one though.
You are sensitive.
He can't be quiet for 3 seconds, but he's having the sensitive one. So and now he be wanting to know why I cut him off all the time because he can't let nobody else talk.
So
listen, right? Mind you, he just showed you an outsource of potatoes and maize, right? But this is simple stuff. Was food imported when Europeans got to this land? Yes. Food was actively imported from Europe when the colonists and explorers first arrived in the Americas. Though relying on imports was generally a temporary measure while they worked to establish their own agriculture here, so they wouldn't have to keep importing food. So the food that they imported here, they established. No, I did not. They established the agriculture. Hold on. See, y'all see how y'all see? So, mind you, they imported food and then they established the agriculture while they imported food. When Europeans traveled to the Americas, beginning of the Christopher Columbus voyage and continuing through the colonization eras in the 16th and 17th and 18th century, supplying expeditions and early settlements required continuous maritime trade, which means they were overly trading food here and outsourcing other resources. It's not just they was just outsourcing other resources. It wasn't nothing coming in. Maritime trade was content. Hush and let me finish. It does not mean that it was just outsourcing. It means continuous maritime trade. Trade, I don't think they know the definition of trade, family. Let's get into it. Key aspects of food imports during this period include initial survival rations, early settlements, fleets such as those arriving at Jamestown and Plymouth brought heavy sources of non-perishable food from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their food locally. So they brought food until they can harvest it locally, right? crops. What they say? Well, America already had their crops, of course.
So that means America gave them food.
Hold on, Cosmo.
That means America gave them food. Hadouken.
Hush, and let me go. No,
you slow, bro.
Does not mean
you're dumb.
This nigga cannot read. First off, this nigga cannot read. He cannot read. Where does it say American gave them food at? Where does it say American gave them food at, dummy? Where right here does it say American gave them food? It don't make any sense. They don't make. Hush up and let me finish. Hush your mouth and let me
harvest their first.
Hush your mouth and let me finish. Because you just like to spin narratives. Let's get into it. Right? Establishing European agriculture, the Columbian exchange. Europeans did not to rely forever on expensive long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds, plants, and livestock. They brought wheat, barley, rye, rice, onions, garlic, grapes, and citrus fruits along. Livestock like cattle, pigs. Remind y'all, they was just agreeing me. They brought the pig over here, and now they saying they didn't import anything over here. Yo, this is how they like to lie, family, and they like to call me the flim flam. Man, what? Come on, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy.
They have none of that shit.
They got pigs, sheep, and horses, and they introduce horses over here. They won't
horses
tell you about
are indigenous to America. How did they introduce them to here?
Come on, man. Let me finish. Let me finish with the nonsense.
Horses are indigenous to America.
Get out of here. Let me finish with nonsense.
How
the shift to local indigenous food, while luxury items, certain spices, alcohols, and manufactured goods continue to be imported from Europe.
Imported. So they didn't bring food.
Yo,
they didn't bring food.
Let me finish. You see how they like the? You see why he keep trying to overtalk me, because he trying to spin this narrative of what I'm actually reading. How didn't they bring food? It's telling you right here they brought food and started their own agriculture. He's the only one on the panel. Oh my gosh, bro, this is crazy. This is crazy, bro. Let me land my plane, bro, because they cutting their own self. They don't even know what they saying, bro. And this is what I mean when I say bring sources. You see how he talked about the exportation of potatoes, but I talked about the importation. We was talking about hold on 1 second. We was talking about the importation of European goods, and they tried to sit here and act like Europeans didn't import any goods. Everything they got over here, they got from the indigenous man over here. That is a lie.
It's imported.
They like to lie to you, family. And they say I'm disingenuous. They are some liars. This is crazy talk, man. I'm landing my plane. Go ahead.
Listen, okay, bring your source back up. Bring your source back up.
Y'all gotta do all the work now. I'm landing my plane. I'm watching the shit show.
All right, bring your source back up. Because your own source debunk you. It said they brought imperishables, and then they had to wait on the local crops. They started plantations here, growing fruit and stuff here, and imported them to Europe, not the other way around. They didn't give us food.
You see how he lied just that fast, family? You see how he lied?
Seen it. You wouldn't bring your source up.
I'm about to bring it back up right now.
Let's see if they were using local stocks.
I'm about to
go ahead, bring your source back
up. Right, I'm about to bring it up right now. Watch this.
We know you don't read well, so we know your comprehension is low.
This is crazy.
Hey, I want to correct Cosmo quickly. Just a slight correction. You said cassava. Jollof was made out of cassava. No, it's not. Rice is also came from America. So
what you said jollof is? Oh, no, I was talking about what's that soup that they got that's made out of cassavas.
I don't know.
Ingeo? Is it in well, anyway, it's like a little fufu. No, wait a minute. Fufu is is that little doughy
the pounding, the one they pound.
No, I'm not talking about the dough. I'm talking about the soup made out of cassavas.
I have no idea about that.
Yeah, it's a West Coast staple. You dig what I'm saying?
All right. So now let me read my source that he just lied about. Right. It says Europeans do not want to rely forever on expensive long distance imports from across the Atlantic.
So they was relying on our food.
Hold on. You see, this is why he keep misinterpreting what I'm saying, because he can't be quiet long enough for me to read. Hold on. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds, plants, and livestock.
Where were they planting them?
Barley, rye, hush. Wheat, barley, rye, rice, onion, garlic, grapes, and citrus fruits alongside livestock like cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses.
Where are they
This is
planting
what they imported. They didn't get none of this from America. They imported these things. Now you bring up no. Now you bring up something that debunked this. You bring up something that debunked
all right.
This.
Are you done? See, he wouldn't answer. He wouldn't answer you. And he wouldn't answer where are these quote unquote old world seeds being planted, these plants and all this stuff being grown at. It's in America and they're importing to Europe. Now go up in your source. Go up a little bit. Go up some more.
See the disingenuous.
Go up some more. Listen.
Yo, how do he say? Joe, this man is crazy,
listen,
bro.
Listen, just go up.
With what
Hold on, I thought you was done. I thought you was done, little girl. Little girl, why you can't shut up? Why you can't stop talking?
No, because you disingenuous, bro.
I stopped talking when you was up here lying and couldn't read. When you don't read well, I let you go ahead and put your neck in the news.
You lie to the people like that. You disingenuous. Get your facts.
Yeah, just come on, chill out for a minute, bro. Go back up in the source. Right? Because you see right here, they was tired of this long trip, right? Long distance imports from across the Atlantic, right? From America. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world seeds. Where? In America. And they created farms and imported the stuff here, there, right? If you would go up, a little bit, Don't be so disingenuous your whole life. Go up. I just want to show you that even his own sources said they had to come here and wait till they could harvest local crops. Right? Go up. Go ahead. Even his own source debunked it. Go ahead. Go up.
1 second, family. Hold on 1 second, cuz I'm changing rims real fast. I'm coming right back. Give me a second.
All right, just go up a little bit real quick before you go. Just roll up a little bit. Scroll up. See?
And while he does that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors. Okay, he scrolled up. Go ahead, Kaz.
Okay, go back up to the part where it's talking about you just got to go up a little bit more.
Yeah, I will go to a word from our sponsors while he gets that together. Starting this weekend, coming up, we have the $1,000 tournament, Clash of the Titans 1.0. If you didn't know, now you know.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Right.
So yes, we upped the ante. The last tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist walked away with $500. This tournament, somebody's going home $1,000 winner. plus $50 for each round you win on the way to the finals. You know how we coming. Definitely putting some money back into the community and into the debaters' pockets, man. You guys work hard. You deal with a lot of stress when it comes to this, and you put work into these presentations, and y'all deserve to be paid for your work. What else? What else? What else? Back to you, gentlemen.
Right. So nobody is making a claim that Europeans didn't eat food, or that they didn't.
All right, I'm back, family.
Or that they didn't bring food with them to sustain them on their journey. What the claim that was made was that Europeans gave Americans food groups or livestock that killed them en masse, right? And then he's going to try to say that, but I'm not telling the whole story. En masse, we're talking about the food and diseases, but I'm talking about just the food. I'm showing that there was no major crop that they introduced to America that got Americans sick enough to where any mass group died, right? And to show you that most of what they were eating, right, was different from the stock that they were bringing from Europe, is that it's in its own source. It show you right here, the early settlement fleets, right? These would have been the 1500s, 1400s, Colombo and them, right? DeSoto and them, right? Such as those arising in Jamestown or Plymouth, brought heavy stores. They brought them with them of non-perishable foods, right? This typically included, salts, pork, beef, dried fish, hardtack, ship biscuits, peas, oatmeal, beer, wine, and olive oil, right? But they brought heavy stores of non-perishable foods from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their first local crops, right? This blows a hole in the idea that they brought shit here. They were dealing with indigenous groups, trading with them, right, to get their first crops. And the Americans probably showed them and did, per history, how to survive.
That's not what that's. Do y'all see how this man is so this man is crazy.
Hold on, this
man is a liar, bro.
Hold on. This is historically known. Hold on, this is literally the story.
This is their own local crops, man.
Yeah.
No.
Local crops.
Since I see you don't have a high comprehension, let me break it down for you. Right? It's crazy the person who can't read gotta break it down for the person who can. Right? The first local crops mean when they brought their seeds and stuff, they brought enough for when that ran out. They already had stuff planted, so they don't have to keep going back and forth. That's what that means. That don't mean they got their crops from the indigenous people. That don't mean that. Yo, he terrible, bro.
Because they brought.
Listen. How is that an assumption when we read? Hold on, Cosmon. How is that an assumption when we're reading the lines down here?
Let me answer the question. Hold on, let me answer the question.
Every time I'm busting his head, he want to answer a question.
Hold on, you want to ask 13 questions in a row.
Availability of supply lines.
Let's address this.
Relying on imported food was risking off the led to disaster. Ships were. That was my whole point. Was that not my whole point from the beginning? That Europeans imported stuff here?
Imported what?
And you're going to say that the potato and stuff was exported. How did I even go to my claim? What I was saying, you don't even make sense.
It goes against
and that's you're agreeing with me. He just
can we get y'all to stop arguing over each other and get back to like some discourse that we can actually understand?
He ain't got no decorum.
Y'all been arguing for a while. I ain't say nothing for a while, but it never toned back down. Y'all got to.
So let me answer. He asked me a question. A1, go back up right there. Right. It shows that they're bringing food stores with them, right?
That is my claim.
wasn't till later, and in the story of Jamestown and Plymouth, if anybody knows any history, this is where your whole stories of Thanksgiving come from. The indigenous people showed them how to plant. Right? This is right in the source if you know history, but you're not smart, right? And you hold on, be quiet. When I get to proving that you're not intelligent and your comprehension is low, instantly you turn into a mushmouth girl, right? And you can't shut up, right? See, they were relying on imported foods, right? They were relying on that until when? The first local crops for Europeans, right? It would have been American crops.
Prove it.
Totally in America. It says, it don't say that they brought none of that shit and brought their stuff over here and grew it. Because what we see is what they bring back to Europe from the local crop is maize, potatoes, tobacco, everything, tubers, all those indigenous to the Americas is what they brought back to Europe from the local crops.
Okay, it's my turn. So first off, he's going to have to prove where they got their crop when they brought their stuff over here. He has to prove that the word local here mean the American tribes crops. He got to prove that. And see, he just be the manipulation is real. Let's read this one more time, family. Let's read this one more time. Put it in its proper context. Early settlement fleets such as those arriving at Jamestown or Plymouth.
Okay, where are they arriving from?
Hold on. You see. We just said chill out with that. Chill. Right? Brought heavy stores to non-perishable foods from Europe to sustain them until they could harvest their first local crops. Right?
So
that means that hold on. That means they brought food with them, perishables, right? Until they got there where they can then plant seeds and they can have their own harvest. This is local crops. It's local. So you know they're not going out and getting it from anybody else. Listen, right? It says,
how you agree with me?
Hold on. It said this typically includes salted meals, pork, beef. They'll be the first to tell you that they didn't even deal with stuff like pork and beef. That was something a European introduced. They just agreed with me about the pig. So if that's the case, then how are you sitting here saying they didn't import these things? Dried fish, right? Hard rock, shit, biscuit, peas. Y'all know this. He just went over. But let's finish reading. This is the part that he don't want to read because he want to make up his own narrative, right? The vulnerability of supply line, right? Relying on imported foods, which we don't agree. Now he want to agree with me that Europe imported foods now finally. Right?
Starving time. Look at that.
Often led to disaster. Ships were frequently delayed, lost at sea, or wrecked during.
They gave us some food during starving.
Stop doing that. Hold on. Right, prayers like Jamestown, starving time, 1609 to 1610, when expected supply ships failed to arrive, were destroyed en route. Colonists faced catastrophic famine. Right. Watch this. Establishing European agriculture. Did they say establishing Native American agriculture? Absolutely not. They said establishing European agriculture. Europeans did not want to rely forever on expensive long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly began importing and planting old world. Now, family, when we talking about the new world and the old world, we knew what was the new world, right? We know America was the new world. What was the old world, family? The old world was Europe. Right, so they planting old world seeds, so they're planting European seeds. This right here show you how he's a liar. He's saying they was planting American seeds. This says they was planting European seeds, old world seeds, plants and livestock. They brought wheat. They brought wheat over. Barley, they brought barley over. Rye, they brought rye over. Rice, they brought rice over. Onions, they brought these things over with them. Cattle, pigs, sheep, and horses. Right? This is what they brought over here. Shift to local and indigenous foods. While luxury items, certain spices, alcohol, and manufactured goods continue to be imported from Europe, not to Europe, but from Europe, I don't think Cosmo know how to comprehend these things. For those who could afford them, colonies quickly adapted and integrated indigenous American crops such as maize, squash, beans, potatoes. Now, do y'all see how he tried to play the flim flam? After they didn't already had that stuff, now they already incorporated. So this is a trade. This is why he don't know anything about the word exchange, the Columbian exchange, right? The trade. He don't know nothing about that. He think that the beans and squash was just exported. He don't know anything was imported. This is, and then they just some walking contradictions, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Go ahead. All
right. I'm just
keeping quiet because hold on. I'm just keeping quiet because I don't believe in this Google stuff, and so therefore. But I agree with Cosmo when Cosmo's narrative, because I believe America was the old world. But hey, I'm just listening. So you guys go ahead.
Well, per his own source, at the same time, he's saying they came and fed us, right? And fed us enough to get a nation sick where a mass amount of people were killed. They were starving in Europe. They were eating their own dogs, right? So I find it highly unlikely at a time where, first of all, if you didn't know, they were in a mini ice age, right? You probably didn't. You probably never even took that into account as into why they were starving. Why did they go on into the time of exploration? You dig what I'm talking about? Colonizing other people. You dig what I'm saying? So when we actually look at what's going on in the world, it makes sense that they would go to where the food is, right? Trying to save themselves, right? We see that over the time, even during with the story of Plymouth, their supplies from Europe ran out. Right? It wasn't able to supply itself, keep itself going. So they had to learn how to grow local crops. Right? They had to grow local crops. Your own source says that. So nobody is trying to say that there was never a European that came over here and didn't get nobody sick. Nobody is never saying somebody never ate one piece of whatever you saying came from Europe and never got a person sick. We're not saying that. That's an absolute. But what we are saying is there is no historical objective proof of millions of North Americans, Aboriginals, Indigenous, Negroes, right, dying in masses because of a food that was introduced from Europeans.
Now, do y'all see how disingenuous he is? He agreed with all of the points I was making, and then he going to try to throw in his own point in there as if that's what I said. He said, we agree, right, that food was one of the things that made the people sick. Okay, y'all know that was.
I didn't say that. I'm saying I don't agree.
You see, come on now, chill out.
No, what? Listen, just to frame it to the people. Hold on, just so you don't. Just so you don't. Hold on, just so you don't quote me wrong.
Exactly what you said. That's why.
No, just so you don't quote me wrong. I totally disagree with your point. I disagree with it. I'm not agreeing.
All right, so
I'm
just
saying
the 3
there
points.
is no food stock introduced by Europeans that got Americans sick enough to kill a mass group.
That's not my point.
None of it.
That's not my point.
Yeah, it is.
You know that
is
your
point. Yes, that is your. Okay, what is your point?
What my point is?
What is your point?
Never my point. My point was right. While we know there was a mass dying of people over here,
you don't know that.
Yes, we do know that. Hold on. My point is, food was one of those ingredients that helped the cause of them getting sick. One of the most ingredients. Me and Quantum got me and OTK was up here talking about, right, the multiple things that
didn't agree with you neither.
Come on, yo, stop cutting me up. But you see, when I do this to you, now I become a crybaby. Chill out, bro. So Me and OTK was up here having conversations about the multiple things that led to the death of the native population here, right? And he was talking about the diseases and things of that nature. I included, and food was one of those things as well. Food was one of those contributing benefactors, right? Then I pulled the source on that. Then they try to argue with me about the source that I pulled when I asked them, okay, well, can you provide a source that go against what my source say? Neither one of them wanted to provide a source.
I did.
And then Cosmo wanted to talk about how potatoes was exported, right, from America to all these other places, when that was never my point. My point was Europeans brought food over here that the native people was not familiar with, right? And it did more harm to them than good. Did I say that it killed all of them? So
nobody said all.
He just
said a significant amount, though.
Agreed with me.
So I asked you, what was that number?
Agreed with me on the same point I just made. Did he not, OTK? Did he not? When we talked about the pigs being brought over here, didn't he agree with me?
No.
Yes, you did agree. Yo, this man is a lot. Yo, this man is so disingenuous, bro.
So
this man is terrible.
Are you done?
This man terrible, bro.
Are you done? See, I told y'all he don't comprehend well. He framed the conversation all twisted. He keeps saying,
"How you want to make me frame my argument? I have to keep repeating my argument to you because you don't understand my argument. I
totally understand your argument. Your argument was to add on. Hold on. First of all, your argument was to say, right? Now let's show you that I was paying attention and that you're just not intelligent enough to follow along. Your argument was that not only food stocks, but diseases killed off mass groups of Americans.
My argument was food help in the process of getting the native people here sick. That was my argument.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I said.
That's not what you said. You said food and disease was the reason for the large scale insurrection of the people. That's not what I said.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, that is what you said.
That's not what I said.
Hold on. And then, well, everybody sees that's exactly that you're saying food was a major part.
I didn't even say major. I said food was a part of the process.
What food?
What do you mean? The food that the Europeans introduced to the land. The food.
No, it wasn't. No, it didn't hurt them.
We just sat here and talked about how the pig hurt the people, right?
We already ate pig.
But what do you mean? So now he piggybacking.
We're talking about. Hold on. Wait a minute. We already ate pigs before they got here.
They introduced
before Europeans got here. We was already eating pigs.
Where was the horse at?
When I say pigs,
the horse at before the European.
What?
Where was the horse at before the European?
In America.
So why the native people here how to get taught how to ride horses instead of already knowing how to ride horses? Yes, they did. Man, yo, this is disingenuous, bro. See, yo, this is terrible.
You just regurgitating white man supremacist talking points, ignorantly regurgitating what. Hold on. Hey, listen, I can't even get a word in edgewise. I'm punching on this boy so bad. You dig what I'm talking about? So look, the thing is that I'm showing them. You dig what I'm saying? It's oxymoronic at a time, right? To think when a people is starving that they're going to come and give you food. In the exchange, they exchanged other things than food, right? And then we see really what the exchange is for the most part was bullets. You either get down or you're going to lay down. They went in with a thing called recomendamiento, which is the Reconquista. You did what I'm talking about, where they were going to conquer lands on purpose, right? They came with the Bible in one hand and had the pistol behind their back. So the exchange actually happened one way because things were being taken, right? They didn't have anything to give, right? So again, and to show that you have poor comprehension, right? I stated, just like you stated, right? You said food killed off was one of the reasons that it killed off a large amount of people, just like the disease. I pointed out specifically that there was no food crop ever introduced by Europeans that killed off a major group of Americans ever. And why I brought up the pig as destructive to the people is because today we're having a very bad problem of feral pigs, right? And now they didn't cut them with a pig that got out of a laboratory, and they're producing these things called super boars. They're like 2 to 3 times bigger than the normal, and they're super intelligent, right? So they are trampling many of the black farms and all this stuff all across the world, tearing up stuff all across any farm. Majorly in Canada and stuff and all that too. The indigenous people are having a heck of a time with these things. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's open season up on them. You can just kill them anywhere, which is crazy, but you know. But I was showing you that I was totally on topic when I brought up the fact that you can't show us a food group that could kill off, right? Your assumption is that it's happening. We're doubting your assumption, right? You haven't showed us one that could kill off the indigenous stocks or my people, right? So with that being said, we went to debunk that idea that millions were either killed, millions and millions were killed by a disease like the narrative is, or that millions were killed by food, being that the indigenous stocks still eat those foods today, right? And population has boomed, right? So if you believe the starving people brought their stuff here to save us, right? I think you need to look at the historical narrative. It's primarily the other way around, but the historical narrative written through Western European eyes puts them as the lead and the conqueror. And when the basic thing you're trying to tell the people is that the indigenous of America wasn't shit and that they didn't have anything. You dig what I'm talking about? And all they did have to give was, I guess, some food or something. When they were turning around, they were giving us their people. That's all they had to give. Right? Many of parts you got to remember, early 1600s, they were eating children. Right? They had been snatching people fresh off the shores for a long time. This is where the invention of kidnapping comes from. And in the late 1800s, they changed the word into blackbirding when they start doing it over in the Pacific. Right? What they had to give was themselves. Right? This is why they're emptying their jails and stuff into the Americas. This is why they called Australia New Holland, because they were populating them with the lowest rung of peasant stock everywhere. They were moving them out of Europe. You dig what I'm saying? So I find it hard that a people who came over here, and even all the way into the 1800s, look at the Europeans that came over here. They created what we know as ghettos. All right, emulating their lifestyles that they had overseas.
All right, let me get it in, bro.
You dig what I'm saying? So go ahead.
All right, so let me share my screen real quick. All right, so let me go back. I'm going to show you how Cosmon does not listen very well. My initial statement, right, was Europeans brought food over here that contributed to the sickness of the people of this land. We never talked about the food causing mass killings and stuff. No. I said the sickness, nutritional illness called food shock. He don't listen. You see how he try to spin the narrative? Oh man, there's a mass food. This is Houdini trickery. Let's get into this, man. Right? The historical proof a consensus regarding both groups of, as they demonstrate how imported foods and dietary shifts impacted them. Part 1, Native American and food shock. Imported foods. He wanted to get up here and talk about export, outsourcing foods, the potato, the squash, the maize we feeding these people. I'm simply making a statement about the imported foods of the Europeans, right? So it's while the catastrophic collapse of the Native American population, estimated at 50 to 95% reduction, was primarily driven out by old world infectious diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza, to which they had no immunity. Food and ecological disruptions also cause widespread sickness. That's my whole point. And starvation, right? So let's get down here in Africa, right? Europe's food, right, faced dietary shift, unfamiliar and spoiled rations, right? Captives were abruptly switched from their traditional West African diets, which were rich in yams, plantains, rice, fresh vegetables, palm oil, and fresh fish, to cheap, non-perishable, highly processed European bulk foods meant to last months at sea. Standard rations often included horse beans, imported European biscuits, and low-grade salt meats, beef and pork, preserved with massive amounts of salt. Right? Digestive blockage. What did I say? The imported foods did what? Made our people sick. Digestive blockage and intestinal distress. Historical studies show of slave ships' conditions note that their European breed and dry coarser grains frequently cause severe internal blockage. Captives' digestive systems, unaccustomed to these dense, heavy, salted, and often rancid provisions, reacted with severe abdominal pain, swelling, and acute diarrhea. Does that not agree with what I'm saying? The imported food that the Europeans brought over here made our people sick because we was not accustomed to it, from the Native Americans and the Europeans. Now let's go over here to the other one that he keep misquoting. So I'm gonna show you where he don't listen to that one either, right? Let's go over here. Native American, European food imports. Let's see right here. Bang. Right? Oh no, so this was the grave sites. The dude was asking for the grave sites. Right? Do we have Native American grave sites? So let's go over here to no, this is just a food shop. Where my thing at, bro? I was just had it up.
But Humble, correct me if I'm wrong. What you just read, wasn't that piece that you read about the diseases and stuff, wasn't that referring to the Africans rather than the Native Americans?
No, the Native Americans. No, the Native Americans was with the disease.
That ain't us though.
The Africans, they changed their diets on a slave ship.
It ain't got nothing to do with us.
Oh, here it is right here, the European food import. So this is where he keep getting wrong, right? So now he's saying the Europeans relied heavily on food sources until they was able to get food from the native people that was here. That's not what this says. This says they brought over rations, and then what they did was they established European agriculture. It don't say they established Native American agriculture. They didn't establish African agriculture. They established European agriculture. What did they call it, family? The Columbian exchange. Not the Columbian import, not the Columbian output, the Columbian exchange. Why was it called the Columbian exchange? Right? Because Europeans did not want to rely forever on expensive, long-distance imports from across the Atlantic. Instead, quickly began importing and planting old world. What's the old world, family? Europe was the old world.
America's the old world. America's the old world.
You reading this wrong, bro.
Yeah,
you
America's
wrong, my nigga.
Prove I'm reading it wrong. So y'all
all right, because you said Europeans didn't rely. Hold up, you say Europeans didn't rely on forever on expensive long distance import across the Atlantic. Instead, they quickly began importing, planting old world seeds. Hold up, where was it getting these? Oh, hold up, humble. Where was it getting these old world seeds from, bro?
The old world was considered Europe. Everybody know that. The new
no, bro, no. The long distance trip is Europe. The long distance trip is Europe, bro. Hold up, stop.
I'm about to meet up, bro. I'm challenging y'all on any of y'all this crazy nonsense y'all keep saying.
All right. Well, bro, I'm about to beat you up real quick on your own source.
Y'all are jokes. Y'all terrible, man. Get out of here, man. That's terrible.
God damn, humble. Come on, man. I ain't never call you no joke, bro. Shit, man. God damn, humble. I ain't never disrespect you like that, bro. I respect what you bring forth, humble. God damn. Yeah. Just if you don't comprehend some things that you read, bro. And the thing is, you on Gemini, you're not showing us no person who actually traveled and was doing these things sources. I would feel better with that, bro. That's what I would bring to you. Listen, that's what I would bring to you. I would bring Jesuits letters. I will bring to you Spanish conquistadors letters. I will bring you all of these things. Hold on, bro. Hold on, stop. I will bring you these things, which will be primary sources, because these are the people that's first doing this. You just brought up some Gemini stuff. Ain't nothing wrong with Gemini. Ain't nothing wrong with Wikipedia. But you just can't stop there, bro, and just take that for what it is, bro. You got to dig a little deeper, big bro. I'm just saying, baby boy, you got to dig a little deeper, bro.
This is the Flint. A1, can you do us a favor? I'm tired of pulling up the sources. Every time I pull up the source, they don't want to be genuine. A1, you ain't gonna lie to the people. Can you pull up what's the old world, what was known as the old world, and what was known as the new world, according to the Europeans?
Yeah,
hold up. Hold up. Now you're saying Europeans.
Regurgitating white European culture.
Right. So what European is you talking about, bro? You got multiple classes of Europeans that was getting classified as Europeans, bro. So what European is you talking about? You had the English, the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese. All of them was writing, bro. All of them was writing about what they saw. All of them was writing, bro.
How they getting off the train? You see how they want to move the goalposts. What do that have to do with what is classified as the new world and what's classified as the old world?
Way older here.
Come on, bro.
The new world and what's classified as the old world.
Yeah, our pyramids older than Africa's. Shit.
And then y'all see how the redundant logic they bring. Oh, our pyramids is older than Africa's. That makes the whole world. That's not even how they use the old world, new world. That doesn't make sense.
The whole world.
That doesn't make sense.
The whole world. It's just new to Europeans.
These people.
Hey, can't hurt. I tell you what, can't hurt. You say I never bring up no sources. You know why? Because I never been in a predicament where I had to bring up a source. I can just say it off the top of my head. I can paraphrase the sources that I have, bro. But it's no problem. Hold on, humble. It's no problem with me showing no source, bro, where I get my stuff from.
Source up. Give me a source where it say America is the old world and Europe is the new world. Give me a source that say that. You're being forced to source up right now. Source up or shut up.
Hold up, bro. I never said it was a source saying that it was the old world and new world. I didn't never say that, bro. Hold up, humble. You putting words in my mouth, bro. Humble, you said that, bro. You brought up the whole world, new world.
He bleeding. He on his rag right now. He on his rag.
Cosmon, because you said I misquoted that source. And now when I challenge you on what you said, now you said I never said it was a source saying that. Do y'all see the trickery, man? Come on, bro. The games they play,
from
bro.
The European perspective.
Man, it's crazy out here.
It's just new to Europeans,
crazy
bro.
out here.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I think that's a bogus question, Humble, because we know all the writing. Hold up, because we know all the writing in history from what we study in history started from over there. So they will say that's the old world. 90% of them, 100% of them will say that's the hold up, because they didn't know nothing about America yet.
Prove it.
Bro, they didn't start writing about America till 1492.
Prove it. Prove what you're saying. I prove what I say. Prove.
All right, but hold up. Can you prove me anybody writing about America before 1492?
That ain't. Don't switch the goal.
All right then, bro. But let me ask you this. Hold up. Stop.
Where we
the reason why I asked you that question, Humble. The reason why I asked you that question is because me and you both know that life started over here in this part of the Americas way before 1492. Before they say they discovered us and they started writing about us.
I want to ask him that question, OTK.
Come on, Humble. Stop that.
Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe that you're? Hold on, Humble. Do you believe that Europeans discovered America?
Yeah, he do.
No, I don't believe Europe. How you discover something with somebody already living there?
Exactly.
All right. Do you got any of our old writing?
What do that have to do with the importing of food into America? Do you see how disingenuous?
Listen, there isn't. Listen.
No,
simply,
I don't got no pushback.
There is no.
People lose brain cells listening to y'all.
There is no.
I don't got no pushback with the food group, bro.
A specific food group did not directly cause a mass dying of indigenous Americans.
Nobody said that.
That's objective.
Nobody said that.
You did.
Now he keeps saying,
because you're talking about the Columbian Exchange.
Lies, bro. Do you see the
talking about the Columbian? Do you know what the Columbian Exchange is?
Extermination in the population. When did I ever say that?
Talking about the Columbian Exchange.
When did I ever?
You don't know what was exchanged.
Hold on, Cosmo.
Yeah. Something had to be exchanged, bro.
Hold on. A1, as you're sitting here, when did I ever say out my mouth that food caused the mass extermination within the population of Native Americans? When did I ever say that, A1?
I think you said that by accident at the very beginning.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking A1. When did I?
My bad.
Your mic muted, A1. Your mic still muted.
Yeah, y'all just got to slow it down. I don't even know what is the rush to get through the information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I tell Humble. Humble, I think you might have said that at the very, very, very beginning, but then when you went into your research, hold on, Humble. When you went into your research, dog, you clarified it up. Like, no, they didn't cause no mass. They didn't cause no mass extermination, but it was part of the contribution. Because you was talking about diseases and then the foods, bro. That's what me and you was on.
If he's not talking about a mass, he's not talking about the Columbian Exchange then.
Hold on 1 second. So when me and you was talking OTK, we were talking about the contributing factors that wiped out the people, right? The contributing factors, right? I said food was a contributing factors of the people getting sick.
But not at first, though. At first, we wasn't talking about contributing. Hold on, bro. Hold on. No, listen, I'm agreeing with you, but we never was talking about contributing factors from the jump, bro. The first thing you said that food was a cause. And remember, we went into the sickle cell thing, dog. You say food was a cause. It wasn't no contributing factor. But then when you started going farther deep into what you was trying to say, when you was trying to explain yourself, that's when the contributing factor came out. And that's when I said, okay, I understand what you're talking about now, bro. That's all I'm saying. At first, I didn't understand, bro, because that's why I had a disagreement with you.
Hold on. Let's get a word from the comments real fast. Respectfully, one. I've been in the. It said I've been here for a while now. Humble been making his claims clear. Then they just move the goalpost and get debunked on that. Then move it again until we way off topic. Just like way off topics of Humble's original claim. Thank you, Akira. Shout out to brother Akira. At least somebody paying attention in here.
His original claim was that some food group somehow. Hold on. It is. Your original claim was that some food group was brought here by Europeans that contributed to a mass dying of people.
No, it was not.
I think that's what you said, bro, and I think you said it by accident.
No, OTK, you're not about to sit here and
what he said.
That's what he said, Humble.
No, that's not.
Am I lying, Kojo?
Because when I came
even up here,
hold on. When I came in, when I came in, the first question I asked was, "Show me the grave sites," because of what you said.
That's not what I said. Me and OTK was talking about the extinction of the people. We said disease.
Was no extinction.
See now y'all seeing where his illogical come from. There was no extinction of the people. Nigga, we clearly know that a mass extinction of Native Americans died over here due to disease. Why do you keep denying it?
No, bro, that's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
Kojo asked you to show you the body.
That's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
Show the body.
That's a lie, bro. Hey, Humble. We ain't got nothing wrong with that. That's the shit you've been taught.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
I'm gonna say this and I'm done with you goofies, man. Prove to me, prove to the people, prove right now.
Bro.
Source up or shut up. Right?
I'm a fucking goofy, bro.
Right now, right?
Damn, I'm a fucking goofy.
Lie that the European people brought food over here that and caused to the problem of the sickness of the people. Matter of fact, no. Prove that it's a lie that there was a mass death extinction over here by the Native Americans. Prove that was a lie. Prove it. Y'all being held on the chopping block.
Yeah, that can be disproved, bro.
I don't want to hear that it can be disproved. I want you to prove it. Source up or shut up.
All right. Well, what do you want? What do you want me to show you that can prove you wrong, bro? What do you classify as sources? Because y'all motherfuckers flip-flop. Y'all some pancake ass niggas. One thing is a source to y'all and one thing ain't a source. So you reading a cracker information from Gemini, shit that we was taught in school. So now, what would be something that I need to show you that you will agree with or look into? How about that? You look into it.
Show me something that there was not a mass group of native people to this land that died out.
Well, I can show you that for the most part, the inoculation process for these diseases was already known in the Americas and was used even used by enslaved people. You did want purported to be Africans, but we know for the most part they was indigenous to America. right? Like in the story of Onesimus, right? I could share the story of Onesimus with you. He's called the slave who saved Boston. You dig what I'm talking about? He's called the slave who saved Boston, right? Because he gave Cotton Mather the history and the process and methodology of inoculation.
Damn, motherfuckers asking me to show my mama dead body.
Damn.
Dog, my mama's still alive, man. What kind of chat this is, man?
Damn.
What kind of shit this is going on?
Right, and that they had already in America, before he was ever a slave, had already caught the disease smallpox and went through an inoculation at smallpox. But the crazy part about it is the Africans and the Asians who had this understanding, and the Americans, the African and the Asians have an inoculation style, right? That's different than the American style that Onesimus knew, which would prove that if he got his knowledge about inoculation from Africans or from Asians, right, he would have done it in the same way they do it, but he doesn't. He does his inoculation in the same way that America does it. This inoculation style is called variolation.
I don't believe you. What's up?
All right, we ain't gotta believe me. I don't want belief. Who cares? That's the problem. That's why you regurgitating white supremacist talking points. You believe they discovered America, right? All this kind of craziness. You dig what I'm talking about? That they gave us something, right? Hold on. Let's bring up the story of Onesimus, because in the 1700s he saved Boston and Europe, right?
Damn, that nigga say, fuck you devils, dig up your people. God damn, Asiatic, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. He
that's
probably
crazy work, dog.
Saying in the
that's
chat,
crazy
you don't gotta
work.
keep cussing, but I'm gonna take care of that though. But regardless,
That's crazy work.
You don't cuss up here though, please.
My bad. 1,000 pardon, man. That's crazy work though, man. God damn, bro.
My screen is
I don't disrespect nobody, man. We dealing with information and shit like that, and we keeping it on information. Ain't nobody getting disrespectful.
I just banned him. I don't know why he decided to get so flagrant, but he got to know better.
That shit
and if
crazy.
he don't know, I guess now he'll know.
Right.
Hey, Humble, I respect your intellect and your study, Humble. For real, for real. That's the reason why I'm still up here, bro. The average nigga, I would have been done cursed out.
We just in the ring right now, man. Don't talk none of this serious. We just in the ring.
Yeah, I know. We caught him lying last night. I don't respect this scholarship.
You terrible, Cosmo.
No, but I'll be real though. I don't respect it. I don't. I ain't gonna lie. You cool, but I don't respect your scholarship. You all right. Look, but this is the story.
Crazy.
Hold on.
Y'all crazy.
This is Onesimus, by the way, it wasn't his real name. But let's get into this story about how.
Why you be trying to debunk your own claims? How you gonna use it?
The claim debunks your claim. This debunks the fact that there was this dying off of any people in America. Wasn't no great dying off of the people. The dying off happened on paper. It's called paper genocide. Right, not that the people were actually died.
So what's up? I'm muting up.
All right. I'm my source is on the screen. Right. This is Onesimus. This is going to debunk. This is going right. Or leaning towards that. The diseases that they said killed the indigenous populations in this Columbian exchange or this mass dying off. Right. That's the Columbian exchange. He doesn't know that, right? We're going to show you that in America, they already had knowledge of the process of variolation, which is inoculation. And America gave it to Europe, right? We saved them, not only in America, but in the world, right?
Big facts.
Hold on.
All diseases come from over there.
Right? This says, in honor of Black History Month, we are pleased to feature a series of stories celebrating the contributions of Black individuals have made to our understanding of infectious diseases and how to prevent them and treat them, right? This is from Manisha Kabi. It says, hold on, let me blow it up a little bit. Maybe y'all can see it a little better. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, I'll say right here.
Yeah.
In the early 1700s, nearly a century prior to Edward Jenner's groundbreaking development of an effective smallpox vaccine, the disease had already reached New England and other American colonies. So the 1721 smallpox epidemic ravaged the city of Boston, but it ain't affecting the niggas. It's affecting who? Infecting over half of its population and resulting in the deaths of 850 people, equivalent to more than 14% of the total population. The outbreak also included the concept of inoculation, right? Introduced the concept of inoculation to America, which was later credited with saving numerous lives. Inoculation, a process of inducing immunity by deliberately introducing infectious agents into the body, was a precursor to vaccines, crucial in today's battle against COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. In the history of inoculation, the contributions of one slave, Onesimus, are often neglected, right? Onesimus, they're calling him an African, but they don't know where he's from, right? But we know before he was ever a slave, he was from America and he got inoculated in the American style, showing that his culture would have been American. Watch this. Onesimus was an African man sold into slavery to Boston Puritan minister Cotton Mather, who was a nigger, by the way. According to Mather's records, Onesimus was Garamonte, right? We would have to see if the Garamonte were even existing in the 1700s, which was likely an anglicized reference to Cormansi, or a town in present-day Ghana. While there are no records that indicate his birth name, we do know that Onesimus was not the name he was born with. In 1716, letter to the Royal Society of London, Mather wrote that when asked if he had contracted smallpox, Onesimus responded with a cryptic yes and no. He went on to further to disclose that after experiencing smallpox, this is before he ever got enslaved, he had undergone an operation in America that provided him with a form of immunity. He asserted that those who had dared to undergo this process would be permanently free from the fear of contagion. The procedure Onesimus described was, here's a new word for y'all, variolation, right? A now outdated technique that has been replaced by vaccination. A type of inoculation, variolation, involved rubbing pus from a person with smallpox into an open wound on the arm of the uninfected individual. Conducted in a controlled manner under supervision of a physician, this method aimed to induce milder symptoms while conferring immunity. Mather was captivated by the idea of deliberately exposing people to smallpox to immunize them against a potentially severe natural infection. He hoped that this technique could help prevent smallpox and limit the devastation caused by the outbreak. Upon researching, Mather found that in addition to Africa, right, the practice of variolation had been used for hundreds of years in Turkey, India, and China, right? He recorded in his diary the new method used by the Africans and Asiatics to prevent and abate the dangers of smallpox and infallibly to save lives of those that save the lives of those that have it wisely managed upon them, right? Mather's efforts to help prevent smallpox using his approach faced racially and religiously motivated opposition. Many critics dismissed the idea simply because it was practiced by cultures in Africa and Asia. But it obviously was also practiced by a culture in America, right? And as you see, they do it different than the other people. In 1721, Mather and Zabdiel Bolston, one of the lone physicians in Boston who supported the idea of variolation, decided to use the outbreak as an opportunity to test the efficacy of the new procedure, right? Which they got from this slave. Boylston inoculated his own son, 2 enslaved people working in his household, and between 180 and 250 residents of Boston. Of the inoculated individuals, only 6 succumbed to smallpox, resulting in a mortality rate of 1 in 40 compared to the 1 in 7 deaths seen among general Boston population who did not undergo the procedure. These results showed that those who were exposed to smallpox first through variolation were almost 6 times as less likely to die than those who got it naturally. The earliest test of variolation played a crucial role in paving the way for vaccination. Whether Onesimus was able to witness the success of the technique he introduced, right, remains unclear. Almost all existing information about one Onesimus comes from Mather's diary, supplemented by occasional references in later church and civic records. We do know that Onesimus was married and that the couple had at least one son who died in 1714. Onesimus managed to buy partial freedom, but continued to serve Mather. While little is known about his subsequent whereabouts and details of his later life, his contribution to smallpox vaccination left a lasting legacy on the field, right? In 1980, smallpox was one of the deadliest and most feared diseases, was declared completely eradicated thanks to worldwide vaccination efforts, and remains only infectious disease to ever be wiped out.
Boy, that's like Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah. You did what I'm talking about. And the style, if y'all notice, the style that they was doing in Africa and Asia was different than the one that they was doing in America. The one in Africa, Asia, they take the scab from the smallpox and they blow it up a person's nose, and it inoculates them in that way. It uses variolation. But in America, they take a cut and they rub a little bit of the pus in there. It's 2 different styles. So the style that came from America that went on to save the world, right, would have shown that the early Americans before 1700 already had a cultural practice of variolation that would have got them through any major dying off if they already had this knowledge.
Big facts. I remember now, smallpox is one of the historian doctrines that say that that's what really killed off all the American Indians. It was smallpox first.
Right. All right. So real fast, let me respond. So y'all heard how the brother Cosmon at the top of his excerpt, it showed you before they even, had found this African man. It wasn't a Native American man, by the way. It was an African man. And then we don't know that. We don't know that. You shouldn't even be reading the source if you don't know that. Anyway, but it's this African man, right? And before that, what did it say about Boston?
Africa was not called Africa in 1700s. Humble. Learn how to read what you reading, bro. It wasn't no Africa. It wasn't no Africa or no African in 1700s, bro.
You gotta let him get it out.
With the stupid stuff, man. Come on with the stupid stuff. Let me talk. I sat here and let both of y'all talk. It's one of me and 2 of y'all. Hold on. So y'all seen how it said 14% of Boston was wiped out, and then it spread to Europe, part of Africa. So then, how is he saying there was no mass death? Right, that's number one. That
wasn't of the American Indians, bro. The Bostonians was pilgrims.
in Puritan.
Let me talk, bro. Why every time I get to talking, you niggas want to talk over me, bro?
Because
so
that was their own people's, Humble. You don't know what you're reading.
Hold on. What do you mean I don't know what I'm reading? Y'all blind and you didn't just see what's going on. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it in. Both of y'all got at least an hour.
Damn, calm down some, bro. Calm down some, bro. Calm down, Humble.
Let me speak without cutting me off. Yo, I just let both of y'all speak like a good 35, 45 minutes without cutting neither one of y'all off. It's my turn now. Both of y'all want to jump in on me.
Man, this nigga said 30 minutes, dog. Cool out, Humble.
It have. You niggas been up here talking more than I have, and I literally sit back and let you niggas talk before I interject. You niggas.
All right, man. Come on, man. You want a fucking cookie? You want a fucking cookie?
Let's get into it. No, I want to speak.
Let us talk.
I want to speak
because you doing all the cutting off.
I want to speak without y'all niggas talking over me. Is what I want.
But you doing all the cutting off.
Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it.
Damn, you disrespectful.
So as y'all show, right? He's not, like he said, the Native Americans. Let's talk about the Native Americans. And what's this bang? Okay, so when the Europeans arrived in America starting in 1492, they brought new germs. Native Americans had no natural defense or immunity. If y'all saying they did, y'all lying. Y'all gotta prove it to me.
We just showed you variation.
No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That wasn't in 1492. That came way after.
Oh, yeah, that was
this lack of protection caused massive loss of life, killing up to 90% of the indigenous population over the next century. If you don't agree, prove me wrong.
No, that's the Caribbeans and South America.
Main disease. I don't want to hear.
Christopher never came to North America, bro. That's talking about the Colombians.
They don't say that. Native Americans. They don't say that. They don't say what you're saying. They say Native Americans. What did I just say? Didn't I say
we know? Dog, hold on.
Native Americans ain't.
Show me where they was at in North America in 1492, my nigga.
Hold up.
Hey, yo, hold up. This is getting ridiculous now, bro. Why every time I talk, you niggas gotta talk? Oh, just let me finish. I let both of y'all finish clean. No interruptions. But soon as I get to talking and cutting y'all hands off, now y'all just keep to feel the need that y'all gotta keep interrupting a nigga. Let me finish. I'ma let y'all finish.
You ain't cutting shit off, bro.
It's crazy.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
What it say? Main diseases, smallpox, deadliest virus. Mind you, this is 1492. What Cosmon brought was the 1700s and stuff like that. Don't have nothing. That was this happened way before that. Why did the mass why did a mass death happen? Because they had no defense. They had no protection. Main diseases, smallpox. It's a measles, influenza, malaria, typhus, right? It's a why this impact was so severe. No immunity, unless y'all telling me the Native Americans had immunity, and I want y'all to source it up if y'all saying that. Native bodies had never seen these germs before, so they could not fight them off. Fast spread sicknesses often traveled ahead of the explorers, passing from village to village as along the water's path, right? Social collapse. When leaders and healers died, communities could not care for the sick or find food. This is why it was so severe. Now, one of y'all debunk what I just said. One of y'all debunk this. Debunk this.
Hey, Humble, let me tell you one thing. Humble, can you show me anybody in North America in 1492?
That ain't what we you see how they keep trying to move the goal.
No, bro. Hold on, Humble. Quit all your loud talking. Hey, bro. Hey, humble down some. Your name Humble for a reason. Humble down some, bro. Dog, I'm talking to you regular.
Speak to what I just
Can you show me anything in North America in 1492, bro?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Don't worry about it. I got you. I'm tired of sharing my screen, so I'm gonna read it for you.
All right. I'll wait, bro. Show me something in 1492 about this disease. Go ahead, bro. In North America.
Can I respond?
You don't even know. You talking about the Caribbeans and South America, bro. You don't even know what area you talking about.
Can I respond to that?
That's the thing.
In 1492, the year Christopher Columbus made his first voyage to the Caribbean, North America was a vibrant, highly diverse, and densified populated continent. Far from being vacant wilderness, it was the home of millions of indigenous people belonging to hundreds of distinct nation, cultures, and languages, families stretching from the Arctic to the tropical rim to Central. So what are you saying? There was nobody there.
So that means the North American people are different than the South American people. Christopher Columbus. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Humble, chill out, bro. Christopher Columbus. Hold on, humble. Christopher Columbus never set foot in North America, bro.
No, you're moving the goalposts. Who's talking about that?
Hold up. You are. What I'm talking about is North America, bro. You bringing up a source. You bringing up a source. Hold on.
Tell me what you're talking about for my argument. This is crazy.
Hold on, humble.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I agree with you because we did say America. South America is America. The Caribbean, Central America, that is America. So I agree with you in that aspect. But bro, you gotta look at the place that you're talking about.
No,
I'm coming from South Carolina, bro. Why would I be talking about like I come from South America?
We're talking about Americans.
But America, yes, and that's why you have a point with that, and that's why I see that's why our problem come at, bro. We're talking about North Americans. You're just talking about Americans, period. I think that's where the problem came in at, my brother. I think that's where the problem came in at. I think that's where it's at. But go ahead. My bad.
Yo, just because you're talking about Central and South America, that doesn't negate anything that what he said. I know that you want to focus. I think that's a problem. You guys always want to focus on one area, like as if the Europeans wasn't all up and down the East Coast, as if they didn't do. You know what I'm saying? The same thing. So listen,
they didn't, bro.
Let me share my
screen.
Let me share my screen, and let me show you something.
And who is this? This Sadiq Ra?
No, it's Hercules.
Oh, Hercules, King Hercules. Oh yeah, you was in the chat talking shit to me too, my good brother. I see you, my good brother. I see you. Yeah, I see her. Herc was talking shit to me in the chat. Go ahead, Herc.
All right, Humble, share my screen.
I got you, Elder.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I fuck with King Herc, man.
All right, so
go ahead, King Herc.
This is a good book, American Holocaust by David Standard. Free download. It's an easy download. You can download this joint, American Holocaust.
What year was that written?
Find out it's like 90. I think in the 90s.
1900, 1990s. Okay. Everything good. I was just asking what year.
92. This joint came out in 92.
Okay, 92. It was published in Manhattan.
It was published in America somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say Manhattan, right? It was published in Manhattan. Yeah, most of these books was published in Manhattan.
So when we come down to the chapter on pestilence and genocide, page 129. Let's see. He talks about
blow it up some, bro.
All right, wait a minute. Let me see something. I just had the page.
Can you go to your plus? Go to your plus and blow it up some for us, please.
I am. Give me a second. I'm looking for something.
Okay. My bad, OG.
That's it. Go back up.
You felt like you had to come save Humble, man, but we wasn't ganging Humble, man. You know.
I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna show you. Hear it. I'm gonna show you right. Yeah, no, because he talked about the King Philip's War, which took place in the 1600s.
Yeah, actually, that was the second war. You had a war before that, bro. You had the Pequot's War before that.
Hey, yo, let Massa get it in.
War didn't have the population eradicated. So let's see. Right here, this is just one of them, where he is talking about in 1685, that, you know, in Virginia and New England, 95% or more of the population had been eradicated. By then, the carnage did not stop. One recent study of population trends of the Southeast, for instance, showed that the east of the Appalachians in Virginia, the native population declined by 93% between 1685 and 1790. That is after it already had declined by 95% during the preceding century, which itself had a follow.
All right, hold on. Did they say disease? Hold on. Did they say disease? Hold on.
No. I'm reading. You cut me off. Stop. Which followed up on previous century whirlwind of massive destruction. In the eastern North and South Carolinas, the decline between 1685 and 1790 was 97%. Again, following upon 2 earlier centuries of genocide devastation. In Louisiana, the 1685 to 1790
Stop, humble.
Y'all gotta
I know that's our OG, humble. But we gotta be able to ask him questions, humble, before he go too far.
Y'all can't just keep interrupting this man. You gotta let him land his plane. This is crazy.
You've been interrupting all day.
All right, well, keep this source up on the screen. Keep this up on the screen when you get through, bro. That's all.
As a result, when the 18th century was drawing to its close, less than 5,000 Native people remained alive in all of Eastern Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Louisiana combined. While in Florida, which alone contained more than 700,000 Indians in 1520, only 2,000 survived could be found. So this guy, and not just him, also Renee, what's her name? Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. Her book also on the indigenous people of America, she also comes to the same conclusion. You had 95% of the indigenous population being wiped out in this before 1700 or 17 in this by the 1700s. It started in the 1600s, late 1600s, when they came here. So, and it wasn't just disease; it was massacre. They was literally just killing them, just to be killing them. And they tell the stories, and we know this because they tell the stories. They was bragging about killing them. So it wasn't just disease, and it also happened in the Americas as well. So this is so we have evidence of it happening up in the North American as well.
Right, I agree with that. Now that's all I was saying, humble. When he said genocide,
what did you?
Hold on, humble.
I didn't say Massa Hurt.
What'd you say?
What did you read that didn't agree with me?
It didn't say nothing about no food.
All of it agreed with me.
It didn't say nothing about no food, bro.
He was talking about them being sick with disease.
No, genocide, bro.
This is disingenuous.
Hold up, humble. Do you know anything about the American Indian slave trade, humble? Yes or no?
No. We ain't getting into that, man.
No, I'm just asking you because this is what he's bringing up right now.
Not what he's bringing up the same thing that I just brought up.
No, what King Hercules is. Hold up. What King Hercules is
bringing up, King Hercules.
He's bringing up the American Indian slave trade.
Are you not bringing up the same thing that I just showed with 90?
No.
of the population death?
OTK, and it was nothing about a slave trade. It was about straight genocide.
All right. Well, hold on. King Herc. Go look up the Pequot Wars and the King Philip Wars. Hold on. Stop. Humble.
You wasn't talking about that. He wasn't talking about that.
Hold up, humble. This nigga just brought this up. King Hercules brought it up when he talked about the Pequot Wars. The source he just brought up was dealing with genocide. The Pequot Wars and the King Philip Wars, that was about American Indian slavery.
What does that have to do with the mass?
Hold up. Exactly. That's different. Exactly, bro. Humble.
What do that have to do with the claim that I made? See, yo, these are some.
All right, humble. I agree with you. That don't have nothing to do with the food thing. Exactly. I agree.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mass annihilation. The mass.
Nigga, you saying food, nigga.
Yo, Master Hurt, what did we not then
Nah, nigga, quit calling other people, dog. You said food, nigga.
Food was part of them.
You said food, nigga. You said food, nigga. Man, humble.
Which is a mass dying off.
Okay, humble. I'm a solid ass nigga, humble. You said food. He brought up genocide just now. Do you know what genocide is?
Bro, oh my God.
Even if you disagree, you gotta let people finish. You like y'all it's really specifically OTK. You cut people off whenever you feel like they've been wrong. It doesn't matter if they're at the end of their sentence. As soon as you hear something you don't like, you have to cut in. It's a bad and it leads to like leads to an offshoot of other problems. If you
I did agree with that. Yeah, A1, I did agree with that, but the reason why I tried to stop him because he was reading something and I was asking him like, yo,
don't stop him. Wait till he finished and then correct him. And then I'll let people go on for 2-3 minutes and they'll be all off topic. Just so that way I can keep the rules.
And that's what I did. I let him finish that fucking paragraph and all of that, bro.
Sometimes they surprise me and bring it back around. Sometimes they surprise me and bring it back around. But if I would have jumped in the first time I thought they was wrong, I would never find out.
My bad. My fault. Gotcha. My fault. And my apologies to you, Can't Hurt. My apologies to you too, Humble, man. No disrespect, man. It's all about the info, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? The whole point that we was making.
We all reading somebody else's info from point blank.
Real fast. Let me bring it. Let me catch up with everybody. The whole reason we even got on this is because we moved the subject from why they were sick to mass extinction. OTK and Big Cosmon disagreed that there was a mass Native American extinction. I read it. Master Hurt read it. Right now, OTK is trying to specify when he was talking about mines, he said that's only in the South. Master brought up something in the North. Now he's saying, well, now you're talking just in the North. It doesn't matter the North or the South. There was a mass extinction of Native American populations.
No, bro. They didn't know nothing about the South until, see, now you getting your groups confused. You don't know who's doing these things, the English, the British, the French, or the Spanish. See, that's what you don't know. You don't know American history, bro. You done been studying Kemetic history and been away from American soil so long till you don't know American history, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you, Humble. That's it.
That's not what he said.
That's it, bro.
That's not what he said. He said the Europeans.
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm telling him that. That's what I'm saying, though, bro.
If it's the Spanish or the British or the French, he said the Europeans.
No, but they're not all Europeans, bro. They don't call themselves Europeans.
Yes, they do. Today they
do. They don't. No, they don't. They say I'm German, I'm French, I'm Spanish, I'm Portuguese. They don't say they're European. Y'all lying. Y'all lying. Just like nobody say they African. Y'all lying, bro. Y'all lying.
But we're classifying them as Europeans instead of you're trying to hawk in on one single aspect of where you're not talking about the Spanish.
Stop it, bro. No, you're trying to put me in that category, bro.
We're talking about what we classified as Europeans, what we classify as white people, period. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't.
So you saying all these people that was coming from, you saying all these people was white? That's why you calling them European? Does European mean white to you? Hold up. I need to get some clarification. Does European mean white to y'all?
It doesn't negate anything that we were talking about.
They're from Europe. That's why they're European.
Okay, does that mean white though?
It don't matter if it means white or not. We're talking about Europeans.
Okay. Hold on. No, I just asked a question, man. God damn, Can't Hurt. Damn, I just asked a question, bro, to see what I'm dealing with, bro, because some people think all Europeans are what they considered white. That's why I asked that question, bro. So when y'all saying European, I got to know exactly who y'all talking about when y'all saying European. See, that's how I know y'all really don't study history like that. Because y'all think everybody from over there in that area is European. That's not true.
Okay, that's not true, but it doesn't negate anything that we just said.
Yeah, it does negate a lot of what you said, bro, because you disagreed with me.
No, it don't. Yo. It don't matter, yeah.
Hey, listen, you gonna wreck your brain.
I can do this and laughing again. Soon as you above they pay grade, they start laughing.
Right.
There's no coherence there.
Good job, OTK.
Right.
There's no coherence there.
Whatever. Yeah. Y'all crazy. But you still haven't shown that 90% was not wiped out. And that's what Humble was trying to show you, that 90%.
Hey, listen. All right.
Out.
If 90% was wiped out, how would you have an Indian Removal Act?
Because those ones who wasn't wiped out.
No, bro. Listen to my question.
5,000.
Listen to my question.
You said
Listen to my question.
Got his ass.
Listen to my question. If all the Indians was wiped out, 95%, why would they have an Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865? And why would they have the Indian Removal Act? Yeah, Humble. Oh, you didn't know it was an Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865? You didn't know? Look it up. Hold up. Humble. Are you serious? You don't know for real?
Disingenuous.
Hold up, Humble. Just say you don't know, bro.
You are disingenuous.
All right. Will you look up the American Civil Rights Act of 1865 and you will see that it was the American Indian Civil Rights Bill in 1865. Not the Civil Rights Bill in the 1900s, bro. That was the second one. I'm talking about the first one.
Elder Hurt.
100%.
Thank you. We said we didn't even say 95. You see how he slid the 95 in your mouth like that? The 95%. We said 85 to 90%. That's number one. Number two. Right?
Oh shit! So the 5% slipped through.
Hold on. I don't think you know how repopulation works.
Y'all don't even know the population. Y'all don't even know the population of American Indians.
I keep asking them to source up, bro. Why they keep making all these claims and they misrepresent?
Because you ain't sourced up.
They can't source up.
Humble, you was on Gemini.
Nobody. You ain't gave us nothing from anybody at that time. That's a first-hand primary. You lying.
Right. You ain't show no primaries. Those not sources. Those are ad-libs, bro.
You are regurgitating white talking points. It's
Word.
Listen, this is how you beat up on two of them at the time. You hear me?
This is called. Hold on. They got a title for this where Manifest Destiny, right? Where they say, "Oh, they was just dead. It was God. It was God's doing. They died, and this is why we just come over here and we discovered it, y'all." They call that Manifest Destiny, right? What happened is in history that these people got pencil whipped, not whooped and killed or killed off by disease. They couldn't have killed all these many people. The disease couldn't, because we already see they got a methodology of overcoming it. That was already in effect because this is in 1700, right? So that would have mean Onesimus got it in the 1600s. He would have already had known it, and then it would have had to been used by people older and prior to him, showing that there was cultural practices of this scientifically in America being used already. Right. So that goes against the idea that smallpox could, right? And first of all, smallpox wasn't introduced to America just by Europeans. There was versions of smallpox already here.
Right.
So
the Africans, the so-called Africans, brought diseases too. They don't want to say that part. That the so-called Africans brought diseases over here too. Yeah. See, they don't want to say that part. But Cosmon, how can they annihilate all of the American Indians in the 1700s when they didn't even know nothing about the other side of the Appalachian Mountains until the 1800s.
Right, because it's called genocide.
That debunks y'all right there, bruh. They didn't know nothing about the Cali Indians or none of that in the 1700s. They didn't know nothing about the Oklahoma or the Alabamas. They didn't, or the Mississippians. They didn't know nothing about them.
So all I'm hearing is talk and how you guys think, and what you think about, and how you feel.
No, bro, there's something you can look up, bro. All you gotta do is ask the question. Since y'all like Gemini, since y'all like to ask Gemini questions, ask Gemini the right questions.
Yeah, what year did Lewis and Clark take their journey?
So like, again,
big facts.
You guys, again, right? I provided you with a whole source.
No, you didn't.
And
no, you didn't, bro. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I gave you a whole book. It's a free download book. It's an e-reader. It's a whole book that he talked about it. The Holocaust.
Yeah, that was written in the 1900s. That was written in the 1900s, bro. You don't even. Hey, for one, any nigga that come against OTK with a 1900 book about American Indian history, dog, you dead out here. Dog, you got to come way before 1900s when you dealing with American Indian history now. For real.
OTK,
come on, bro. All you got to do is look and see who they got their information from. And I probably got their books.
Okay, then show them.
Big fact.
That's the thing that we saying. Okay, you're fine. You're reading.
Come on, bro. I got books now. I done showed it, bro. I done showed it on this channel. I got books, bro.
Okay, you read a book and you drew your conclusion. I read a book and I'm showing you how I drew my conclusions from the book.
And I respect that. But you speaking like it's absolute. I don't speak in absolutes.
But you're not disproving anything. You're just talking about.
You haven't proved that 90% of the people were killed off.
We just showed
no, you ain't proved that, bro. You ain't proved that, bro. How you prove that? In the 1700s, dog. In the 1700s, they didn't know nothing about the other side of the Appalachians.
We're not talking.
So how could all the people be killed off?
We're not talking about that. We're talking on the East Coast.
That is the East Coast.
You don't know the Appalachians are on the East Coast?
Oh shit.
God.
Oh shit.
The whole reason, look.
Oh shit.
What was the reason for the King War?
Shit.
Why aren't you talking about the Beaver Wars? That's before that.
Yeah, the Beaver Wars.
Why are you not talking about the Beaver?
We ain't talking about that. We're talking about the King Philip War. What was the reason?
Yeah, but why are you not talking about the Beaver War that predates it?
Hold on. He want to ask what's the cause. He want to ask the cause of the King Philip's War. So, King Philip, whose real name was Metacom. Do your research. Metacom, daddy, and some of the first pilgrims that landed in 1619 made an agreement. They showed them people how to grow crops and all of that. That's where you get your hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. That's where you get your first Thanksgiving story up north from. All right. It was after and Squanto is a main contributor to that. They met with your 1619 pilgrims met with the Wampanoag tribe. See, your peoples them that was already in Jamestown, they was already in cahoots with the Powhatans. All right? So your people in 1619 was supposed to go to Jamestown, but they crashed. They couldn't make it there. They landed in Boston. This is Plymouth Rock. They stayed on that fucking ship till half of the crew died on that fucking ship before they can get off. And when they got off, the American Indians showed them how to survive. So now, anything after that, bro, hey, what else you want to do? We saved their life.
But my question was, what was the purpose of King Philip's War?
Oh, no, it wasn't no purpose. So So King Philip's daddy and the first dude who came off the ship that was the governor, because before they left off that ship, they already had they appointed somebody to be the spokesman and all of that shit right there before they left off of that boat. You know what I mean? When they came off that boat and they made agreement, they had agreements. So the Indians gave them that town because for some reason, a lot of Indians ended up dead in that area. So they thought it was a plague area. So that's why they didn't occupy that part of the land. So that's why they gave it to them and say, yeah, y'all can have this shit. And they showed them how to grow and shit like that. So now King Philip is the son of the first dude that made the treaty with the first dude from the Pilgrims. It was also the Pilgrim's son and Metacom that didn't get along. They had beef. That was started the King Philip's War. And this is the first time where you really start seeing American Indian slavery taking hold, because King Philip wrote some shit to say, dog, I'd rather die before we become slaves.
Right, because they was
and this shit right here. And he also begged, he surrendered because so much of his peoples got killed off. He said, you know what? I don't need no more of my bloodline to die off. We need to keep our bloodline. We need to surrender. And when he surrendered, he was hoping that he didn't get shipped to the plantations in South America and Barbados. And this is the beginning of American Indians getting shipped from the Americas to the Caribbeans, and motherfuckers from the Caribbeans getting shipped to the America. So they had a whole American triangular slave trade way before the transatlantic, bro.
Right.
That started in the 1500s.
And just to be direct, the King Philip's War began over land claims and Europeans encroaching upon Wampanoag land. That's why the war started.
Right. So you look so at this time, this is 1600s.
They're not dying off though.
So at this time, even before the war started, they was already killing the Native Americans and taking their land.
Oh, we was killing them too.
So this is the thing.
Yeah, fact, bro. We was killing them too. Now you only had one colony at this time. That was Jamestown Colony, bro. They didn't have multiple colonies. If you think that. During King Philip's War, bro. No, that means a lot. That means a lot because they only had the Jamestown colony.
Man,
the Jamestown colony was Hold on, they was Anglo-Saxons. They didn't even get along with your Pilgrims and your Puritans.
Fact.
They was beefing with each other, bro.
I don't know.
Y'all gotta do y'all history on why they came over here.
This is not. I don't know. Like I said, you gotta check out American Genocide, man, because I don't know where you're getting that information from. Because you have there's a complete native tribe that was in Rhode Island. There were Native Americans in Rhode Island that they were killing and fighting with. It wasn't just in Virginia.
Yeah.
You're talking about up north.
Right, but you're saying at the same time they're so sick. But the crazy part is that you're saying at the same time they were so sick from eating European food that they couldn't fight back when the Europeans were dying because they didn't have food.
They didn't have no food. It's even stories that the Europeans were fighting against each other because they were so fucking, they depended on the American Indians so much to where they was lazy. I mean, John Smith even wrote about this. Some of your first pilgrims, they wrote about their own peoples them.
Again, man, you guys, you jump timelines and you guys.
No, bro, you talking about King Philip. King Philip is doing, these are these same peoples, bro.
But
they in New England, brother. They indigenous black people from New England.
It happened up and down the East Coast. You talk about Jamestown. You got towns that's up down in Rhode Island where they was fighting.
But King Philip
was in Jamestown. That was Wampanoag. That was Boston, bro.
Right. In New England.
That's not Virginia.
But we talking about New England. We ain't talking about Virginia.
Yeah, I said it was Boston. I didn't say it was Virginia.
You said
Jamestown. The Anglo-Saxons had a colony in Virginia. That's Jamestown. The Pilgrims' first colony, dog, was in Boston.
These people before the King Philip War happened, they had already eliminated those the native.
No, bro, you got to prove that. You got to prove that. If they eliminated them, why was the Anglo-Saxons working with the Powhatans in Jamestown colony? If they eliminated all of them, bro.
Right. If they eliminated them, how did they fight against?
See, y'all don't do y'all history. Dog, y'all better get out of all that African shit.
Either way, you got to slow down. All I hear is yelling. All I hear is you yelling. No, it's not like that. No. Every time you think somebody wrong, you don't let them land their plane. You don't let them finish their thought. You don't let them finish their sentence, OTK. Caused by you doing the same thing.
My fault, man. But
he's definitely making sure to let y'all finish.
He
don't want to be cut off. But then it turns around, it keeps happening. I've been just sitting here listening, doing sit-ups for 20 minutes. So are you asking me like I'm confused?
No. You absolutely correct, man. I know I do that. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. But I got respect for King Hercules. That's why I shut up when he do start talking, though. I do shut up.
It would be nice to be able to hear both people back and forth instead of just y'all or certain y'all points, because that's all I'm hearing. Nobody else is being able to get theirs off because they getting cut off before they can finish their sentence.
Yeah, my bad. Thousand pardon. My bad, King Herc.
No, I'm just saying that when we look at it, at the time when King Philip's War was starting, from the book I was reading, he talks about the massacre of the Native Americans up in Rhode Island, up in Boston and all that stuff, all the way down to Virginia. They were killing these Native Americans just to be killing them, to take the land. And you know what I'm saying? Whatever agreements they had with them, they didn't honor those agreements. And it wasn't just about smallpox and diseases. It was just about a straight up slaughter. And when the thing is that we don't conceive of how vicious they were when they came here. These people were very vicious. The things that they were doing, they were literally ripping the babies out of their stomachs. You know what I'm saying? And just kicking them. And that's how people claim that's how football, soccer got started. Because they would rip the babies out of the Native American people's stomachs and just kick it around. They was just doing vicious stuff. So I don't think y'all truly understand how vicious they were. And when they was killing these people, men, women, and children, they killed children as well. They didn't care. They would bash babies' heads in. Roxanne Dunbar talks about that in her book, the Indigenous Americans. The Delaware tribe. I think she talked about the Delaware people. I think it was them that they got cornered and they just slaughtered them with the kids. So they were very, very, very vicious, and they talk about that. And the small percentage of Native Americans that survived, that did live. You talk about people where there's like 12,000 and 40,000 people, and then there's only 2,000 left. That's what you call like 90% of a population, over 90% of a population being wiped out. And that is classified as genocide when you have over 90% of your population wiped out. And then, yes, they were shipped out to the Caribbean, forced to go into slavery into the Caribbean and resold back into, the Americans and stuff like that. And that's what he talks about. They would literally wipe out populations in Central America and South America, and they would bring the other enslaved other Native Americans and bring them to those areas that they had wiped out, in slavery. So they was moving people around. They was just moving these people all up around the East Coast and stuff. So it's like this. It's like when people talk about this, when people like David Standard talk about this in his book, when they talk about over 90% of the population being wiped out in the 1500s, and then when the Europeans come over here, the rest of the Europe come over here, the British and the French come over here in the 1600s, and they don't see indigenous people, they just see open land because they didn't know that land was there by some earlier people, because the Spanish wiped them out. And you know what I'm saying? And he talks about that. And that's how come they come here and they talk about, oh, the land was just open. You know what I'm saying? They don't know that 100 years before these people was killed. And so it's stuff like that we're not including into the history. And when we talk about the decimation of these populations of the indigenous people here in the Americas, and yeah, like you said, they didn't know anything about anything past the Appalachians until 1776, after the Americans won that war, and then they started going past the Appalachian Mountains towards the west and started killing those people over there. And you know what I'm saying? So it was just a straight, it was no, they talk about negotiations and stuff and all the negotiations that they did and these treaties that they did. But we know from the history America didn't honor those treaties, and they killed those people. And it was just a straight slaughter. In many instances, it was just a straight, they would just corner them and just kill them all and bury them. Men, women, and children, no matter how old them children were, they would just straight kill them. Some of them, yeah, they did try to re-educate them and all that stuff, but a lot of them, they just straight killed. And that's the thing that we don't consider when we doing this research. We want to talk about doing research. You don't consider the onslaught of death and blood that they just left behind, man. They were vicious and methodical about it.
Some points I agree with you, bro. One thing you got to understand when you talk about the 1500s, bro, you're talking about South America and the Caribbean. You're not talking about North America. That's for one. Late 1500s is when you start talking about North America, and you're only talking about up North America. They didn't even know nothing about the Carolinas in the 1500s, bro. And then on top of that, you got the English and the French and the British coming from up top. You got the Spanish coming from the bottom. The Spanish never had no colony in South Carolina, what we call South Carolina. They tried to establish it, but that got shut down. The Portuguese never had no colony in the Carolinas or in North America, period, the Portuguese. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. We got to understand who's doing the playing and what we're reading. What you're reading for some areas is not all of the areas, my brother. So did they pillage the Caribbean islands? Yes. They even told you that. The Arawaks and the Caribs and the Tainos, they wrote about that. They had their own indigenous stuff talking about how people came over there and they pillaged that place. And then they did the same thing with South America, the top part of South America, the west coast of South America, the Portuguese, the east coast or the west coast of South America was the Spanish. The east coast of South America was the Portuguese, and then the Spanish went into Central America and stuff like that. And then they found Florida. I think they found Florida, 1562?
You got to remember on the Dumb Diverses, the Pope,
Dumb Diverses,
the Pope,
and the Papist Bull. Yes.
Well, if y'all don't mind, I had to correct a little bit.
1 second. By using authority from the Pope, he gave Portuguese everything under, I think it's the 33rd parallel, right? So that's like parts of the Caribbean pretty much on down, and gave a quote unquote control to Spain. You dig what I'm talking about? Areas north of that.
And they didn't even know nothing about North America at this time. That's the crazy shit.
That's why I want to correct you. I dropped the primary source in the back where you can see in 1526, they already had brought Africans over here from Haiti. It was about 100 or so of them who resisted. in 2 months and escaped and ran into the interland with the indigenous people. That was 1526. That was along the Carolina coast.
Florida, bro.
Hold on real quick. Hold on, you tripping. Hold on. That's in between the Carolina coast and Virginia.
He like
That's
to jump
not
on
Florida.
you as soon as he hears something he don't like instead of waiting for you to finish. It's all right.
No.
I put the primary in the back chat if anybody want to check it. It's in the back chat.
Was that the Florida coast?
The Florida account is, hold on, I got him real quick.
He got to understand it don't matter what he doing. He got to wait till you finish. He keep always having a damn excuse like that shit make any sense, and it don't.
I mean, I don't mind having a little back and forth.
It mattered to me because he's been doing this to everybody all night, and it's been bothering me because I can't listen to the conversation. It turns the whole shit into a screaming match all damn night with this nigga, man. Tighten up, OTK. You not, and this ain't daycare, and a 5-year-old could get this as many times as I've explained to them. They got to let somebody finish. You an adult, man. I hate talking to adults over and over and over and over and over. I'm not Marshawn Lynch. Go ahead, Kim Netter.
Okay, so the 1513 account is where you're talking about Florida. It was a free African who went over there, but the accounts on that trip tell you that they was ill-equipped to fight the indigenous people, and they got their ass kicked, and the black dude who was there, the African dude who was with him, went back to Cuba. So they was there for a few weeks or maybe a couple of months, but he was free. He wasn't enslaved. Now, when you're talking about enslaved people in America, the first account is 1526, and they had an uprising, and they escaped. I got put the primary in the back if you want to double check. So I just had to correct you because you was talking about way later, mid-1500s, and that's just not accurate. And I understand if you ain't know, but records is out there.
All right. I said 1500s is dealing with the Caribbeans and South America. What area are you talking about, bro?
I just told you it's along the Carolina coast and Virginia. All you got to do is hit the little message right there. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. I'm answering your question. You asked me where, and I was telling you where. You wanted to cut me off. So I told you it's in between the Carolina coast and Virginia. In the records, they don't know exactly for sure where they landed. So they tell you in between the Carolina coast and Virginia. All you got to do is pull up the records. It's simple.
Virginia is and was in Carolina at one point.
At one point, right? But was it the same in 1526?
Piece of land.
Was it that in 1526?
It would. Listen. A place like Carolina wouldn't even existed yet. What I'm trying to tell you was when that land started to be existed and called Carolina, right? Virginia was a part of it also.
Yeah, but
can somebody pull up the primary that's in the back chat, man? Because I'm on my phone and I don't got time to keep playing. Just pull up the primary.
I'll pull it up, bro.
I see the primary, but it's not a link directly to it.
It's not a link. I just gave you the name of it because it would. I don't think I had the link, but I can go get the link. That ain't a problem if y'all want the link. I gave you the name though.
Yeah.
Easier. So
can I share my screen?
It's taking me to Wikipedia. Where am I supposed to be going?
All right, let me go get the link to the primary. Hold on, give me a second.
General Archive of the Indies, Royal Patronage, File 16. Like, I don't.
Can I share my page?
So y'all know from Virginia on down to the Caribbeans was considered the West Indies at one time, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, I bet. I see how this going. I can agree with y'all and respect y'all, but y'all don't respect what I'm saying. But everything good.
I just said I don't know. That's all I said. But up on the screen, if you can see, I guess let me make it a little larger. Again, from the same book, American Holocaust. I think it's the second chapter, Pestilence and Genocide. When you look down here, couple of sentences down, he says, as far north as Florida and southern Georgia, for every 10 Timucuan Indians who were alive in 1515, only one was alive in 1607. And by 1617, a short decade later, that number was halved again. It's crazy. According to most detailed population analysis of this region that ever had been done in 1520, the number of Timucuan people in the area totaled over 720,000. Following a century of European contact, the number barely 36,000. 2/3 of a million native people, 95% of the enormous and ancient Tucuman society had been obliterated by the violence of sword and plague. But the Spanish didn't stop at Florida and Georgia. As early as the summer as 1521, while Cortez and his army were still completing the destruction of the Tenochtitlan, Spanish ships under the command of Pedro.
Let him finish, Cosman. That's the second time you done said something while he read.
Pedro de Aquino and Francis Gordillo land on the coast of what is now South Carolina near Winner Bay, north of Charlestown. Each man independently claimed possession of the land for his particular employer, and each one also denounced the other four doing so. But one thing, at least they agreed. Their mission was to find and capture as many Indians as possible and bring them back to labor in the Bahamas, whose millions of native people by then, less than 30 years after Columbus' first voyage, had largely been exterminated. They did their job well. After 2 weeks of friendly contact with the Indians living around Winner Bay, Keogh and Gordillo invited them to visit their ships. Once the natives were aboard, however, the two captains raised the anchors and sailed for Santo Domingo. So this happened in 1521, and it happened in he said in South Carolina. So we see the Spanish was already up on the East Coast, and he goes into more detail showing you how the Spanish went up, and still they was killing these people, capturing these people, putting them in slavery, and killing a lot of them in the 1500s before the British came over here and stuff. So again, we're looking at them traveling over here at this time before the 1600s, and I think that's what he was trying to show.
Yeah, just like I said.
I got my finger up, man, to ask a question. Like I said, the Spanish or the Portuguese never established a colony in what we will call today South Carolina. They was flowing around the Atlantic coast looking for American Indians. When they tried to set up a colony, that shit got disbanded. They got ran out by the American Indians. No different than what happened to Cortez and DeSoto when they went into Alabama and the Gulf of Mexico. See, y'all just looking at these European stuff, but y'all don't go deeper into the research and find out what actually happened. That's y'all problem. I agree with some of the things y'all say because that's mainstream narrative. All right. Your level of comprehension with that's just like my level of comprehension with philosophy and science when Oli talking. That's why I ask questions so I can understand better. If y'all don't know, just say y'all don't know. Quit jumping to conclusions.
But I think the question becomes in that could you show us the opposite narrative? I think that's all we asking.
What opposite narrative?
Of what you just said, of what we've been saying. You just trying to disprove.
Bro, you just said everything I said, that the American Indian was getting enslaved and getting took into Barbados and the Bahamas. You just said what I said.
Yeah.
You didn't know that you read that?
No, at first you was denying that they was only down in Florida. I mean, we trying to show you that the Europeans came
The
up.
Spanish only had a colony in Florida, bro. They never had no colony up in South Carolina or none of that. For one, let me tell you, when you read sources, bro, when you read a source that's dating back to 1500s and they say South Carolina, you know that's not a real source, because it wouldn't know South Carolina in the 1500s, my dog.
Yeah, you did it again, and he let you finish, but he was talking, and you cut him off the second you heard something you didn't like.
Oh, I thought I was still responding, A1.
No,
I thought I was still responding.
He was talking.
We just going back and forth, though. We just going back and forth.
I mean, but it turns into shouting matches with him and other people. So I'm trying to get him to just stop doing that. No, I'll rewind.
Can I just jump in real quick? I want to give him the name of the.
He said, "No, it ain't that way there," and then he went on to his thing. But it's just
right. Can I just give him the name of the colony that he said didn't exist?
A1, I actually stopped and waited for him to finish.
I'm not tripping. You didn't. And if I gotta rewind it, I'm gonna rewind it. That was way before. That was 5 minutes ago. You had your finger up. Then y'all went into a back and forth. He said something, you said something, he said something, and then you cut him off when you didn't like something you were hearing he was saying, instead of just being a little more patient. But if you want me to rewind it to show you, I will. Yeah. I'm going to right now.
Yeah,
go ahead, Kim Nutter.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, A1.
Okay, well, I put it in the back.
After I rewind this is the last time y'all ever gonna ask me to rewind anything. From now on, what I say goes, because I'm not crazy, and I'm sitting here watching y'all. While you're engaging, I'm observing. You can't upgauge and observe at the same time. You can't engage and observe. So trust me. Instead of arguing with me when I'm saying what's going on and trying to get y'all together.
You say you can't engage and observe at the same time?
You can't engage and observe at the same time.
That's not true, bro.
I'm not engaging, so I'm just sitting here watching. So I'm not lost in the action like you are to say what did and didn't happen, because you're so lost in the damn argument you don't remember. Go ahead, Kim Nutter. It was on Kim Nutter. I'm about to rewind.
So the name of the name of the colony was the name of the colony.
Salute.
Okay, so the name of the colony is the San Miguel del Guape. If I said it right, if I messed it up, I put the name in the back chat how it's spelled. It was a short-lived colony, but they definitely had one.
Right, and that's what I said.
They didn't have one. No, you didn't. You said they didn't have none. Is what you said.
What year is that?
I told you it ended in 1526.
Hold on, Hercules.
You said they didn't have a colony. Is what
Hercules.
you said.
Hold up,
now that I'm showing you they have one, now you saying, yeah, you agree with me saying that it was short-lived.
No,
your first
stop,
statement
bro.
was that they had none. That's what you said.
So now I see that you got selective hearing, because King Herc can tell you that I said the Spanish had tried to set up a colony in the Carolinas, but it didn't last because the Indians ran them out. I said that, bro.
But that was after you already made the statement.
No, bro. It's already bad enough. Me and King Herc been going back and forth, and A1 thought I cut him off, but me and him was having a back and forth at this point. I didn't cut him off no more, A1. We was having a dialogue. 1,000 pardon for that. But dog, bro, you're not gonna do that to me. No, I did say that.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
the whole reason I came with it is because you said it. I heard you said it, and that's what made me want to respond to it, because I heard you said it. I might have didn't hear you when you corrected yourself, but you definitely made the claim that they had no colony.
No, I don't need to correct myself, bro. You didn't listen to the rest of my statement, King Herc. You know, my brother. I did say that the Spanish tried to set up a colony, but that shit, the Indians ran them out. Did I or did I not say that, bro?
Yeah, he said that a while back.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. A while back.
And I just admitted that I might not have heard that. And the part that I heard is when he said they didn't. And even if your claim was that they tried to set up one, that's still to say that they wasn't successful in doing it. But they actually was, and it was just short-lived. So my statement was still stand, even if you said, hold on, let me finish. So my statement was still stand, even if you worded it in that way where you said they tried to set it up. They actually successfully set one up. It was just short-lived. So you would have still been wrong, even if you said it in that way. It's all right, though.
Well, but I'm just using the source that you brought up. You dig what I'm talking about? The one that you brought up was never set up. Right? at all. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a perspective, right? Even in your source, it says right here, the contract appointed Elion. First of all, it proposed, right? It proposed a prospective place near the 33rd North Parallel or present-day South Carolina, right? It just proposed it. Because first of all, ain't no Carolina in 1523, ain't no Virginia in 1523, right? Let's just get that out the way. The contract appointed Elion as the governor of the prospective colony and granted him a range of privileges, including the right to organize expeditions, govern settlers, and exploit resources in exchange for funding and executing the colonization effort. It just never went off, right?
Facts.
So even your source says that.
But
because they were what? Because what happened? Charles V issued a royal patent, right, or papal bull to Lucas Vasquez Elion, authorizing him to establish a Spanish presence along North American coast between approximately the 35th and 37th parallel north latitude, right? Remember, the Pope had given him everything pretty much above the I guess it's the 37th latitude. You know what I'm talking about? But it was split in between Portugal and Spain.
Yeah.
And so he got a charter to do it, but it never honestly went off.
Never did.
Talk about. So, you know, I think the what was the name of the San Miguel Guadalupe?
Yeah, Guadalupe.
Del Guape.
It's Guadalupe. Yeah.
Guadalupe. Right?
Yeah. But it was never fully established. We know that colonies turned into the 13 colonies, bro. It turned in the colonies that they established that was established, bro. Them turned into the Continental Congress and what we call the 13 colonies.
Right. And it was only like a little, like it's just a couple little huts that they was living in. It wasn't like the whole state. You did
well, you know, they had a church and everything, though.
No. I'm just saying, you know, that failed.
I said it failed. It was short-lived.
It was a total failure. They tried. It failed.
But that wasn't the argument, though.
Right. It was so there was no colony that actually stayed there.
That's not the argument at all.
What is the argument?
Right. That wasn't the argument. That's something that your bro brought up. That's something that he brought up, saying that he was trying to debunk me about me saying something about the Spanish and the Portuguese never having no colony in North America. And I said it was in Florida. You know what I mean? But he don't understand landmass, that it wasn't no South Carolina in the 1500s.
No,
we know they didn't call it that. We using that for you to know the area. No, we know they didn't call it that. We just using that name, so when we talk about it, you know what area we talking about. We know obviously in the records they didn't call it that. That's obvious, right?
Yeah. But see, when you're doing research, you got to study up where the actual name is from. You can't study what today's name is from. That's what loses people.
No, it don't, because you have.
Yes, it does, bro. Yes, it does.
If you said the name, if you tell me the name of the area right now, I'm not gonna know what you're talking about. Only reason I would know what you're talking about if you reference it as South Carolina and Georgia. That's the only reason I would know. I'm not gonna know if you give it the native name. I'm not gonna know that. So that's why we're using the term of South Carolina and Georgia, and that's what they're talking about, just so you can know the area. It has nothing. It doesn't even negate anything about the Spanish, because the first thing was the Spanish didn't come up north, and we're showing you that the Spanish came up north, as far as South Carolina. So
I mean, A1, Can you pull up this map for me, A1? Pull up the 1715 map of the Carolinas. This is a war map that the British and them is writing back and showing out to the King of England. It's the 1715 map of North America, bro. I'm gonna just show y'all in 1715 how they map out the states over here on the eastern coast. All right.
Okay, so at that time the name was Chicora. The name was Chicora, if you want to be specific, right? But no, that's the same region.
It's Shakora.
Even if I missaid it, you know that's the name, right?
No, so, I'm just telling
when you say that, but look, when you say that, a lot of people ain't gonna know that, so we just give you the modern day name, so you know the region that we're talking about. So that's not a problem.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'm just telling you, the name is Shakora. Shakora Cherokee. That's on the making right now. If y'all have seen when the kids that beat up the police and stuff in South Carolina, that was on Shakora. That was Shakora on the making. That was one of them.
And I actually pronounced it right. It's Chicora because it's CHICORA. So it's Chicora.
A1. That first one to your left, right there. A1.
And then, you know, how can you say this? First of all, it was a failed attempt.
Blow that up, bro.
It failed just because they tried it and it may have lasted 2 days or something and they got kicked out of there doesn't mean that they had a true settlement. This is just,
it was there for months.
Hold on, this is a European point of view of the first time that they saying that they having control over southeastern parts of the United States through Spain.
Facts.
Right? This is the very first time that that you know a document was created for Spanish exploration to go up there in the settlement of the southeastern United States.
Facts. But they never made it. They never made it.
That's not
they never made it.
They only got to Florida.
Wait, hold up.
They only got to Florida. They never even got to the place where they were supposed to go up by South Carolina because it was a failed attempt. It was a failed attempt all the way down in Timucua land. Timucua land.
The Timucuan.
The Timucuan, the Timucua. They way like central.
So that way when you go, he can't cut you off, man. Let me finish. Go ahead, Cosmo.
They said it failed in Timucua land, right? Timucua is like eastern,
right here at the bottom part of Georgia. Yes.
Yeah, and Florida.
Yeah, go to your right. You should see the Timucuas. You should see the Timucuans on this map right here, if I'm not mistaken, down to the bottom, like you go into Florida, bro. See, it ain't no Georgia at this time. Y'all see how small Florida was? This is all the Spanish had control at this time, bro. In the 1700s, y'all. This is a war map. If you zoom in more, A1, you can see where they can show you how much troops are located in these places. How much Cherokee troops? How much they even call them boys Floridians and stuff like that, man. This is a war map.
Yeah, they was there from August 9th to like mid-November.
Yeah. So the thing is, bro, I don't want to get into nothing with y'all to where we dispute things that we all researching, bro. You know what I mean? It's nothing wrong with what you done research, bro, but it's people out here that's researching more. Just like when these first people was coming out with this Hebrew Israelite stuff, you had people started going in the Bible and started digging deeper to combat them. I don't knock that. I don't do that, bro. I respect that. That's going into your research. That's why I thought we was having a healthy conversation. For real. It's real healthy to me.
I mean, I think we still are.
Y'all asking me for a source. I'm gonna show y'all this right here. This is a 1715 map. They didn't know nothing about Texas, No, none of that at this time. Where they had knew about Texas, but the people who drawing this map that was at war, they wasn't fucking with the other side of the Appalachians. This before 1776 now, so this before them first bred Europeans that came across here gained their independence.
This during the Yamasee War, ain't it?
Big facts. The Yamasee Wars that ended right here in Carolina, in Goose Creek, where I'm from. Correct.
Okay, that's fine and dandy, but again, I just read from Daily Standard how the Timucua people were wiped out from 1515 all the way up to the 1600s by the Spanish. They
didn't get wiped out. They started joining other chieftains.
Okay,
because see, the thing they don't show you, bro. Hold on. Okay, but see, the thing they don't show you is the war that became behind that. So, all right, let me give you the book to go look up, bro. I'm gonna give you the book since you want a source. I'm gonna give you the book. It's called American Indian Wars. From 1492 to 1864 or 1860 or something, or 1890. I think you go to 1890. Look that up, bro. That got every war that happened with American Indians and every treaty that never, like you said earlier, every treaty that never got fulfilled, every agreement, it got all of these things inside that book. It's called the American Indian Wars.
And I think they big this whole action up, this failed attempt, right? Because you know it's a foundational attempt for European societies. You dig what I'm talking about? It makes them look like, oh, we may have failed this time, but we got it, guys. You dig what I'm talking about? So you know, I think it's a dog whistle. You dig what I'm talking about? It makes it seem as if these big bad Europeans was over here running things. You dig what I'm saying?
Show Babylon who the cartographer of this map is. Cause see, Babylon think he one of the smartest, but Babylon, I study topography and cartographers, bro. So please don't do me like that, bro. This is an official map. This is an official topography. It's from a war, bro. Like I tell A1, if you zoom in like on the mountain ridges, A1, you will see they show like 3,000 Choctaws here. 3,000 where Choctaws. They will spell it CHA. CTA. And then you will see like Kashadas. You will see them on the mountain ridges if you zoom in closer. You will see where they even land the boats at. They canoes and they boats and stuff when they was going to war. So this is the Yamasee War. And we know that's official. The Yamasee Wars is official.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know that. But I think,
right. Again. So this is a map from the Yamasee Wars. So, you know what I mean?
That again, that wasn't an argument. And I think that you're starting to conflate the timelines because we were dealing with the 1500s, and what we were showing you is that the Spanish did move up north past Florida and up into South Carolina. Whether or not whether or not they established a colony that lasted doesn't matter. They moved up there. They did start enslaving some of the indigenous people and down to the Caribbean. So they did stay there for a time. The whole point was that they did move up there before the British came over, before the French came over. They was already in that area, and they was already killing the population and enslaving the population in that area. That was the whole argument.
All right. So whilst the Spanish is in Florida, bro, your English and your British is in Jamestown in 1500s. Your French is in Canada in 1500s, bro. What are you talking about?
No, we know that. I said they was there before the British and the French.
Where was they at before the English and the British?
from Florida up to South Carolina.
No, bro. No.
I just gave you the source saying they went up to Winona Bay, Winona Bay. That's how far up they went. You had two Spanish people establishing the territories up there and start enslaving indigenous people and bringing them down to the Bahamas. I just read that from David Standard. He just talked about that. That happened in the 1500s.
Okay, all right, bro. Now, does that source say that they travel up the coast enslaving people? They travel up the coast just snatching people up, right?
No, after the resistance, they got their ass kicked and they packed up and left. They left weapons behind, all type of metals and swords that the indigenous people can attest that they found that ended up in their inner lands. So they got their ass kicked and dipped. They left a whole lot of stuff behind. So it wasn't like they continued to progress through the lands after that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So what is he talking about? They enslave all of these people.
I didn't say they enslaved a lot of people. What I read was that when the Spanish moved up north, as far as Georgia and up to South Carolina and Winona Bay, and I told you it was Pedro de Quejo and Francis Gordillo. These was two people in 1520. This was 1521 that they moved up into the area, and you know that they was already there, and so and he also said that the Timucuan Indians from 1515 was killed. He said there were 720,000 of them. They estimated, but by 1600 there was only 36,000 left. You know what I'm saying?
If they was talking about an African chieftain, 720,000 Africans.
No, we're talking about.
You mean to tell me you really think that many Africans will let their population? I'm just asking you from logical point of view. I'm asking logical right now. You mean to tell me that any race of people, they will let all of those people get killed off?
Bro, we're talking about over 90 years. 90 years.
Huh? Whoa. 90 years of the Timucuans getting decimated from 720,000 to 30,000? You say it was 90 years?
I'm estimated. Wait, 15. Let's do 1515 minus 1607 is what? That's what? Yeah,
that's almost 100 years. Yeah, that's 8 years short of 100. Yeah.
So I mean, it's just we just showing you. I'm just showing you that these people that the Spanish did move up north. They did move past Florida, and they moved up to South Carolina. They moved up down the East Coast. They didn't go far, but they were there in the 1500s.
Okay. Well, now that you say that, bro. That's why I brought the map out to show you what was considered Carolina and what was considered Florida in the 1700s. Now, I done seen some 1500 maps.
We're talking about the
hold on. I done seen some 1500 maps to where Florida went all the way into what now today is St. Augustine. I mean, not St. Augustine, but now today is some parts of Georgia. All the way to New Orleans. I done seen maps like that too. So it's about who is drawing these maps. Those are Latino maps though. Or Latin maps, Spanish, Portuguese map.
And we gotta remember, also remember.
I respect that. Yeah, I respect that. Go ahead. My bad. That was part. Go ahead.
Just saying we gotta keep also in mind that these are just claims being made by the crown. Not that they had control over the land or they were able to stay there for some amounts of time and set up real colonies or anything. You know, that didn't happen to much later. You know what I mean? At least the first meaningful one probably comes about 40 years after this. You know what I mean? Probably comes about 40 years. I think in probably the 1560s, if I'm remembering correctly. You know what I mean? But you know,
yeah, the Spanish had hell colonizing parts of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, shit, everybody did. Hey, listen, trying to go up in Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, them some fools. You dig what I'm talking about? They some listen. That's gonna be hard to deal with for anybody.
Yeah, you got King Tuscaloosa. You got you got Chief Tuscaloosa. You got Chief Kofacheki.
Yep, you got Black.
All of them boys out there in that Gulf.
And the Timacuans. Let's not forget about them. Let's not forget about the Calusa. Let's not forget about the Apalachicola. You dig what I'm talking about? Them boys was
the Alabamus. Alabamus. All of them in that area, man, and they deep as fuck. They deep as shit.
All that. You know what I mean? The Wachita, all them down there. I don't know, man.
Why they don't never talk about the story about DeSoto had to snatch up a woman in order to get free and get back to the boat coming inland in Alabama, what we call today Alabama, in that area right there. The American Indians ran his ass up out of there, dog. He had to grab, this is, you know what I mean? He grabbed Chief Kofacheki niece. He grabbed her, and that's how he was able to escape. And you know what I mean, let her loose once he got on the boat, and he was able to get back in the water. One thing we got to understand about these Europeans, or whatever y'all want to call them, Europeans or whatever, they always stay by the water. They never went far inland. That came way later. They had to stay by the water so they have a quick escape. This is in their own writings.
I mean, yeah, that's the history, and it's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, I mean, what we see is that the British, the Europeans, they took over. I mean, you can talk about all the stories. My favorite story is brother I can't think of his name right now. Tahui in Cuba. That's my favorite story. You know what I'm saying? And then when he talked about, they was fighting, they was resisting. He had a resistant movement where they was fighting against the Spanish and the Spanish coming through that joint, and they was fighting back. And when they finally caught him, they said, they put him on and say, we're gonna save your soul so you can go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is admit the He was like, he said, heaven where the Christians at? They said, yeah. He said, shit, I'd rather go to hell.
I dropped a link for a map if y'all want to check that map out in the back chat. I believe the map was dead in like 1533 or something. I dropped one in the back if y'all want to look at that.
Hey, did they say that person from Cuba was he African or was he indigenous Cuban, bro?
No, he was a Taino, the Tahui. His name is
Tahui. A Taino, yeah, he was a Taino. So he was an indigenous Carib.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Hey, listen, man. I respect everything, man. A1, my apologies to you too, bro. I know it sounded like I was coming off belligerent to these brothers, but I wasn't.
I mean, we got down to it and we straightened it all out. It was a little confusion at first.
Right.
Because I came in because I heard it was like late 1500. I'm like, oh, man. Here we go. I got an old book I wrote on this, man. I cover all that in my book, man. I cover all the accounts on this from 1501, where they get the first decree who allowed the West Central Africans that they call Ladinos into the Western Hemisphere. They restricted all Muslims and North Africans and things of that nature. By 1502, the first Africans land in Haiti. And then they escaped that first year. Then they had some more come in, a couple more groups who escaped that came in. Then you get down to, I believe it was like 1518 or something, where they first started bringing the Bozales. They call them Bozales. They came directly from the continent.
Yeah,
those was the Wolof. Yeah, those was the Wolof peoples and stuff like that who actually led the first revolt against them. And then after they got away, they captured some of those cats. They killed them along the road to make example of them. But the majority of that group escaped too. Then they took that other group over to North America, and then that's the account we was talking about now.
So, bro, do you know who the Ladinos? Do you know who the Ladinos really are, bro?
They was West Central Africans that they Christianized and taught Spanish so that they can go over there and understand how to speak the Spanish. They was baptized. They was fully Christianized. They didn't want them to resist. That's why they didn't bring Africans from the continent until after so many of those westernized Africans escaped, and then they had to bring something in just to keep fulfilling the need for bodies. Then that's when they started to bring in the Bozales directly from the continent. So that's how that happened.
So the reason why I asked you, do you really know who the Ladinos is, bro? Is because the Ladinos got a complex story. I did a bill on the Ladinos a year and some change ago. Nobody never knew nothing about the Ladinos. When I asked them that, they say, "Who you talking about, the Latinos?" I say, "No, the Ladinos."
Well, too bad I wasn't around.
So so that's why I asked you who the Ladinos was, bro. The first thing
they come out of West Central Africa.
No, the first thing you should have said is that they're Sephardic Jews, they're Morisco Jews, they're French Huguenots. That's the first thing you should have said who the Ladinos are, bro.
Yeah, it don't sound like y'all talking about the same group of people, though.
No, he don't know who the Ladinos is. He's talking about Berbers.
I don't think
he's talking about Berbers.
I'm talking to people know those Berbers.
Western and Central Africans.
No, they not. Berbers come from the north, man.
I bet. Hey, A1, can you pull up? A1, can you pull up? Who are the Ladino people? They even got their own language where they separate themselves and they try to keep their culture separated. They are the Sephardics, the Moriscos, your French Huguenots. They are converts, bro.
Okay, look, the Ladinos that I'm talking about is spelled
from the Iberian Peninsula.
Hold on, it's spelled Ladinos, Ladinos.
Yes,
those people were West Central Africans that they brought over there and Christianized, baptized, taught them Spanish, and then they was able to go into the Western Hemisphere.
Right. Africa was already Islamic. Africa was already Islamic at the time of the Ladinos, my brother. So
in that decree, they don't allow no Muslims across.
Christianity.
Read the decree. They don't allow Muslims across in that decree. They explicitly denied Muslims. Any Muslim cultures, they denied them.
Bro. They are converts.
That's why they got West Africans, bro.
They Muslim and Christian. A1, if you still here, bro, can you pull up Ladinos for me? That they got their whole other language, and they even got problems with some of the people in Central America right now to this day. Right now to this day, they got a problem with the Latinos. This is facts, bro. These are converts. These are Muslims and Christians. The Ladinos, bro. They're both. They are Moors. In other words.
It seems like I talk about two different groups of people with the same name, because one of them.
But one of us got to be right.
One of them is like Judo. It says Judo Spanish.
Judo Spanish, right? Judo Spanish, Judeo, which means they Jewish, and they also Catholic.
Yeah, but then
so they practice both.
But there is another group of people who are African that are Ladinos as well. You know
what?
Yeah, there's another group. They
would be your Moors.
No, it says that they are Spanish.
The Moors couldn't go across because they was Muslims. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They explicitly deny anybody that was of that type of culture.
Listen, the Moors was in Africa from 711 AD, dog. They was in Africa,
right? And they didn't come over to the Western. They didn't come to the Western Hemisphere.
Iberian Peninsula after after that. They didn't leave out till 1490s. Once they got expelled out.
Hey, can I?
They was there for 700 years, bro.
Y'all talking about two different groups of people, because one is African and one is the Jewish Spanish. So there are two groups of people with that same name.
But that Jewish Spanish that you're looking up, you will see that they got African descent. They came through the Moors, coming from the Saudi Arabia way. The Moors brought all that through there, bro. The Moors was Islamic. The Iberian Peninsula was Catholic.
I don't know. I don't see anything. It don't say anything about contact with the Moors at all.
I got who are the Ladino? Ladino, I spelled it Ladino. Y'all want me to show my screen?
I just dropped a verbatim quote in the back where you can see where they told you explicitly that they did not allow Jews, Moors, or any of that.
That's why they had to be conversos.
They was conversos, bro. They was converts, my nigga.
Watch this. Who are the Ladino? And I spell it Ladino. The term Ladino refers to two entirely different groups depending on whether you are looking at it through a historical linguistic lens or a modern Central American cultural lens. Cultural and ethnic identity, Central America. In modern Central America, particularly in Guatemala, Ladinos are a distinct social group. They are a mixed people of indigenous and European ancestry, as well as fully indigenous people who have adopted a westernized Spanish-speaking style. The distinct,
right? No African. That ain't the people I'm talking about.
Hold on. The term is used to contrast this group with the rural traditional Mayan population, who still wear traditional clothing, speaking Mayan languages. They speak Spanish as their primary language, wear Western-style clothing, and predominantly follow mainstream Hispanic cultural and religious traditions. The historical and linguistic identity, Sephardic Jews. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the Judeo-Spanish language and the people who speak it. They are Sephardic Jews, the descendants of the Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. The culture. After their expulsion, these communities settled across the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, and Europe. They preserved their 15th century Spanish, which blended with Hebrew, Turkish, and Arabic to become the Ladino language.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just like the brother Hurt was telling you, there's a people, and you got to look at it in two type of ways. You dig what I'm talking about? Because there's a Judeo-Spanish Ladino people. You dig what I'm talking about? Who are in history and exist today with a language today. You know what I mean?
That's what I said earlier, that you got them people in the Yucatan in Central America that call themselves Ladinos, and they got problems with some of the original people that's there. Yeah. They got their own problems with the Latinos. That's what I said.
Well, you do know in the record, it do also say that the newly converted people couldn't go either.
That was my Yucatan. That was my Yucatan connection. Now, my other original connection was telling you that the Ladinos are Sephardics. They Moriscos. They Conversos. They French Huguenots. It's more than just one title that go up underneath that. Now, Cosmon.
Yeah.
Who was the people getting expelled out of the Iberian Peninsula in the 1490s, my brother?
The Jews.
What was their name? The Moors?
Yeah, the same people.
And where was they sending them people? Where was they sending them people?
No, it ain't about where they sending them at.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is about it.
Moors, bro.
Yes, it is.
And then hold on, they sent them to the Americas. They sent them to North America. I mean, they sent them to North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe.
Right.
They sent them
exiled.
right?
Yeah, but hold on, wait.
Especially, they especially went to America, especially Central America, Guatemala.
That's not true.
No. The people who got expelled, when you talk about the Jews getting expelled from Spain, that happened before the 1490s. That was happening.
No, it happened in 1492.
I would say right at right in the beginning of the 1490s, 1489, 1488, whatever. 1490, you know what I'm saying? It happened right there. And when they got expelled, these people, when they got expelled, they went to other European countries as well. No, so you can't just say that they came over to America. They went to other European countries.
That's just like the source said. First of all, you got to admit that they're Judeo-Spanish.
We know that they were Spanish. They know they were Portuguese.
All right, so they Sephardic Jews, but they're Jewish.
The point. I think my point is this: you had a group of people calling themselves Jews that not only got expelled from out of Spain or the Iberian Peninsula, they got expelled out of French, Britain, all of look at Western Europe. They got kicked out of it at some point in time around this area. They was being persecuted, for whatever reason. I forgot what the reason. More like it was
because they're black.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't about them being black. They weren't. I wouldn't argue that they were black. You talk about. I would argue they're black. I would argue they were more, white looking or whatever, because it was more of a thing about them hogging the wealth and hogging like land ownership.
Do you know that
between themselves, they only did business with themselves, just like they do today. They only did business with themselves.
Do you know that they call these? Right, I hear you, bro. Do you know that they call these Latinos black Latinos? Even hold on, they got a whole ethnic community still today in Spain.
Yeah, but what he was,
hold on. I just want to show you. Listen, I just want to show you. Listen, bro. I just want to show you, right, that these people are not necessarily African. They're Jews.
No. Yeah, It came through the Arabian Peninsula, bro. Some of them came through the Arabian Peninsula, bro.
And the social group. Hold on.
No, there's a group of Latinos that are from Africa. That's what he was talking about.
No, bro, it's not.
Whoa.
It's not. The whole Ladino concept came up in the Iberian Peninsula, bro.
Yeah, it's from Europe.
It was a classification of a mixture of a person who was Sephardic Jew. You know what a Sephardic Jew is? That means they Muslim and they practice Judaism too.
Well,
they can go with both, bro. They converts.
Yeah, they Iberian.
Look, I just dropped another Jews. One in the back. Look, it's a no person of the status of an Afro Mentender. I might be fucking that word up. It said prohibited ones, Berbers, North Africans, nor the people from the Levant, nor raised amongst them, nor the lineage of Moors, nor the Jews, nor newly converted to our holy Catholic faith of whatever status they may be can pass, nor shall pass to the said islands. They didn't allow none of those people over. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
A Catholic is a Jew, bro. A Catholic is a Jew. What are you talking about?
They claim lineage straight from Jesus.
What is wrong with him, man? A Catholic is a Jew, bro.
No, listen.
Christianity comes straight out of Judaism.
Judaism.
That's not what we was arguing about. The thing what I try to point out was that you had a group of African people who was
they're not African, they're Iberian.
Wait, let me finish. They spoke
Africans.
They spoke Spanish and Portuguese, but they was from Africa and they was called Latinos.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking? Hold on. Wait. Are you talking after 1492?
No, I'm not.
What year are you talking about? So we can put it on a chronological time.
Yeah, bro.
That's the thing, because then you had another group of people who you were talking about, the Sephardic Jews, who were also called Latinos. You were different at two different people.
Okay, well, show us the other one.
Well, I'm talking about past 1492 because the decree that I'm talking about was written in 1501. It was written in 1501.
Okay, yeah, 1501. So this is 9 years later. So the Sephardic Jews had already. So hold on, the Sephardic Ladinos, right, had already been kicked out of Spain for 9 years by the time you're talking about.
Big facts.
Right. That's what I'm telling you, that the people that came over in 1502 was people that they brought over from the West and West Central African that they called Ladinos. They didn't call themselves that. This what the Europeans was calling them. They call it. Hold on. Let me finish. These Europeans was calling these Africans Ladinos, and those Africans that they brought from the West and West Central regions that was born and bred into Portugal and Spain, that was Christianized and stuff. Those were the ones that was allowed into the Western Hemisphere, into the Indies.
Well, that's
so they was free then. So these people were free?
Wait a minute.
No, they was enslaved.
How?
Wow. Wow. They just got free.
Listen, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. First of all, he's making a leap in
these
logic.
People that they brung was the first enslaved people that they took to Haiti. That's what I'm saying. Y'all tripping.
Bro, we heard you. We was doing good before you start talking over people, right? So look, you're making a very bad leap in logic, because in 1492, many of these people got sent all over the world, including Africa, right? That just because a people is being taken from Africa and shipped somewhere doesn't mean that they're indigenous or from Africa. They were still Sephardi Jews who are from Iberia. If they are Ladinos, they were just Ladino transplants from 1492. That still doesn't, you're not making any claim, right? So it still doesn't debunk that the Ladinos are Jews. Now I will ask the question, the Ladinos that come from Africa, could you show us their language and cultural practice? And was it Jewish?
They forced them to speak Spanish. They didn't allow them to speak their language. That was the whole purpose of it. They wanted westernized, Christianized Africans to go over there. They didn't want you speaking no African languages. They wanted you to be able to speak Spanish.
This how you
catch them. That was the whole purpose,
y'all. This how you catch them up in their logic. You dig what I'm talking about? I just want to show. I just want him to show us that these African Ladinos, right, that got shipped to Central America and other places, right, didn't practice a Jewish heritage and speak Spanish because they were from Iberia.
No,
they are Sephardic. The Sephardis are from Iberia.
No, Cosmon, again.
But they could have speak multiple languages, but their primary language was Spanish.
Right. The Sephardi Jews, hold on, or Sephardim are and rarely as Iberian Peninsula Jews, are a Jewish diaspora population associated with the historic Jewish communities of the Iberian Peninsula and their descendants.
Right.
So hold up.
That's what Sephardi means.
Wait, hold up. You're talking again. We're talking about two different groups of people.
Okay, show us the other group of people and that they don't have the same cultural practice.
I'm about to. It says they were basically called Bozales. Bozales.
Bozales.
So these were the people who brought straight from. It said captives brought straight from Africa with no prior exposure to Iberian culture. So these were the people. They was called Ladinos, but they had no understanding of the European culture or of the Iberian culture at all.
How did they speak Spanish then?
They was brought from
the Ladinos spoke Spanish, not the Bozales. The Bozales come straight from the continent. The Ladinos come from the Iberian Peninsula in Spain.
Whoa!
You doing the word?
Bozales is Spanish, bro. That's a Spanish name. Do y'all know what Bozales means?
I know that's what they called them. I'm not saying these Africans called themselves that. These Africans was Wolof people. This is what the Europeans called them in the records. You tripping?
Okay. I agree with that. Okay, but I'm just saying though, that don't prove your point though.
Right, at all. And the Ladino people don't go on to.
You're missing the point. You had a group of African people that came from Central Africa. That
did you show us that?
I said it's called the Bozales. These were
how are the Bozales the Ladinos?
Listen, and he said they came from Central Africa.
I said they not the same. I said, listen, y'all not hearing me. Y'all not hearing me. Listen, the Ladinos were the Christianized Africans that was taken from Africa and raised in Spain and taught Spanish. Some of them was even born in Spain, right? And then you got the Bozales.
You didn't say that.
I didn't say that. Y'all not listening. I said they took them from Africa, and these people came over from Spain. I said that. Y'all not listening.
They didn't take nobody from Africa, bro.
Hold on. Then the Bozales is the ones that they took directly from the continent to Haiti. They didn't go to Spain. They came straight from Africa to Haiti. The Ladinos came from Spain over to Haiti.
That
kills you because you say the Bozales are the Ladinos that you're talking about from Africa.
No, I did not say that. You keep mishearing me.
The Latinos are African.
Yes, both of them are Africans. Both groups are Africans. The Europeans called them Ladinos. You tripping?
No, they called themselves Ladino.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
Oh my God!
You don't know the history.
Y'all tweaking.
Yeah, they call themselves Ladino, and they don't produce no Bozales culture. Their culture today is called mestizo.
Mestizo.
See, you talking about you talking about the people who call themselves that. I'm telling you, these are Africans that the Europeans are calling them that. This is what Europeans calling these people.
Call themselves
there are other groups. Listen, there are other groups just like you found that the people in America who are actually Latinos.
It wasn't no full blood. It wasn't no full blood African in North Africa in 700 AD.
Just hold on. It's a difference from the people who are actually Ladinos and the people that the Europeans are calling Ladinos, these Africans that speak Spanish. And then they call the Bozales these Africans that don't speak Spanish that come directly from the continent. They call them Bozales. None of these two groups of people that I'm talking about call themselves
the Bozales ain't Latino.
Hold on, let me finish. Every
African from the Ivory Coast speaks French, bro.
Let me finish. These are European imposed names on both of these two groups of Africans.
No, they not. Cap.
No, they not, bro. No.
And listen, first of all, notice he ain't showed you these African people. He ain't showed you no culture. He just talking, right? They are Sephardic Jews, the descendants of Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. He can't debunk that.
And cause if you click on the Sephardic Jew part, that shit gonna take you into a Sephardic Jew classification. You got the Moristos, your Conversos, and you got your French Huguenots even classified in that.
Oh, you can see that?
When you kick into the Sephardic, no, I can't see it. I'm telling you, when you click into that Sephardic Jew, it's gonna take you to a whole nother shit, and it's gonna take you into the Judeo language. And that's how I found out about the people that's in the Yucatan that have problem with the other people, because the people in the Yucatan, they on some other shit compared to the Latinos.
And then what the brother don't understand is. What he don't understand is, and what he really having a problem with, is the chronology. He doesn't understand that in 1492, right? In 1492, which is the 15th century, right? In 1492, the Sephardim fled to North Africa.
Big fact.
So any so-called Sephardim that you calling Ladinos, that you now calling Bozales, right?
That's what you doing.
No. I didn't say no. I didn't even bring up Bozales, right? These people, look.
When y'all go back and watch this, y'all gonna see exactly what I said, and y'all gonna see exactly how y'all wrong.
It's only gonna hurt a minute. It's only gonna hurt a minute, right? Because you ain't even gonna feel the knockout. The Sephardim initially fled to North Africa and other parts of the Ottoman Empire, and many of these eventually settled in such countries as France, Holland, England, Italy, becoming your Huguenots, and the Balkans. So Salonika or Thessalonica in Macedonia, in the city of Amsterdam, became a major city for the Sephardic settlement. You dig what I'm talking about? The transplanted Sephardim largely retained their native Judeo-Spanish language. So even the people that was in Africa would have been speaking this Spanish. Why? Because the Sephardim are European.
Facts.
So
I'm gonna ask you to do this real quick. I'm gonna ask you to I'm gonna ask you to do this so you can bust your own bubble. Just look up the Negro Ladinos for the 1600s. You tell me what that tell you.
Black Latinos.
No. Look it up. Don't just tell me what you think. Look it up and read me what it tell you.
I've already done it.
No. Read it. Do it now.
They would have been calling them Negro Latinos, dog. They would have been calling them Moors.
No, they wouldn't have, because they know that them people wasn't from North Africa. This when y'all keep messing it up at.
Listen, this is where he get that. This is where he get this from, right? Where he got that twisted up Bozales, the Negros Bozales, which means, by the way, let me show you. He don't even know what he talking about, because he don't even know what Bozales means. What he's saying when he calls you Negros Bozales, he means uneducated blacks.
No, I don't.
Watch this. Black Ladino.
That's what Bozales means, bro.
That's what Bozales means. It means
that might have been what they called them people. I'm telling you, they West Africans. They was Wolof people.
It's a Hispanicized term. Watch this.
Oh my God.
Watch this. You're just ignorant, bro. Stop. Let me teach you. Share my screen.
This niggas is crazy.
Right? Because he ain't did none of this. Hold on. I already had this. Listen. I already had this put up because I know the information. Listen. This is the Black Ladino, y'all. Black Ladino, right? Or Negro Ladino were Hispanicized Black Ladino people. Black. Already from Europe. They're not African. They're European. They're from.
Oh my God. Oh my
Black
God.
don't mean African. Black don't mean African.
Oh my God.
Silly nigga.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Negro mean black.
My God.
Negro mean black. What is y'all talking about? Black don't mean African.
Who was they calling black at that time?
They was calling anybody that was darker than them black. Or Swarthy,
everybody.
or Negro. What is wrong with y'all?
It's a racial classification.
It's a color. It's a color.
Yes,
Negro is a goddamn color.
Yes, it's a racial classification.
We know that Negro is not an ethnic group, bro. Come on, we gotta go that far. We know that. We know that.
Hey, Cosmon.
We know that too. Come on now.
Hey, Miamano.
I just said we know that too.
Hold on, you getting punched on. Hold on.
Aprende español, mi hermano. If no la comprende la español, then es no necesito por yo de comprende es todo la lengua that yo la habla de tú, mi hermano.
He can't. There's no need to argue.
If you don't understand the Spanish language, then it's no sense to talk to you, bro.
Right. Listen, black is a racial classification, a social construct, usually a political and skin color based category. Now let's get back to these Black Latinos that I'm teaching him about. See, I only debate my equals. Everybody else I teach. A Black Ladino were Hispanicized. Listen, Black Ladino were Hispanicized Black Ladino people. Right? Who were
I just dropped the info in the back chat so y'all can read that because y'all tweaking.
Quiet. At A1, where are you at when he cutting in? Why ain't you crying? A Black Latino.
You've been letting a lot of us do it. Don't do that.
Listen, bro, I just want to teach you because you're ignorant about this. A Black Latino.
It's the other way around, but go ahead.
Yeah, but okay, you can always think of that, but I'm punching on you. Is my screen sharing?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And no, you're not either.
All right. Listen, because you didn't know what a Black Ladino was. A Black Ladino.
Crazy. I'm the one bad enough to y'all.
No, you didn't even know they were Jews, stupid. Stop lying.
They not stupid. I just dropped the information in the back.
Yes, they are.
They are. And then you called them uneducated blacks. Watch this.
I told you that's what the Europeans call them. Idiot.
Watch this. That's what you call them, idiot. Because you know habla español.
This is what the Europeans called these people in the records, brother.
You're just ignorant, brother. Listen, let me school you. A Black Ladino were Hispanicized Black Ladino people exiled to Spanish America after having spent time in Spain. They were referred to as Negros Ladinos as opposed to Negros Bozales. Huh? The Ladino skills grant them higher price than the Bozales. So they're saying that there's a clear difference between the African, right, and the Ladino.
No.
Yes.
Okay, what's the Bozales?
The Bozales.
He's tripping, man.
Hold on. Negros Ladinos, they were referred to as Negros Ladinos or cultivated or Latinized blacks, as opposed to Negros Zobales, uneducated blacks.
Okay, what does it say about the Bozales?
Hold up, why you leave that other part off, Cosmo? Those captured in
Africa.
Those captured in Africa.
Listen,
so they're making
the
a
Negros Bozales was captured in Africa and is a different type of brown person.
A different type of African. It's a different type of African. They both African.
It's an assumption. I don't argue opinions.
Oh my God!
We know that they
I see the flim flam. I see the flim flam.
Hey, hold on for a second, Chuck. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
This my bad. I was up. What's up, Kim Netta? I be seeing you over there with the homie squad. Thank you for coming through. I don't know if A1 done said anything to you. What's up, man? So what's up, OTK? Big Cos, you been here. I shared your screen, so I'm here.
Okay,
thank y'all.
See it now? So
yeah,
let's learn what a Black Ladino is.
All you gotta do is hover the word over Ladino, over Negros Bozales. It pop up right there. Just put it on it.
Hold on.
Put the cursor on Bozales.
A Bozales is not a Ladino. Right? A Bozales is not a Ladino.
I never said they was.
Yeah, listen. Let's go see. Right?
Wait, why you leaving? Wait, go over the Bozales. Oh my God, he keep running from it. Go ahead.
Hold on, what is it? Hold on, the Bozales is niggas from Africa. They not Ladinos. They different. Like the text says. Hold on, watch this. A Black Ladino, right? Were Hispanicized Black Ladino people. Who are a mix of mestizo or Hispanicized people in Latin America, exiled to Spanish America after spending time in Spain. They were referred to, hold on, but the Ladino people are from Spain.
No, they got took to Spain, and that's where they got exported out from.
No,
but they're not from there.
Latin America is in Spain, bro. Latin America is in Spain at this time, bro. Stop it.
Watch this. Yes, Latin America is Spain at that time. Listen.
Come on, you know we're using the term, so we know we're talking about. We already went over that. Let's not keep playing semantics, bro. Damn.
No.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to play this dumb game. We already cleared that up.
You're adding shit in there that ain't there. The Ladino people, right, were referred to as Negros Ladinos or Latinized or cultivated blacks, as opposed to Negros Bozales, uneducated blacks, i.e. those captured in Africa. So
okay, don't highlight it though. Just put the word on it right there. Now read that.
Let's go read this. Is a possibly extinct Spanish-based Creole language or pidgin that may have been a mixture of Spanish and Kikongo with Portuguese influences, right? Attestation is that sufficient to indicate whether Bozal Spanish was ever a single coherent or stable language. That don't help your point. But let's go.
So now, are you claiming that the Ladino black people are from Spain? Wait, I'm asking you a question. Are you claiming that they from Spain, indigenous to Spain? Because they got took from somewhere and took to Spain, and that's where they got exported out from.
No,
are you
bro,
claiming
they
that
was
these? Hold
already
on, let me ask my question. Are you claiming? Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you claiming that these Latinos are indigenous to this area in Spain that is later
All right.
called Spain? Let me say it like that, since y'all like to play later called Spain, right?
All right.
Are they indigenous
So they
there?
was in the Iberian Peninsula, Al-Andalus, since the 700s AD, bro. It just told you that the Ladinos got kicked out in the 1400s.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So how do you got Latinos going to America in 1502 then?
It started in 1490.
So how do you got them going to America in 1502 then?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It started in 1490 with Isabella Mama. It took its stronghold in 1492 with Isabella and Ferdinand when they finished exposing them. Those are the ones that so-called came with Christopher, and they didn't leave. They stayed over here and they started breeding with the indigenous people and the Caribbeans and in South America to start making the mestizos. All right, they got their whole history wrote out, bro. The Ladinos. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, bro. The original start from their religion starts in Saudi Arabia area. They came through Africa in 700s to go to the Iberian Peninsula to fight a war. When they won, that's when they took over the Iberian Peninsula and Northern Africa, which is Morocco, Libya. That's why all of them people there look different than your down South African, what you would call your down South African. The people in North America look mixed up. Facts. No, I'm just saying that. The Iberian Peninsula, they look mixed up.
Indigenous.
Huh?
Are they indigenous to the Iberian Peninsula? And that being there in the 700s does not make you
some of those people are indigenous to that land. Yes.
Then you have to.
They've been born over there.
How?
Yeah, they was born over there. They was born over there in the Iberian Peninsula, bro.
So being born there don't make you indigenous. That make you native, brother. Big difference. Don't play games, because you just wanted to play games when I was saying Spain. Don't play games now and say, hold on. Don't play games now and say the native is indigenous, because now you really playing the flim flam.
What do you mean, dog? If you born there, you from there, right?
You're native. Yeah, that's native, but that's not indigenous. I actually say indigenous there.
That is indigenous.
No, that's native. That's native. That's native. We are in America right now. We native to America, but we're not indigenous here.
Yes, we are indigenous to America, dog. I'm not indigenous to no Africa.
I see your problem. I see your problem.
Yeah, I see your problem. I see your problem.
The real flim flammery.
Wait. Let me ask you.
Right, because this nigga can't show he Egyptian. This nigga an idol worshiper.
I never said I was Egyptian. I never said I was Egyptian. I'm a West Central African. I just read the text over there in Egypt. So I never claimed to be a North African. I never claimed that. What are you talking about? I never claimed to be that. I just studied the information over there. I never
said the North Africans went west too, bro.
Come on, bro. Now y'all playing games. Now y'all
the North Africans went west too. If you study the Ladino story, when they left out of the Iberian Peninsula between the 700s and the 1400s, they went Western Africa. They went Central Africa, bro. What is wrong with you?
That is not the question. The question is
no, that is the question.
No, it wasn't. I asked you where them people came from. I asked you where them people came from, not where they sent them. No,
hold on.
See, you playing games. I asked you.
I
asked you, where did those people come from, not where they sent them back to. See, you playing games, and that's the flammery.
Back to?
You telling us where they sent them to from Spain. I'm telling you where them people come from. You said they native there. I'm asking you if they indigenous there. No, they not indigenous there. Those people, ethnic background, they rooted is in Africa. They not
That's
from
a lie.
What was
That's
later
a lie.
called Spain.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Cosmon, go back. Cosmon,
That's a lie, dog. You don't even know that these people here descend from the Moorish people, dog. You don't even know that.
Just go back. Cosmon, go back.
They converts, bro. They practice Islam and Christianity, bro.
In all this.
Hey, do you hold on? Do you know why they call them? Do you know why they call them Sephardi?
Cosmon, go back to Google.
Hold on. Do y'all? I'm on it right now.
No, we gonna
do
kill
y'all know
all
why
this.
they
Go
call
back
them
to Google.
Sephardi?
Go back to Google.
Hold
Go back
on.
to
Wait a
Google.
minute. Okay, I will. But do you know why they call them Sephardi?
We don't
No,
care.
they don't.
We don't care. We don't care.
Okay, well, they call them, they don't care because you're ignorant and you don't want to learn any truth. They call them Sephardi because Sephardi is the word for Iberia.
Good. Okay, good. Go back to
right?
Google.
It comes from separar, from the Hebrew
That
word
don't make them
Iberia.
indigenous there still.
Okay, good. Go back to
Watch
Google.
this.
Go back to Google.
Hold on. We
Just
talking
go back
about
to
the
Google.
Jews. We talking about the Jews that are from there.
About to kill him. He don't want me to kill him. Go back to Google.
I'm on Google.
Go back. You're on Wikipedia. Go back.
No, these are Jews that was
We
that
talking,
are
we
from
talking
there,
about
bro.
Sephardi.
That's fine. That is fine.
They're from there. One thing you gotta understand, dog. The Moors, when they went in it, where they later became the Moors. But when these Arabian people came in the 700s AD, dog, and came into the Iberian Peninsula, they had African people with them. They had a big tribe. When they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, they started mixing in with these people, bro. And the people over there in France and Italy and all that, they started getting mad. They was like, man, fuck these old mixed breed motherfuckers and all of that right there. This is how swarthy and all of these things started coming
Okay,
out.
watch
These
this. Y'all speak
different
Spanish. I just put the name that they called them in Spanish in the back chat. Read that name and tell me what that say in English.
Go back to Google. Go back to Google and let me share my screen, man, because you playing games.
Sephardic is English. What
I'm
is
at Google. Okay, now what?
No, that's Wikipedia. Go back to Google.
I was at. This is what I'm on. I haven't been on anything.
But he's telling you to go back to Google. He just wants you to go to Google so you can
This is
search
what I've
something.
been on. I haven't checked. Listen.
But he's saying go to Google. He don't want Wikipedia.
I haven't been on anything else.
Get off of there. Get off of there.
Get off of there
He's
and
saying
go
just
where?
go to Google. He's saying go to Google. He said it 10 times.
Hey man, listen, man. Y'all trying to gang up, but
down
bro.
with all that little
You
bitch.
brought up the Ladinos and you brought up the Sephardic Jews.
You don't even know what they are.
You brought
I
up
never
both
brought
of
up
those
Sephardic
names,
Jews.
bro.
Y'all brought up Sephardic Jews.
No,
I never
you
said
brought
that
up
word.
Sephardic Jews, bro.
I never said those words. Y'all lying now. I could bet you
telling you,
$100.
said they
We could bet
weren't. You said
$1,000
they was-
and run the
we
tape
just
back.
showing you that
I
they
ain't never
is.
said that. You making
They
that up now. You
Sephardic
pulling
Jews.
more flim
You didn't even
flammery.
know nothing about it.
All right, can
You
I
didn't
share my
even
screen?
know.
Let me when I can share my screen.
Because you're
Let me know when I can
ignorantly
share my screen.
talking. Hold on, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you go in after I was done. I was being cut off. I got you. You kept trying to go back to Google. Here go Google. Who are the Ladinos? Right. The term Ladino, right, refers to two entirely different groups, depending on whether you are looking at it through a historical linguistic lens or a modern Central American lens. Right? Here we go. In Central America, particularly in Guatemala, Latinos are a distinct social cultural group. Who are they? They are a people of mixed indigenous and European ancestry. Right? As
We
well,
know that. Them ain't the people we talking about. We could really skip them.
we are. This is the Ladinos.
No, those are the Ladino people. We're talking about the Africans that they call Ladinos. That is the Ladino people. That ain't the one we talking about.
What
Dog, we never seen no Africans called Ladinos, bro. We can't find it.
Ladino.
Where's your source at with that?
Yeah.
Y'all niggas
Where's
tripping. I
your
can have you look
Latinos
it up
and
right here.
Africans at, bro?
I can have you look it up right here.
Source up or shut up.
I'm letting Hercules go because he wanted you to show something. He's trying to let you get to it. After Hercules show you what he's trying to have you do,
rudely
I'm gonna bust you up.
interrupted, I was actually reading. Because as we see, Latinos are mixed indigenous and European ancestry. That culture is called mestizo today. Right? As well as fully indigenous people who have adopted a westernized Spanish speaking lifestyle. The distinction, right? The term is used to contrast this group with the rural tradition Mayan population who still wear traditional clothing and speak Mayan culture. Cultural traits, right? These Latinos, if they were even in Africa, would have still been speaking Spanish. Why? Because they are from Iberia. They are Sephardi, right? The name for Separad is the Hebrew name for Iberia. This is why they're called Sephardim, right? They speak Spanish, right? So the historical and linguistic identity, right? The historical people and their language is called Ladino. They are Sephardic Jews. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the who? He didn't know this, y'all. He keep up here trying to act like he teaching, but he didn't know that the real people, not no made up African people that he's saying. See, he didn't know.
Okay, I'm gonna bust you up. I just want you to finish because you actually Hercules was trying to have you do something. You cut him off just so you can read this.
Why is your mouth running when why your mouth running when I punched you in it?
Go ahead, finish up.
Because
actually you missed the punch. I'm gonna show you how.
Yeah, he hurt. I know it hurt. It's only gonna hurt a minute. Because globally and historically, which he ain't been able to show, these people called Black Ladinos in Africa, mind you, those are the Bozales, two different people. Globally and historically, Ladino refers to the Judeo-Spanish language and the people who speak it, not no Africans.
All right, are you finished?
No, I'm not. They are. Hold on, because you didn't know this. I'm just teaching you what you don't know.
Your Bozales turn into your Berbers, Cosmont, but I'm leaving that alone.
Yeah, they would be your Northern Africans and all this stuff. You did what I'm
Whenever you get some time, I put a question in the back chat that you can type in there, and it's gonna beat your ass. I just want when you're done, it's your own Google finna beat you up, right? I just want you. I put the question in the back chat exactly how you should type it in there, and watch it beat you up. Watch it beat you up.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm punching on you, bro. You just got to duck. Hold on, yeah. Hold on, 1 second. I wasn't done. Hold on. The Ladinos are Sephardic Jews, the descendants of the Jewish communities expelled from Spain in 1492. So if they got some people from Africa that called themselves Ladinos, they
didn't call themselves that.
Okay, they didn't call themselves Bozales.
I know, I said that too.
Huh? Yeah, so what are they called?
I know, I said that too.
So why did you bring up Ladino then?
I said,
why did you bring up Ladino, bro?
Why you bring up Ladino?
I gave you the name because I'm about to tell you why. No, don't talk over me after you ask me a question. No, don't talk over me after you. Hold on, don't talk over me after you ask me a question. Y'all wanted to be specific, right? So when I said Spain, y'all like, oh, it wasn't no Spain. When I said Virginia, oh, it wasn't no Virginia yet. So now when I give you the name that's in the record, which is Ladino, you talk about why you say Ladino? Huh?
That was never the name of the place, bro. Stop playing with us.
I didn't say that was the name of the place.
But why did you bring up Ladino, bro? Why did you bring up Ladino, bro?
Why didn't you know that they were Jews?
Dog, you said you was Ladino. You said you was Ladino, didn't you?
You never said I was that. You tripping, bro. You tripping.
He said he was a Bozale.
Let's bet 1,000. Let's bet 1,000. Let's bet 1,000. I'd say either one of those two. Bet both of y'all. Let's bet 1,000.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'm just fucking with you.
I bet, nigga. Stop trying to play games. We trying to be serious. You playing games, nigga. Stop.
Man, I thought it's all fun, man. Hold up, man. Damn.
No, we're not having fun when a nigga thinking they proving a nigga wrong. We want to be serious right here, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So why you so mad? You mad?
All right, my bad, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
I would like for you to put that question in there now.
He heard you answer. So
I would like for you to put the question there and search it now.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh my God, you're gonna keep doing this for 20 minutes. We trying to show you where you're wrong. You showed us your half already.
Hold on. Wait a minute. After their expulsion, these communities settled across the Ottoman Empire in North Africa and Europe. After. Your 1501 is after 1492.
I've been said that.
This is the problem you're having. You don't have a proper timeline.
No, you're tweaking.
Because you didn't
you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you're confused. So let us show you.
Okay.
Let us show you now.
Admit that you didn't know that they were Sephardic Jews.
The people that I'm talking about ain't Jews.
Okay, show us.
Right.
That's a fact.
We already said there's two sharing my screen. Let me share my screen.
No, keep yours up. Hold on. Look, keep his up real quick. Ah, man. Okay, that's cool because you're gonna put yours up. Yeah, put yours up. Go ahead, because he was playing games with his. So go ahead.
I can bring it back up. I wasn't playing no game.
Now, if you bring it back up, I got a question. Now, watch this. Look, if you bring it back up, I got a question that I put in the back chat. I want you to copy it just like that and run it through your Google.
Only. You there? Come on, only. Yo, share my screen.
Hold on, man. So you mean to tell me y'all niggas about to AI us to death after y'all been asking for sources and we show you who the Latino
He just pulled up the AI. Now that we finna use his own AI, you got a problem with it?
Oh, we really
That's
don't
weird.
need.
Come on now. Come on now. Y'all brought AI to the table now. Hold on. Y'all brought AI to the table and now we want to use it. Y'all got a problem with it?
You brought the Latino thing like you got sources to back that, bro.
Yeah, he ain't got shit.
Only.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Put the damn shit on the screen, man. Put it on the screen, man.
Yo, only you there? Only. Yo,
I got you. Yeah, I got you hurt.
So right here we go. Right here. This is all I did. Who are the Latinos? That's all I did. And the same thing that you just played, same thing he read. Westernized mixed Spanish and indigenous descent into Central America. Judo, Spanish language, culture, Sephardic Jews. Same thing that he read, basically everything that he read, these Judo, Spanish people, Sephardic Jews, people and stuff. But what he didn't do, are Latinos Africans? No. Marlin Latinos are not Africans.
Hold on, bro. Wait. It's gonna kill you right now. Look, it's gonna hurt. Mute your mic.
Let me finish. Because it says Marlin Latinos are not African, but the term has a fascinating history that deeply connects a people of African descent. Depending on the time period and context you are looking at, the connections between Latinos and African identity shift significantly. Colonial history, Black Latinos, Negro Latinos. During the Spanish,
and then you see it 16th century, right where I was talking about, beating you up.
Latinos specifically referred to Africans who have been Hispanicized.
Beating him up.
Origin. These were enslaved or free Africans who lived in Spain or Portugal before traveling to the New World. They spoke Spanish or Portuguese, practiced Catholicism, and understood European customs. And where's this coming from? This comes from Wikipedia. As Wikipedia, you did click on the Latino part, Black Latinos, to read that part. You skipped over that part. The distinction, they were called Negro Latinos, meaning Latinized or cultivated blacks, to distinguish them from Negro Bozales, who were captured directly from Africa and had no familiarity with European culture.
Exactly like I said it.
All right, hold on. So
exactly like hold on, wait. Don't talk now. Wait, let her finish. Because I know it hurt. It's only gonna hurt for a little bit.
No, he just reading.
No, it's only gonna hurt for a little bit. Just hold on. It's only gonna hurt you for a little bit, bro. Just hold on.
Man, bro, I just wanted to ask Can't Hurt about what he just read just now.
Hey, you got to read your text. Let me read my text. They were called Negro Latinos, meaning Latinized, meaning that they were what? They were educated in the Iberian Peninsula. These were African people educated.
Like I said, taught Spanish.
It does not say that, bro. It does not say that.
Or go back to where it said origin. These were enslaved or free Africans who lived in Spain.
Or free. Enslaved or free.
They were still
But you're skipping over where they said they was Africans. Y'all said they was indigenous to Spain.
Y'all said
they was indigenous to Spain.
Africans. They are
free. It's both.
It's still, they were still Africans, period.
And y'all said they was indigenous to Spain. I told you y'all was pulling the flammery.
Hey, listen, hold on. Hey, can you click on the source where they got this from?
So this is where they coming from. Black. They got a couple of them over here. So
where it's coming from?
Wikipedia. They got it from Wikipedia. Come on.
No. Where's the main source? Where's the main source? Because me and you can write something and change something to Wikipedia, brother.
Right here. Here's the main
Wikipedia
source.
show you other sources. Yeah. Let's go into the footnotes. Yeah.
Diccionarios de Lengua Española, Dictionary of the Spanish language. This is going to the dictionary of the language. This is not purpose.
It's African though.
Wait.
Hey,
wait,
listen.
hold on. Wait, I'm not wait. I'm not doing all that, yo, because it specifically says Hispanicized Black Latino people. These
Hold on. Black, we know black is modern age, bro. They wouldn't have been saying nobody is black.
Well, Negro mean black. Negro mean black, so they just translated it to English for you right here.
Right.
So even if you substitute it for the word Negro, you know it means black.
So wait, your whole name Black Ladino, looking that up.
Okay, look.
Hold up, looking up Black Ladino, dog.
Hercule, do me a favor. Now take my question that I put in the back chat, right? Copy that out the back chat and post it in there, and then let it read that from it, and then let it beat these cats up.
Man, can you show me any primaries?
Right here are the people who are called Latino.
I can show you primaries, my nigga. I can show you primaries, my nigga.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It says, so are the people who were called Latinos in Iberia and 15 are they indigenous to Iberia? No. The people called Latinos in Iberia, Spain, and Portugal around 15 were not indigenous to the Iberian Peninsula. Instead, they were Africans.
There wasn't none. That's a misunderstanding.
From sub-Saharan, like I said, man, these cats is tweaking, man. Hold on, it's only gonna hurt for a minute. You getting punched? Hold on, it's only gonna hurt for a minute. Let him finish reading it. Let him finish reading it. It's only gonna hurt for a minute.
Why are we doing this? We know when in the text of modern time is going to say black. And when they talk,
don't even trip, Hercule. Just keep reading it, man. Just let them beat it up. Just let it beat them up. Just keep going. Don't get through off.
In late 1400s and early 1500s, Ladino was a linguistic and cultural description, not an indigenous and ethnic label. The meaning of Ladino in Iberia, the word Ladino literally meant Latinized or grammatically proficient in a Romance language. In 1501, the Spanish crown specifically used it as a legal status to describe Hispanicized Black Africans, Negros, Latinos. The origin.
They don't say Black Africans. They say Black Latinos.
It do say Black Africans. It's a Hispanic Black African.
They come from Upper Guinea region of West Africa, modern day Senegal, Mali, and Guinea.
Like I said.
But the thing is, though, how can it be Black African when
let him finish? Let him finish. Hold on, because you know, don't play semantics, because you know the word African probably didn't exist, but you know those the people that they talking about. Let's not play stupid. Let's not play stupid. Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish too. Just like y'all got to read y'all text. Let him finish, and then y'all can say whatever y'all want to.
Let him finish. Hold on, let him finish, because I'm gonna debunk him when he done.
It says why they were called Latinos. To be considered a Latino, an African person had to live in Spain or Portugal long enough to convert to Catholicism, learn fluent Spanish or Portuguese, and adapt completely to European customs. The opposite status. They were strictly distinguished from Bozales, who were Africans directly from Africa who did not speak.
Because that's exactly what I said. You going with me.
Right. Now watch
crazy, man. Hold on, be quiet. Let him finish it.
Your own source debunking.
No, it's punching on you, because I can bet you $1,000 that this is exactly what I said. I'm willing to put it down right now.
Remember his question, y'all.
Just let him finish now. Let him finish now. Let him finish. He's not done. He's not done. Let him finish.
It says Latinos, because it's telling you here Latinos were African people that were converted to the European culture. All right? So they converted to the European culture. And Bozales did not convert to the European culture. So
because they got took directly from the continent, like I said.
There's no such thing as Negro.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Oh my God! Just finish reading. Don't even let them throw you off. Just keep reading it first.
We're talking about Latinos. We're talking about Latinos and African people. We're not talking about whether or not it's black real or we're not talking about that. We're talking about African.
Don't even worry about that. Just go back down to where you was at and just finish it. Just don't even worry about that.
Just finish it. So I can.
All right, I'm gonna finish with this. I'm gonna finish with this.
Whole head off.
It says the exact year 1500 is highly significant. This was the year the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella issued official instructions to Nicola de Orlando, the new governor of America. They banned Bozales from being shipped to the New World and decreed that only black Latinos born or raised in Spain could travel to the colonies. The Spanish government believed that because these Africans were already fully acculturated and Christianized, they would be more complimented and served better as better laborers.
Just like I said.
Anyways, are you done? Let me know when you're done. Okay, are you done?
Now, hold on. Now, let me say this. First, they said
wait a minute. We heard you.
First, they said they was indigenous. I'm about to close. I'm gonna be 10 seconds. First, they said they was indigenous. Then they said that they wasn't Africans, and we just showed you that they was not indigenous and that they was African. So now watch the more of the flammery.
Watch this. Now watch this. I'm gonna show you he's stupid and didn't even understand his own question, and AI debunks him. His question was, are the people who were called Latinos in Iberia in 1501, are they indigenous Iberians? Watch this. Watch this. What he doesn't get is there wasn't no Latinos in there in 1501. In Iberia, none. Watch this. Not one. Look, there is a misunderstanding, and look, and then let's, right, and then hold on. Watch this. I'm gonna show you there was no Latinos in Iberia in 1501.
Because they all got exiled. You don't
watch this. Hold on. Watch this. And then I asked, are the Sephardi, right? Because that's who the Ladino are. They are Sephardi. Are they only African, right? And this is where these brothers who are regurgitating white talking points, you dig what I'm talking about, think they got it, but they're woefully unprepared for this conversation. See, there is a misunderstanding regarding historical and linguistic definitions. Sephardic Jews are not exclusively from Africa, nor were they the people.
We didn't say Sephardic Jews was. You saying that.
Watch this. Nor were they the people referred to as Latinos in Iberia in 1501. And there is absolute proof from genetic science, linguistics, and royal documentation that clarifies how these distinct identities were defined at that specific time in history. The linguistic proof in 1501, the 1501 edicts, because see, what they didn't bring up was the Alhambra decree. In 1501, Sephardic Jews did not even live in Spain. They have been.
We're not talking about Sephardic Jews. That's what you're talking about.
They are the Latinos. The Latinos. Listen, hold on. Listen, I don't.
And I made the distinction between the people you was talking about in 1492 and the people that I was talking about in 1501. And you keep trying to make them Sephardic Jews.
When you was up here doing all that nigga explaining, when you was doing all that nigga explaining, trying to make these Sephardic Jews only African. Right?
Never said that.
Yes, you did. Right? Because the Latinos
let's bet 1,000.
Jews.
Let's bet 1,000.
Here we go. Let's bet 1,000 that the Latinos are Sephardic Jews.
No, that you said that I said that. I never said that. Let's bet it.
No, I'm telling you. Listen, I bet you didn't know that till I said it. You didn't even know that. That's what I'm telling you. You didn't know.
The people that we're talking about in 1501 was not Sephardic Jews, man.
Let's bet. Let's go back. And I told you that the Latinos were Sephardic Jews. You said, no, they not. You said no, they not, because you stupid.
I'm talking about the ones in 1501 who came to the West Indies, right? Those people.
Is my screen showing? Watch
yeah,
this.
We seeing your screen.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch me punch on them. It's easy.
Question.
It's easy to hold on. Watch this.
Box.
Hold on. Watch this.
Why don't you put his question in your box, brother?
Hold on. Pseudos died by their sources. Hold on. Watch this. I already put it there, bitch. Shut up.
We don't see it.
God damn, man. I'm tired of all
Where's
this broad ass energy y'all coming with. You right? I told you.
And wrong and moving the goalpost.
Indigenous to Iberia. No, right? Because they ain't there. Watch this.
Y'all said they was indigenous before that.
Watch this.
To do with Sephardic Jews.
Watch this. They are Sephardic Jews. Give absolute
They pulling the flim flam, man.
Watch this. Hold on. Give absolute proof that these Sephardi are only African. There is a misunderstanding regarding historical and linguistic definitions. Sephardic Jews are not exclusively from Africa.
Nobody made that claim.
Watch this. Watch this. The linguistic proof in 1501, Sephardic Jews did not even live in Spain. They had been so
that's my point. Now it's beating you up because I said they wasn't. Now your own source is beating you up.
No, you didn't know nothing
crazy
about
work.
Alhambra.
Crazy work. Your own source just punched you in the mouth.
This debunks you. You was talking about some. You was talking about some Ladinos who were in the Iberian Peninsula in 1501. They hadn't been there in a decade. Sephardic
we
Jews.
We just read the source that said they was there. You talking about Sephardic Jews? You switching it. You switching it.
The Latinos are Sephardic Jews, bro.
In 1501, listen, in 1501, Sephardic Jews, the Ladinos, did not even live in Spain. They had been legally expelled 9 years early in 1492.
Right, because those are the people that are the Ladinos. I'm talking about Africans that were called Ladinos, and you keep trying to do the flim flam.
I'm not here to teach you what you know. I'm here to teach you what you don't know.
Wait, go back to the top.
Right? Hold on. No, because I'm going to keep reading. When the Spanish monarchs issued their royal edicts, hold on, in 1501, regarding who could travel to the America, they used the word Ladino strictly as a linguistic, hold on, and a cultural description of who? Of who? Right?
Wait, stop. No, don't.
Why you sliding past them? Go back up. Go back up.
Okay, now you want to read? Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. The definition Ladino meant Latinized, someone who could speak Spanish or Portuguese and practice Catholicism, right? Like the Sephardic Jews did when they were made.
No, but the Sephardic Jews are not Latinized.
Yes,
they are those people. See, that's a difference. That's a difference.
Hold on. 1501 laws 9 years later from the Alhambra.
Yes, they are Latinized, bro.
Yes, they are. They totally Latinized. Explicitly regulated the transport of Negro Ladinos or Black Ladinos. These
Sub-Saharan African
Black Ladinos were Sub-Saharan African.
Like I said, your own source just beat you up, punched you in the mouth.
European languages and converted to Christianity.
Like I said, now your own source just beat you up, man.
Hold on, watch this. Hold on, genetic proof, because this debunks everything you're saying.
Oh my God.
Sephardic ancestry. So the Latinos are Sephardic. Peer-reviewed genetic mapping of Sephardic Jews provides definitive proof that their genetic lineage is not exclusively African.
Hey Hercules, what I want you to do next is we're gonna go pull it up and ask all the Ladinos in 1501 Sephardic Jews, and we're gonna prove him wrong because he's lying.
DNA studies, because the modern DNA studies tracing Sephardic Jewish population show a complex multi-regional heritage. Levantine, Middle Eastern core genetic markers trace their primary ancestral origins back to the Near East. This is the Ladino.
I tell you, man, they the original fucking Moors, man.
Listen,
from Saudi Arabia way. I try to tell y'all.
And this is what OTK was telling you. Centuries of living in Spain. Centuries. Right? Before your Christianity was dominating up there and all that. You dig what I'm talking about? Centuries. Southern European Iberian admixture, right? Centuries of living in Spain and Portugal introduced significant Southern European genetic markers in the Sephardic gene pool. Huh?
Big facts. They was mixing up.
Listen, while Sephardic Jews,
swarthy peoples,
right here, so-called black. It's just a lookership. While Sephardic Jews do carry North African DNA due to migrations after 1492, the proximity across the Mediterranean, comprehensive genetic studies prove that this, quote, African component is a fractional percentage of their overall genome rather than their sole origin. So they're not African. And then look, the structural proof is the Judeo-Spanish language. It's Jewish and Spanish, not African. The language used by Sephardic Jews, the Ladinos, right, is called Ladino, which the language used by Sephardic Jews, which eventually came to be called Ladino, is structurally a Romance language, not an African one.
And once it say Romance language, that means it's Latinized. Because Latin is a Romance language. Correct.
Look, the core vocabulary of Ladino itself that he's trying to tell you is African. The core of it, over 80% of Judeo-Spanish vocabulary is directly derived from Old Castilian or medieval European Spanish. Huh?
Now, Hercules, get ready to pull yours back up. I know. I'm just telling Hercules to get ready to pull his back up. I got the question in the back chat that you can copy. Is going to beam up again.
Okay, the sound preservation. This is how we do it. This is how you prove it. The language acts as a historical time capsule. He ain't showed y'all this. Preserving 15th century Spanish consonants and grammar that have completely disappeared from modern Spanish spoken in Spain today, but it's in America from these Ladino people. Later influence as Sephardic refugees integrated into Ottoman Empire, right? Which includes Northern Africa and surrounding areas. After the Alhambra decree in 1492, they absorbed loan words from Turkish, Greek, Arabic, and Balkan languages. Summary of the confusion arises because the word Ladino has been used as a label for three completely different things across history. In 1501, a term for Spanish people speaking
boom, hit him in the mouth right here.
Christianized, sub-Saharan African people. Hold on. But these people are called Bozales. They're not called Ladino.
That's not.
No, they're not. That's not. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
There are no Ladino. Hold on. There are no Ladino people in Iberia in 1501. We just
I'm telling you, these are African people that they're calling Ladinos, and I keep telling you that you keep trying to conflate and make these people synonymous. So watch this. So watch this. Then. Okay, watch this. Just take my question and put it in there.
No, I'm not.
All right, I'm gonna let Hercules do it. Go ahead and get finished.
You're correct.
Okay, go ahead and get finished.
Be quiet. Just shut up. In 1501, there were no Ladino people in Iberia.
Right. I agree with that.
So guess what? These
African wasn't Ladino people.
Hold on. The Spanish-speaking term for Christianized sub-Saharan Africans, right, was Bozales.
No, it don't say that.
No, it
don't say that. You're lying. Where it say that at? Show it. Show it.
Hold on. The Africans are called Bozales.
You lied.
Right. Hold on.
You just lied.
The name, hold on. It's also because they're showing you. Watch this. Right? In 1501, Iberia, a term for Spanish-speaking Christianized, right, sub-Saharan African person. That just means he's brown. There's no proof that he's sub-Saharan African, right? Because they call him black.
It's right there.
They call him negro, right? Now watch this. Hold on. We can show you that these people are
no, you don't get another search. We go search for search. Hold on, you got yours off.
Hold on. Ladino is the name of the Judeo-Spanish language preserved by Sephardic Jews exiled from Europe.
I agree.
Right.
But those ain't the people I'm talking about in 1501, and that's what you keep conflating.
Yeah, we are talking about those people. The people who got
no, they're not the same people. That's why I'm finna beat you up. That's why you finna get beat up.
Hold on. The people hold on. Wait a minute. First of all, the Ottoman Empire extends all around the Mediterranean. from North Africa all the way to from Pillar to Post in Thing of Hercules, all the way down into Byzantine, all the way back into Turkey and all that, right? That's the the Ottoman Empire, including Egypt and all that stuff at the time, right? It was under the control of the Ottomans, pretty much the whole Mediterranean. When they got kicked out in 1492, the Ladinos, who were already there, right? A Sephardic Jewish people got shipped all across Europe, all across the Middle East and North Africa, right? When a person was picked up from or enslaved from Africa, right? And he spoke
and wasn't no Africa compared to what you say. Now you want to use the word?
Hold on. When a person was picked up from Africa and enslaved by the Spanish crown, they called the people Ladino if they could speak Christian tongue. But the same people who they called Ladino, right? It's the same people.
You got to show that. Don't just say it.
Who the crown says are uneducated. You dig what I'm talking about?
Show that, because you're trying to make the Bozales Ladinos, and they not the same.
Hold on, they called them Bozales.
Are you finished?
They called them Bozales.
Okay, can we get Hercules screen?
People.
Okay, can we get Hercules screen now?
No, we need him to scroll back up. I need him to scroll.
No, don't even worry about it, because we want to get yours so that you in control, because he playing. So let's get yours now.
Go ahead.
Let's get yours, Hercules.
Wait, hold up. Before that,
Hercules.
Scroll all the way back up where you put in his question.
Right. I got the same answer you got. We ready.
Yeah, scroll all up. Let me see that. Where you put in his question.
Yeah. Hold on.
See all that sub-Saharan.
Right there. Okay, now scroll down. What does it say? What was the answer?
No. The people were called Ladinos in Iberia. Exactly what I said. Spain and Portugal.
Keep going.
Listen, around 1501, were not indigenous to Iberia.
Instead,
they Sephardic Jews.
Watch this.
Instead,
they were.
See how you keep forcing the words in there. You keep doing that.
Watch this. Instead, they were. This is what they're saying. Instead, they were primarily sub-Saharan Africans. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what it says. Hold on. This is what it says.
Sephardic Jews.
I don't mean it's true.
It don't say
anything.
Because
see, look, Hercules. This one I want you to put yours up. Don't worry about his. Let's get yours up, Hercules. Man, he done on his already, man. Let's get yours up, Hercules.
You can just ask the simple question.
Man, no, don't even worry about it. You got your search off already.
Hold on.
No, you got your search off already, man.
Sephardic Jews.
Make sure you put in 1501, because you keep trying to conflate these people. They're not the same.
Okay,
that's why you playing, bro. Just take yours down and let Hercules put his up, so we can beat you up.
Since you crying, I'll put it in there. It don't matter. It doesn't change truth.
Or
right?
Say,
or Ladinos. Hold on. Are Ladinos Sephardic Jews in 1501?
No.
Are Ladinos Sephardic Jews in 1501? Let's just answer the question. No, the people are called Ladinos in Iberia in 1501 were not absolutely,
like I just told you.
Talking about.
You said they Sephardic Jews, and it just told you they not.
It says no.
No,
He
because
tripping.
guess what?
He tripping, bro.
The people in 1501.
Look, this is why I said Hercules, just put yours up so you can be in control. He's playing games, bro. Don't worry about his. Let him take his down.
Yeah.
Don't you keep letting him play games? No, you don't. You're on your third search already, bro. Let us get our turn, bro. Let us get our turn, bro. Can we get our turn, please, bro? Can we get our turn, please? Can we get our turn, bro? And it's gonna give you the time frame in 1492. Those people are, and you keep conflating those people. See,
Hold on,
man.
Listen, hold on. Like I told you,
this dude is a trick,
are
man.
the Latino Sephardic Jews?
This dude is ignorant.
Depending entirely on whether you mean people or the language.
Exactly. This dude is tweaking, man. That's why I told you, Hercules, don't worry about his. Let him take his down, bro, so we can be in control of ours because he's playing. He's shamming the people. Don't worry, man. Just let him take it down, man. Hercules, man, put yours up, Hercules, man.
Hold on. Is the 15th century? Watch this.
One mic, man. One mic.
Let me just ask you a question. Is the 15th century before 1501?
Oh my God. No. 1501 is the 16th century.
Listen.
1501 is the 16th century, bro.
Hold on. The 15th century is
the 16th century, bro.
Listen, bro. The
1501 is the 16th century.
So guess
what? That's what I just said.
So guess what? The 15th century, the 15th century is the 1400s, sir.
That's what I keep telling you, and you conflating these people. The 1500. Hold on, listen. The people in the 14. Listen to me. The people in the 1400 are the Ladino people. The people in the 1500 are Africans that are being called Ladinos.
Right,
you keep trying to conflate them and make them the same. So take your shit down and let Hercules put his out because you're playing games. No, you had 3 searches already, bro. What are we doing here?
You don't even know
what are we doing here. Can you take this down, please? Hercules, why are you letting them do this, bro? Why are you letting them do this?
One mic.
We was going search for search, bro. You on your third search, bro. Take yours down, bro.
One mic.
And I'm talking. Yes, take yours down. One mic. I'm talking. Take yours down because we was keep it fair. No, I'm talking. Keep it fair. We was going search for search. You're on your third search, bro. Take yours down and let us put our search
hold
in.
on, no, because listen, I just want to show the people.
I'm waiting for Listen, I'm waiting for Hercules to share his page.
Hold on 1 second, right? Listen, right here. Look,
Hercules, share yours, please.
The 15th century ends in 1500. He didn't know that.
No, it don't. It end in 1499. Once you get to 1500, you are in the 16th century. You dickhead.
No, 1499 is the 15th
Take yours
century.
down. Take yours down, man. You're tripping.
1499 is the 15th century.
Yes, I said that, and I said once you get to 1500, you are in the 16th
1501.
Take your shit down because you don't know what you're talking about.
So I asked
him. Yes, it is.
I tripping. I asked him, was 1501 after the 15th century? He said no.
I said yes, and we can bet $1,000. I said yes. Let's bet 1,000.
Yeah. Okay, that's worse. That's worse because I actually spit it backwards. I said it's 1501.
Oh my God, this dude is confusing himself, bro. Take your shit down.
Listen, bro. Listen, it's 1501 is already the
Hercules, why are you not showing yours? He said he's waiting on you to share yours so he can put it up. Stop letting him do this, Hercules.
Hold on. Listen, watch this, y'all.
Hercules, you pissing me off, man. I'll get you back on side letter. I'm gonna be on you for letting him do this.
Calm down, Kim Netta. Calm down, Kim Netta.
Yeah, watch this.
Just calm down.
He said he gonna get me back.
Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Does the 15th century, all right, this. Watch
now he on his 4th question. What are we doing?
Because I'm just showing you not smart.
In
1500.
Hercules, bro.
Okay.
Fuck, man. He on his 4th question. How long we gonna let him do this?
I'm just body bagging you.
No, you not. You putting yourself in the bag over and over and over.
Body bagging you. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh my God, this is so whack.
Does the 15th century end in 1500 CE? I don't know.
Hercules, can you put yours up? Thank you. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
Take the question that I put in the back chat.
Yes, the 15th century ended exactly on December 31st, 1500
just
CE.
like I said, 1500 is the 16th century, and I said that. No, yes, I said it in there. So once you get to 1500, even you are in the 16th century, you dickhead.
It doesn't. 1501 begins the 16th century.
Put the question in there, man. Put the question in there, please.
Right. Does the 15th century end in 1500 CE? Yes.
Cosmon, chill.
No, I'm chilling, bro. He typed up. I'm just showing him he doesn't have a proper chronology. He doesn't know.
No, everybody that's watching and seeing you make the mistakes. It's okay. Just take my question out, Hercules, that I put in the back chat and search it, man. Stop letting them do this game. Just get to it.
All right. Chill.
Punching on him. He emotional now, y'all.
Tranquilo. We know what I'm saying? Chill.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he can't function under this pressure.
This is. I don't understand why we having this disagreement, because the reading comprehension levels are. I mean, I think it's a distinct in reading comprehension. When we put in his first question, are the people who called Latinos in Liberia in 1501, indigenous to Liberia, it said no.
We're talking about 1492.
They were not indigenous people. Okay, this shouldn't be an argument. So we are. I think.
Can you just put my next question in, please? It's gonna kill all of this noise. We don't even gotta go through none of this.
Wait, hold up. Chill. Wait, I am. So they're not indigenous. They came from Africa, and it said sub-Saharan Africa specifically. Okay, so I mean, this shouldn't be. This is not a question about where they
come from the Levant.
We're not talking about where they Sephardic Jews or not at all. Okay.
Yeah.
So his next question.
No, they not, and we about to show you right now that you conflating the people from 1492. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
Because I'm trying to take notes, please.
Okay, look, I'm with Herc, but Herc, let me say this real quick, Herc, because I gotta keep making this clear. The people that is in 1492, those are the Ladino people. Those are the Ladino people. Those people are Sephardic Jews. The people that I'm talking about in 1501 are not the Ladino people. These are people that's from Africa that these Europeans are calling Ladino. These are two separate people, right? And the people that I'm talking about are not Sephardic Jews, but he keep telling y'all they is. And this right here is going to kill all the noise.
And this is what I said from the beginning. We're talking about two different groups of people.
That's what I see.
It says no. The people.
No, you keep trying to make both people Sephardic Jews. But go ahead, Herc.
I'm saying the Latinos are Sephardic.
Let me read it. It says the people called Latinos sent to South America in 1501 were absolutely not Sephardic Jews. They were Hispanicized Black Africans. So we're talking about Black people who was, mentally colonized by the Spanish and Portuguese and sent over to the Americas. They were not Jewish people. That's what he was talking about.
Because I told him that in a decree, they explicitly didn't send none of those Jews, Moors, none of that. I told him that. But keep reading.
But you have two different groups of people. That's what we're getting at. There was one who was Sephardic Jews calling themselves Latinos. Then you had African people who became, for lack of a better word, brainwashed. They came more Iberianized, colonized mentally. And these African people were sent to the Americas. So you have two different groups of people. That's what we're talking about. So yes.
Now keep going. Let's keep beating him up.
Cosmon, you're correct. There were Sephardic Jews that were sent to Americas, but they were not African people. And
they were Sephardic Jews.
Yes. But then
that's what I'm telling you. And they're called Latinos, and they spoke Ladino.
But those were the Ladino people. It's a difference.
But this is the part that you're missing. You're missing the part that there were Black people who also were called Latinos that were sent to the Americas as well. They're two different groups. They're two different people, man. That's what we're saying.
And he keeps trying to tell me I'm wrong and I'm just ignorant and I don't know what I'm talking about. And he talking about a whole separate people. And I made that clear when I first said that. Anybody that are the Ladino people, those are not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Africans that they call Ladino, right? Those people were sent to South America, and they were not Sephardic Jews, like I said. And I just beat him up.
Hey, did your source just say that those people from Africa, that they was speaking Latino, and that's why they was called Ladino?
They was Christianized.
Where did they? All right. Hold on. Where did they learn Spanish at in the 1500s?
In the Iberian Peninsula.
Hold on.
In the Iberian Peninsula.
So that means they've been there since the 1400s, then, correct?
You don't have to be there that long. No.
Hold up. You talking about 1501?
But listen, these are two separate people. So even if they were there, listen to me. You're not listening to me. The people who are the Ladino people, listen. Even if some of the Ladino people were still there when these Africans came that they are calling Ladino, and they still sent out the Ladino people back to other areas, those are still separate people from the Africans that they are calling Ladino.
Yeah, I got you with that. But bro,
hold on,
after 1493, bro. Hold on. After 1493, it wasn't no Ladino. It wasn't no Ladino in Europe.
One mic. Almost done, bro. Hold on now. So like I said, y'all keep trying to make these people be the same exact people, even if they was there.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, man, stop. Even if they was there in the Iberian Peninsula at the
same time, man.
And they were sending those Latino people.
Come on, OTK.
Cool. Those are the Ladino people that they were sending back into Africa. The people that they sent into the America, those were West and West Central Africans from the Sub-Saharan region that I told you they were, that y'all told me I was tripping about, and y'all said they were Sephardic Jews, and they not. Y'all tripping.
You said a lot of shit. Hold on. You said a lot of shit just now, and you do a bunch of mumbo-jumbo talking and fast talking. And you do a lot of flim-flamming. Dog, you brought up the Ladinos. Why did you bring them up?
Everything I said about them was correct, and we just read
it. Why did you first originally bring up the Ladinos, my dog?
To show you that the Ladino people that took to Haiti were Africans that came through the Iberian Peninsula in 1502, written in the decree of 1501. And I said that over and over.
Okay, all right. How did these Africans come through the Iberian Peninsula being called Ladino? All the Ladinos was kicked out by 1492.
Those are the Ladino people that were kicked out. Again, those are the Ladino people. That is their ethnicity. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You asked me and I'm answering. Hold on. You can't answer me a question and then while I'm answering, you cutting me off. So hold on. The people that are the Ladino people. Okay, well, stop. If you keep talking, you're making me start over. The people who are the Ladino people, that is their ethnicity. The people that are called Latinos, those are Africans. Those are two separate groups of ethnic groups.
Bro.
And you're tweaking.
You really don't know what Ladino is. Ladino is not an ethnic group, bro.
All right, look, it's 3:21. I can't get through to these clowns. I'm finna lay down. No disrespect. I don't mean to disrespect y'all. Let me not say clown. I can't get through to my ignorant brothers. I'm finna lay down. This is wild. Y'all done beat yourself up. And it's all good though. Hercules, good job. Even though I know you're gone already, if you're still listening, good job, man. I'm gonna go ahead and lay it down, man.
Thanks for stepping through, Kim Netta. We appreciate you over here.
Yeah, it's a complete. I mean, you're talking past each other. You're not understanding. We're not understanding what's going on because you're. I mean, OTK. You was asking about these group of people before calling themselves 1500 if you want to call themselves Latinos, and there wasn't. If you talking about those were the Jews or whatever, but as it said, they had African people. You had African people who was brought to the Iberian Peninsula, and just like they was Iberianized. For like us, we Americanized. They was Iberianized by their culture, by the Spanish and Portuguese culture. They was raised to be Catholics and stuff, and so they was called Ladinos. So that's the thing. We're pointing out that there were a group of people from Africa that was brought to the Iberian Peninsula. That's the thing that we're trying to point out. We're not denying that there were Jews as well that called themselves Sephardic Jews that was on the Iberian Peninsula. But what we're trying to show is that you had two groups of people. One, people coming from Africa and being brainwashed to being Christians and, you know, Catholicized, and you know what I'm saying, and then shipped to the Americas. And then you had another group of people who were the Jews who also got kicked out and was shipped around the world. So, I mean, you got two different groups of people. That's all I think that I was trying to make, the statement that I was trying to make. You just had two different, you know, one was African, you know, one was Jews, you know, whatever you want to consider Europeans or mix or whatever. But you had people that was directly from the Congo that went to the Iberian Peninsula. I think that's the distinction that I was trying to make as well. That's the distinction I was trying to make. What's up, Babylon?
Babylon, what's up, Babylon? To the stage.
Hey, what's going on to the panel, Oli and all the brothers? What's going on? I was just listening in. I'm waiting till they get it all out.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for listening in. You know we waiting for you.
Yeah. I was just listening though. Oli, if I did have something to share, because I had Gemini or something, look something up. How do I share it? How do I, you know, look out here?
You see right there on the screen, at the bottom is a thing that says present or invite. It should be next to your name, but I don't know where you at on your screen. But down there at the bottom is some boxes where it show everybody.
Yeah, down here at the bottom of mine, I see a mic, a camera, a comment thing.
Yeah, the one after the camera, the plus box. The one with
with the plus on it.
Okay.
He hit the exit box.
He dropped himself.
He hit the exit box. I do that all the time. The red one. Yeah.
So, hey, let me ask you a question, Hurt. So when the word Negro is brought up or black is brought up, you assume that only applies to sub-Saharan Africans?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I would do that.
Because, okay, I mean, well, then that's your subjective opinion. I can't argue
that. Yeah. I mean, only reason I do that because it's like that's what we for today.
That's what they taught you, huh?
Today, I mean, just like today, when you think about who are black people, when you think about who are black people, who are you going to think about? Are you going to think about people
Americans?
Are you going to think about people from Vietnam and Cambodia? Are you going to say that they black? We don't think that. We think usually people from Africa, even though
well, black is a really, you know, Negro is a term, you know, tied to them over there. I would say black is specifically for the people of America, a term that was put on us here.
I understand that distinction because we speak in English. Because, you know what I'm saying, we understand we speak in English, but when you actually look at African languages, the word, you know what I'm saying, a BB mind means black land, and a BB folk means black people.
Yeah, but we ain't got no BB. We ain't called the BB.
Wait, hold up. I'm giving you examples in African.
I mean, it's just a bad example, bro.
No, it's not. It's not, because in African languages they call themselves black. They refer to themselves as dark people. Black. You know what I'm saying? So we just so
you saying they took the word of the European?
No,
because I believe that they're just like you were saying. I believe that the people that they calling Ladino in 1492, them people that got kicked out, right, were Sephardi, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they were called, and linguistically later, right? These same people just because their color is nothing else. It's not the same people, right? It's anybody who was from sub-Saharan Africa, right, or from any place that they went to Africa that was dark-skinned. Was called the Bozale, right? If he couldn't speak Latin, they're totally two different, or Spanish, right? Totally two different people.
No,
one is not even called. Hold on 1 second. One is they're calling them the people who can speak Spanish, Ladino. The people who can't, right? They calling them bozales, but they're saying both of them are brown, negros. There's a black Ladino and there's a black bozales.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm not disagreeing with you that they're two people, but there's also a people and a language that went culturally with these people, right? We see that culture pick up again in America in places like Guatemala that produce what we call the mestizo culture today. They are from Ladinos. They still speak the old Castilian. It's different than modern Spanish, right? It's totally different. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people who speak modern Spanish can't understand Ladino.
Castilian. Yeah,
the Castilian. It's hard to get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that.
OTK, you don't know when to land your plane, though, bro. You just keep going on and on.
That's Cosmo.
I mean,
Babylon. That's Cosmo.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You know, sometimes
it don't even matter
they can't hold water. They springing leaks. You dig what I'm talking about? They can't hold water.
Though, bro. Come on, man.
Let him finish, Babylon.
You don't even stop just so you can just keep going. That's just ridiculous, bro. That's just
I mean, that's your opinion. You know, you open to your opinion. It doesn't mean anything. It's only real in your mind.
Well, tell me this. Since you like to talk, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. You want to talk so bad.
Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead, say something. You can talk.
Let me just say something real quick, Babylon, before you respond. So I mean, okay, I get what you. I agree with you.
No, that ain't gonna do it. Hell no, bro. You've been talking, and then you're gonna interrupt me, and then you're gonna have a whole diatribe before I ever say what I gotta say. I'm not.
You came in last. We was actually talking. Fuck what you talking about?
It was already in the middle.
Yeah, we was actually having a conversation.
Go ahead and have that conversation. Go ahead. Go.
Babylon, go ahead, Babylon. Go ahead. I give you the
floor.
Babylon.
Did you figure out shit?
Crazy. So listen, no, I ain't figured out. I ain't worried about it. I don't really need it. But I just want to say this right quick, because they know I ain't gonna go long. But I do want to say this. If somebody tell you that the word Sephardic mean Iberian, then you should look at the word and say, what's the linguistic root? You can go to Strong's Concordance, which I did about 20 years ago. I ain't do that just now. I knew this ever since. That the word Sephar is from the word Spain, right? You can look this up. It ain't specifically Iberia. It's the whole Spain. When you say
Iberia is Spain.
When you say Spain, then that's Sephar. Spain, that's Sephar. And they Spanish. And so they can't be African and they can't be Jewish and be from Spain. You have to be from Israel to be from Spain, to be Jewish. So they're not Jewish. The Sephardic people is no tribe of Jews called Sephardic. That's 1948 talk. Ain't no Sephardic Jews, nothing called that, because they're not the children of Shem. All the Jews are of Judah and of the 12 tribes of Israel. And not one tribe is named Sephar. Sephar means Spain. And the other one that he named, the Ashkenazi, those people are of Gomer, not of Shem, not of Abraham, not of Jacob, not of Isaac, not of Jacob, not of the seed at all. So the Sephardim, who you talking about, they cannot be from Spain, Iberia, and Africa at the same time. So, like the brother told you, those would be the Ladino people that you're talking about that actually spoke Ladino. Those would not be the people from Africa that's being called Ladino.
Exactly. Listen, I keep telling you, y'all conflating the two, right? I keep telling you that the original Ladinos, right? Hold on, let me go back to this. Hold on to this source real quick. Because he said that there are no Sephardic Jews. There are actually Sephardic Jews, and they are not like the Ashkenazi. They got different cultural practices and everything. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's, that's wrong. You dig what I'm talking about? And just the simple question is, do Sephardic Jews speak Ladino? Yes. Right? It's just an alternate name for Judeo-Spanish.
They Sephardic Jews. They don't speak Hebrew. They speak Ladino. That's ridiculous.
It's Judeo-Spanish.
Get out of here, bro.
Right? Sephardic Jews actually exist.
No, I'm gonna tell you again. I know those who say they are Jews and they are not, but the synagogues of Satan. In order to be Jewish or Hebrew, you have to be of the line of Shem, through Abraham, through Isaac, through Jacob, called Israel, and called one of the 12 tribes. If you're not that, then you're not of the 12 tribes. You act like the Zionist Jews that's running around on the TV today, that's who you talking about, the Ladinos, the Zionist Jews. You act like those are the real Hebrew people, and they not, and everybody know it, and even they know it.
So basically, you're trying to say history don't exist.
Yeah, I got a question though for Babylon. Who does he think the real Hebrew people are?
He about to go 12 tribes.
I don't think he believed that them people is the Hebrews. I think he be banging on the Hebrews, the black Hebrew Israelites for real. So, you know,
hey, can I share this real quick?
Can I answer the question? Real quick though, the black who I know the Hebrews are, they mentioned in the Bible, and that could tell you exactly who the Hebrews are. I just explained it to you. They the children of Jacob. You said, what's your question?
Who do you think the Hebrews are today? Because you're talking about today, you're talking about these certain Hebrews are the synagogue of Satan, and that these people of today aren't the Hebrews. I'm asking you who today would be the Hebrews. I'm not asking you to go back into a 2,000-year-old verse and tell me who was a Hebrew 2,000 years ago. Who do you think the Hebrews are today?
Okay, I don't think
just for clarity.
Okay, I don't think, first of all, and I understand the question, and I was talking about those 2,000 years old or whatever people ago, and I wasn't talking about the modern day. When I brought up the modern day, I was talking about the fake crackers or the fake Ashkenazic and Sephardic. Okay. Now, the people that I say, that I know to be the real, what you'll call the real Hebrew Israelites, let's not say Jews, let's say the real Hebrew Israelites. The real Hebrew Israelites are the people mentioned in Deuteronomy 28, 26, mentioning Genesis 15, 13, like that. Those are the people that have been in bondage in America for 400 years. And if you want me to give you my breakdown, I can refer you to Isaiah 19, and I will walk you through the whole thing from 19:1 to 19:25 and show you how these black people in America are the real Hebrew Israelites.
No, I don't want to debate you. I just wanted clarity because I thought that you didn't. I wasn't trying to debate you. I just didn't think that you were that you generally thought the black Hebrews were the actual Hebrew Israelites. But then again, you went to the verse about the synagogue of Satan, so I didn't think that you thought the white people were it either. So I was just trying to lock you in to see what you did think. No debate.
No, definitely.
I was just asking for clarity.
Definitely, the regular Negroes that you see here in America that came here, that slaves, those are the only Hebrews that's on the planet. They're the only ones.
You believe in that prophecy, in the whole Hebrew prophecy?
I don't believe
that they
in
got
nothing.
taken from their land. Well, you going into a belief system, into a book that this lineage out of this book.
My book. That's you. You think that my Torah is oral, so it's not in a book.
Okay,
I believe the oral law. I take the oral law.
I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna mute out, and I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and finish discoursing. Y'all want?
Yeah, but when you make assumptions, then you know what they say about that. You just have to ask a question. You can't assume that a brother is this or that he believes in shit like that. Bro, you done talked to me 1,000 times. I'm a fucking scientist and a mathematician. You ain't never knew me to be no goddamn Holy Ghost Bible something motherfucker. But when I do hear the Bible and I know something is right and true, I'm gonna stand on the facts. That don't make me a Bible thumper just because I know certain stuff in the Bible is true. That's
can you
ridiculous.
share my screen, hey Weezy?
I don't know you as a mathemaician or whatever else you said you claim to be. But I
Right.
digress.
Well, I've been on your show a lot and taught a lot
Yeah,
of
I
math.
know you as
So you
Babylon
must
Don.
be
That's all I
ignorant to
got.
the fact. You must be ignorant to the fact because I did a whole show on your show about mathematics and you sat right there. But I know you hated on me on there and I wrote a whole thing in your comments and told you that. I said you shouldn't try to straighten me out on math because you're not a mathematician. That's what I told you.
And you're a mathematician? You're an autodidact? Self-taught?
I'm a mathematician and I teach linguistics and I got a book to show for it.
Okay. I don't want to drag you around and embarrass you today. I'm gonna just let Cosmon go. I don't need to
Bro, you
challenge
ain't
you.
about to do nothing to me, bro. You too little for that. Go ahead on A1.
Okay. I'm gonna just
All
let
right.
you continue to talk with your chest out. I don't need to feel challenged. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Okay, my thing was, I
Intellectual, and I'll move on from that.
I didn't want to. I don't. I hate to push against opinion, but when it is just subjective opinion, we got to show that there is true historical, objective proof to the opposite of what just rambling people are saying. He said that Sephardic Jews didn't exist, right? And then he made a claim that they the demons instead of not him, right? He wants to be a Jew. He claimed somehow he can't be the synagogue of Satan, right? Can you share my screen, please? Right?
Sure.
He doesn't take into account that he could be the people saying.
So in the defense of the crackers, you got to use me as an example. That's Satan in the defense of the crackers. Go ahead, do it.
Well, first of all, Sephardi's are dark skinned for the most part. This is why they were called negros. But that doesn't mean that they're African, because the Sephardi's are real people, unlike that made up subjective opinion you just gave. Sephardi's are member or descendant of the Jews who lived in Spain and Portugal from at least the later centuries of the Roman Empire until their persecution and mass expulsion from the countries in the last decades of the 15th century, or in 1492, which that brother didn't know the 15th century ended in 1500, right? The Sephardim initially fled to North Africa and other parts of the Ottoman Empire, and many of these eventually settled in countries as France, Holland, England, Italy, and the Balkans, a historically proven people that he's trying to say doesn't exist. Thessalonica in Macedonia and the city of Amsterdam became major sites for the Sephardic settlement. The transplanted Sephardim largely retained their native Judeo-Spanish language, Ladino, right? Literature and customs, right? So this is why we see the Judeo-Spanish influence all through the Mediterranean and even here in America, right? Because they were able to keep their language and their customs. They became noted for their cultural and intellectual achievements within the Mediterranean, Northern Europe Jewish communities. In religious practice, the Sephardim differ from the Ashkenazi or German Rite Jews in many ritual customs, right? He tried to equate that they was the same, right? Shows he don't know much, right? In many ritual customs, but these reflect a difference in traditional expressions rather than a difference in a sect, right? Of the estimated 1.5 million Sephardic Jews worldwide in the early 21st century, far fewer than the Ashkenazim. The largest number were residing in the state of Israel. The chief rabbinate of the Israel has both a Sephardic and Ashkenazi chief rabbi. The designation or an exonym, right? Designation Sephardim, all right, is frequently used to signify North African Jews and others who, though having no ancestral ties to Spain, have been influenced by Sephardic traditions. But the term Mizraim is perhaps more properly applied. So we was just showing historically that these people exist, you know, regardless of belief or, you know, anything, that these are an actual people.
Hey, and we got what, 46 people watching right now. Everybody, make sure you're subscribed to Titans Debate League on YouTube, so that way you don't miss any of this fire debate action. Coming up, we have $1,000 tournament. We just upped the ante. The last one was $500. We're doubling it up for this next one.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yes, and this Tuesday we have...
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League, only the brave speak here.
Yes, and again, that's every Tuesday, only here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you subscribe and hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And if you want to support the channel, go ahead and share with a friend. Let them know what we're doing over here. Appreciate all of y'all. Back to you, gentlemen. You got your screen sharing, Kaz?
Oh, yeah. And I was just wanted to, hold on. My bad. I just wanted to address this black thing, right? First of all blacks are not Negroes and all Negroes are not blacks. You got to let that sink in, right? And then it's just a racial classification for brown people, right? It is commonly used for people of African ancestry, indigenous, Australians, Melanesians, and Negritos, though it has been applied in many contexts to other groups and is no indicator of any of those ancestral relationships whatsoever, right? However, right, not all people considered black have dark skin, and often additional phenotypical characteristics are relevant, such as certain facial and hair texture features. And because they try to play these blacks as this monolith, right? So all blacks ain't niggas, all blacks ain't Africans, right? So right here, now we talking about right now, contemporary anthropologists and other scientists, while recognizing the reality, right? And let's look at that. That's from Chandra Ford and Tina Harara, new conceptualization of ethnicity for the social epidemiologic and health equity research. That was a tongue twister. Contemporary anthropologists and other scientists, while recognizing the reality of biological variation between different human populations, regard the concept of a quote unquote black race as a social construct. Different societies apply different criteria regarding who is classified as black. So anybody could be, just how different people look at it. And these social constructs have changed over time. In a number of countries, societal variables affect classification as much as skin color, and the social criteria for blackness vary. Some perceive the term black as a derogatory, outdated, reductive, and otherwise unrepresentative label, and as a result, neither use it nor define it, especially in African countries with little or no history of colonial racial segregation. Right? It also gets into the Anglosphere here. The term black can carry a variety of meanings depending on the country. While the term person of color is commonly used to accepted in the United States, the near sounding colored person is considered highly offensive, except in South Africa, where coloreds are a specific multiracial group. In other regions, such as Australia and Melanesia, settlers applied the adjective black to the indigenous population. Black was implied to was it also applied to the indigenous population of America? It was in Australia and Melanesia. It was universally regarded as a highly offensive in Australia until the 1960s and 70s, when niggas duped everybody into taking that term. Black was generally not used as a noun, but rather as an adjective qualifying some other descriptor. As desegregation progressed after the 1967 referendum, some indigenous Australians adopted the term following the American fashion. Told you. But it remains problematic.
I mean, yeah, that's a good you could try to push back with that as people, for this term of being black, is the latest things coming up, controversy about being black and who is black. And so again, the one person, two people that I will refer to as Obadale, not about Obinga, Theophil Obinga. How in his book on African philosophy, he has showed that the people of ancient Kemet, they refer to themselves as being black people. And Obadale Cambone, in his works, his book Deconstruction African Civilization, he shows that the term black, while we could say today it's a social construct referring, saying that it was made up. Which is fine. It's not. I don't think that's not a bad argument. I don't think that's a terrible argument. It's a social construct. A lot of things are social construct. Money is a social construct. You know what I'm saying? But it's their reality. But it's a reality today that we refer to. Because if you walk up to anybody and ask them, what race they are, what race do they claim? You know, are you Asian? You know, are you European? Are you African? They wouldn't reply, I don't understand what you're saying. You know, I'm just human. You know, they would say, nah, man, I'm Asian, I'm Chinese. You know, they would, you know what I'm saying? It's a social construct, but it's something that we live by today. So it's a reality for us today. And so one thing that I like about Obadele Kambon, brother, that he showed was that in every African language, he showed that in every African language, at least like 90% of them, that the term black is it actually refers to the people in the language, in its own language. When you ask them, you know what I'm saying, what do you call what is called this land? What do you call the land?
Right. They all got different names for it, and it's not Africa.
No, hold up. You have to understand that they saw themselves connected as being connected with the land and the people and the community as one thing. And so not just him, Kamalu as well, brother Kamalu has showed that when you ask them, what do you call the land? You know, when you look at tree, when you call the land, it's Abidi Mound. And when you look at Yoruba, when you call the land, it's Ila Adula Wall or something like that. When you look at Wolof, it's Geodesi. You know what I'm saying? And when you translate it, when you translate those words or terms to English, to the English language, it translates to people of the black land, or people or dark or black people, or people of the black land, basically is what it translates to when it's Iladula War. And then
why don't they call it that? My thing is, hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So when you say, then what do you call a person or a human? Then it's translated to black person. Iladula man or something like that. A beautiful means black person. You know what I'm saying? And what he was showing that because the brother, he has, you know what I'm saying, his work is in linguistics. And so what he was showing is that in all throughout Southern Africa, that when they refer to the land, they describe it as being black. And when they refer to the people, they also describe the people as being dark-skinned people, or being black. And the reason for that is because when they refer to their creator is also dark and black. And you want to identify, you know what I'm saying, this purity, because in Western culture, you know, black is negative. It's a negative term. But in African, when you look at an African language, being black is not a negative term. It is a positive term. And so what he was showing was that the language, these people, even though, you know what I'm saying, it's in their own language and in their own society, they all refer to themselves as being dark people and the land belonging to dark people. And so contrast that with Western language, you know what I'm saying, something black is always a negative term. And so it's you know what I'm saying, you're looking at black as something that's negative and something that's being bad. But when you're looking in African languages and African philosophy, things that are termed as black are not always negative and bad. And that's why they didn't have a problem, even though, you know what I'm saying, they didn't say black, they would say, you know what I'm saying, I'm a Khan, I'm Yoruba, I'm Ifa, you know what I'm saying, I'm Ewa.
Yeah, that don't mean black.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that doesn't mean black. But when you ask them, what do, no, wait, hold up. But the question is, that Ewe doesn't mean black, because Ewe refers to that society. Hausa refers to that Pacific people, and the Khan refers to that Pacific people. But if you ask them, what do you call a person? How do you call a person? The word is a bibifo, and it means black person or dark person. And he shows that in the work, that, you know what I'm saying? So the term being black, you know what I'm saying, for us, for African people, it's not always been something that's been negative, is what I'm trying to point out. It's not been a negative thing towards us, because you know what I'm saying, you're looking at yourself. Why would you consider yourself negative? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You wouldn't do that. That's from the European perspective. They consider things that's black and dark, you know what I'm saying, negative, and things that are white are pure. You know what I'm saying? Well,
my African homies, right? They told me that they didn't become black or African till they migrated to the Americas.
I agree. I agree that.
And they use their own social terms. You dig what I'm talking about? Akan, Mende, Mali, Hausa, to call themselves, and they never. Because I asked this question, right? I asked this question before. Do Africans refer to themselves as blacks in their own mother tongues? Right? And the answer is just simply no. Continental Africans historically did not refer to themselves as black in their own native languages.
Right.
So there is no, even though somebody who is Afrocentric is saying this about this, you dig what I'm talking about? Notice the people ain't calling themselves them terms. They calling themselves Akan. They calling themselves Yoruba or whatever they calling themselves. But they're calling themselves by their tribal affiliations. You know, by their cultural practices.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And usually it is a term that denotes being the people, not black, but being like a people, but a people or the creator, a good people, or like the people or the first. The terms that they've taken, like Akan, like Mende. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Mali. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Chad. It tends to hint towards being first of something more than it does color. You dig what I'm saying? And that's just what you dig what I'm talking about. And conceptually, right? Millions of Africans only become black in a political, social, and racial sense when they migrate to the United States.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I have no problem with agreeing with what you just said, because they all saw themselves different. Like you said, they're gonna identify themselves as Hausa or Airway. You know what I'm saying? And it took what happened was that you got to understand that it took this intervention between the Europeans where they begin to see themselves and hey, okay, we're the same people. And
I would have pushback on that. The concept, that the concept of a black race didn't even exist on the so-called African continent prior to European contact. I would push back on that totally.
But I would push, and again, what I was saying that Obadele Cambone, what he showed is that's not true, because when you look at ancient Kemet, when they was fighting against the foreigners, the Amu, he shows the Pacific cases where the kings of Kemet they called for the unification of the other black people, these other black communities that was around Kemet, to unite on a simple fact that they all had the same phenotype, that they all were black. And we need to defend ourselves against.
I would push back against that with
wait. That he was saying that they united to defend the kingdom against these invading forces that they all call Amu, foreigners that was not native to the land, to the continent that today what we call Africa.
Yeah, but that's kind of a fallacy historically. What you're saying,
hold up.
Wait, damn, dog, I can't. Hold on, we got to build back and forth.
No, I didn't finish. You're saying it's a fact, but I'm saying it's not a fallacy because he's showing you. What he's showing you is that they united on the fact that they all had the same phenotype, that they all were black. And they're fighting.
Yeah, but I would push back that historically, we don't see that at all, right? And that people did not group themselves by broad skin color categories. Period. The racial idea of that comes from Europe and wasn't done till, for the most part, in America's colonial times. I would push back against that heavily, and I don't think you can show us anywhere in Africa where they group. Hold on. Especially for multiple people groups, right? Where they group themselves by broad skin color categories. Instead, you know, the populations identified themselves by ethnic nations, kingdoms, language groups, lineages, bloodlines and stuff, not because of color. Because just like today, people come in various shades and colors. That don't mean you aren't who you are. Right?
We're going to make it clear that the Caucasian or the European did not call us black first. They did not invent a construct called black. We need to stop saying that race is a social construct, because you can't name nothing that's not a social construct. Everything that you know and do is a social construct. So stop saying race is a social construct.
Not when it is applying to numbering people. Black is the exonym.
I'm talking.
Black is the exonym. It's what other people call people. It's not who they are.
I'm talking. I'm not going to over talk you.
Let him finish, Cosmo. His audio already a little muffled. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Babylon.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that, A1. So, you know, that's how they are confusion artists. So, but this whole thing about black is one word that anybody can look up. And it's the oldest written word that's on any text. It's the oldest word that you can find written down anywhere in the world. And that word and that name is Kush. You can look it up. Just Google the word Kush. And then look up what Kush means. And Kush means black skin, black people. These are the first people now. Now, Kush, then we could go into Egypt, right? Ancient Nubia. And the people of Tarseti, the Nahesi people, they are originally called Kush, black. Not only does Kush mean black, Nahesi mean black, but when you go into Sudan, when they call the Arab, the Sudanese people Balad al-Sudan, that means black. When you look at the word Ham or Kim, it means black. So for somebody to sit up here and literally say that it's no culture or no people, no body of people, nowhere in the world that ever claimed or ever said that they themselves were black, that's a lie and a half. Just about every culture that ever existed named themselves black, because it was the royal name. It was one of the highest names that you could be named. And that's why the word black is in the word Kemet. Now, when they talk about the word Kemet too, you know, Kemet is a hieroglyphic word, right? So when we look at the first hieroglyph, they teach that these are syntactic phonemes and you know, sounds and stuff like that. And that the orthography, right? The letter itself, the picture itself has no meaning. It has nothing to give you. The pictures don't relate to nothing. That's a lie. When you look at the first letter of Kemet, the first hieroglyph, they confuse. They say it's either a black crocodile tail, but either way, they call it a black crocodile tail. This is the first letter in the word Kemet. Or they say it's a burned charcoal. It's a burnt piece of wood. Either way, it's burnt black. So the first letter in there tells you that it's black. Then the second letter is like Oli name, is an owl. It's an M. And it's just a extra letter because you already got the word Kim with the black piece of wood or the crocodile tail. So you add the other M, like in the banana language, it's just to put emphasis that this word ends in M. So then the owl, but the owl also means to be in and of. So right there, you said black, in and of, the black owl. Now, then the last one, when you get to the T, which is a loaf of land, which represents the female, feminine, a loaf of bread, it represents female, feminine, you know, things like that. But bread, the land, lady, land, loaf, and lady. That's what the loaf represents. And so then that's the T. So then you say Kemet, right? So now we got the whole word, and we know the T on that is abstract. The T tells us that it's not only feminine, but it says that which is black. Now, after the T comes what you call determinatives. The determinatives, let's say, is a lady and a man, because they got that, a lady and a man. So when you say K, the black wood, you see the owl, you see the loaf, and then you see two people, a lady and a man. And they'll tell you that that means the people of the black land. I'm gonna repeat. They'll tell you that means the people of the black land. But they just making a mistake because you saying that black in the word Kemet doesn't refer to the determinative, which is the people, but it refers to the loaf on the end of the word, which is the T, which makes the word feminine. Black would have to be referring to the people following the land. So it would be the black people of the black land. You couldn't say the people of the black land. Black is referring to the people and the land because it's the adjective, it's describing the land and the people. So I don't know how we went this long without knowing that little bit right there of what hieroglyphics is doing, what hieroglyphs are doing, and how to use them. So yes, there is people that call themselves black, and the people of Egypt, the people of Cush and Kemet were the first people to do it. I stopped right there. What's the name?
Cosmon.
Cosmon. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cos. It's on you. Yes, sir.
All right. Just a
the cat got his tongue. The cat out of the bag and got his tongue.
Just a little pushback on that, brother. You dig what I'm talking about? Do you know the word for black in Yoruba? Or what about the word for black in Swahili? Right? The people in Yoruba call themselves Yoruba, but the word for the color black is dudu. And in Swahili is Imusi, right? But the Swahili don't call themselves Imusi. These words were historically used to describe the literal shape of an shade of an object or skin tone, not as a political, legal, or racial category grouping a whole continent together. That was brought about by Europeans in the 1500s. You know, during the colonial period. See, the invention of black as a racial category, right, or Negro in Spanish and Portuguese was constructed by European colonial empires starting in the 15th century. Why they did it was for a legal purpose. Why? European powers needed a single massive legal category to strip diverse groups of their distinct national identities, flattening a Yoruba prince, a Mandinka farmer, and an Igbo blacksmith into a single economic unit, a black slave. Because enslaved Africans in the Americas were stripped of their native languages. I don't know how they did that, but stripped of their native languages and specific tribal identities, they deliberately reclaimed and transferred the word black over centuries into a powerful unified cultural rights. Becoming black by migrating to America. This dynamic remains highly visible among modern African immigrants moving to the United States, right? In their home country. A person living in Lagos, Nigeria, does not wake up thinking of themselves as black. Because
you're not addressing nothing you asked me or nothing that I said. You just rambling right now. But go ahead.
Okay, no, I was just showing you that, they don't use black as a racial category, right? But in none of their names, right? You said Kim is saying about the people. My understanding is when they talk about Kim, they're talking about the land.
But wait, before you go crazy, I just got to make one comment.
Go ahead, bro.
Bro, you moving the goalposts because you made the statement that no tribe, no people call themselves black and meant that they was referring to their skin and their whole nation and their whole tribe. Now you go and say, ain't no continent, the whole continent now. The concept of a continent needs to be there, and that's the white man construct. So I ain't about to go there with you. You just moving the goalpost and kicking the can down the road. But the bottom line is, you asked the question or basically raised the question that there was no black people, and I showed you, and you have not said, yeah,
right.
Kush, that would be legit. The name Kush and the people Kush, that would be people that call black, and that would be people that call themselves black, and that would fit the description. You rather go and say, hey, what about the Yoruba? And what word they use for black? They ain't calling themselves black. That's a non sequitur. That's like me going to saying, hey, let's go to Spain. Yes. Now look at Spanish. The Spanish. I'm talking. The Spanish don't call themselves black. They don't. That's why we're talking about people that do. So for you to go somewhere where they don't and use that as an example of they don't, that's stupid, because we talking about where they do. And where they do, I showed you. In Kemet, in Kush, in Sudan, all of that means black. And you didn't refute that. Go ahead.
All right, can I reply? Let me reply real quick. Hey,
hold on, wait a minute. Hey, hold on. I was just trying to get off the mic real quick. Let me just debunk that real quick. Kush doesn't mean black, right? He just be capping, y'all. Share my screen, right? Does Kush mean black? No. Linguistically, the Kush did not originally mean black. It was an indigenous geographic name for a specific region located in ancient Nubia, modern day southern Sudan. However, because the people of Kush were dark-skinned, right? Neighboring civilizations like the Egyptians, like the Hebrews and Greeks used the word Kush or its translation to mean the land of black people. There's a big
y'all need to stop with Google, bro. I just gave you the breakdown of the hieroglyphs.
Hold on, I'm talking. Be quiet. I just debunked. I know it hurt. Because this is from World History Encyclopedia, showing y'all he dead wrong. This is an exonym these other people put on these people, right? They used it for the word or its translation to mean the land of black people, right?
That's a lot.
Hold on. Look, hold on. The original language, right? In the ancient Nile Valley Kush or Kash, right? It simply was simply the proper name of the kingdom of Kush, a powerful empire in southern Egypt. It was a geographical and political title, right? Much like the words Egypt or Rome or Persia. The Kushites did not name themselves after their skin color. They named themselves after their homeland. In ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptians referred to the region as Kusu or Kash. However, when describing the region's population, they used the phrase Ta-Nehesi, which literally means or translates to the land of the black people.
Bro, right? You repeating everything I said. Everything I just said, you repeating it back to me.
No, they're not. No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm debunking what you said. I'm showing that you're mixing up the... Bro, be quiet. I know. Hold on, because I'm not done. We let you talk. We let you get everything out. We let you get it all out. Now we're debunking you. Hold on. I'll let you know when I'm done. We're just debunking you. We're just showing the people that you was mixing up the dope, right? You didn't know Ta-Nehesi.
I get down like that.
Right?
Straight
was what the Egyptians called them, right? The people of the land of the black people, right? But they were named after what? The land, right? To the Egyptians, Kush was synonymous with dark-skinned people, and they consistently depicted Kushites with rich black skin tone, right? Kush don't mean black, right? Now, when you are a religious dupe, right? When you've been duped by Bible, right? In the Hebrew Bible, right? This is where he got it from, y'all. I know, I'm just exposing him, right? This is why he hurt. This is why he can't shut up. He can't, because I am debunking him and I'm showing y'all he dishonest and he is a religious stooge. Because the idea of Kush meaning black comes directly out of the Hebrew Bible. The region is called Cush. Over time, the noun morphed into a descriptive adjective for skin that comes out of the Torah. The person, Cush, is described as a son of Ham whose descendants populated North Africa. The metaphor in Jeremiah 13:23, the Bible asks, can the Cushite change his skin or the leopard his spots? Historical rabbis and scholars, such as this dude, you dig what I'm talking about, explicitly translated the biblical word Cushi to mean Adam Shahor, or a black person. He got that out of religious ideology. He trying to spook y'all. Black person doesn't exist. It's a catch-all term. It's an exonym. See, in the modern shift, because of this biblical connection.
Hey, bro, you got to stop somewhere now.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Nigga, ain't no hold on, nigga. You keep on not being done. You will never get done. If don't nobody do you like this, you never stop, nigga. No, nigga, ain't no hold on.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you Cush, and Cush today is a derogatory word. Watch this. Watch this. I know it hurt. I know it hurt. Watch this. Because of this biblical connection, right? The word Cushi became the literal word for a black person. Ain't that what he just said? In modern Hebrew, this is just a goofy religious nigga, right? Regurgitating some shit he got up out of Bible. However, in Israel today, it is widely considered a highly offensive racial slur to call somebody Cushi, right? Well, listen, when other empires translated texts mentioning Cush, they completely replaced the word Cush with their own literal words for black. The Greeks translated Cush in Ethiopia, which literally means land of the burnt-faced persons. Same thing that they trying to tell you Kemet mean. Right? But we talking about the land. The Arabs later called the region Bilal Sudan, which literally translates to land of the blacks.
Keep cutting your own throat. There you go. Keep going. Dive on.
The word Cush itself is a place name, not a people. It only came to mean black because of external cultures associated the geographic region so heavily with the dark skin complexions of the people who lived there. That's a debunking, y'all. You can go ahead now.
All right. Yeah. So after all that rubbish, trash, garbage, rhetoric, you want to go? I don't want to be rude. Go ahead. You know,
because he ain't gonna put no sources and show it that it's not.
No, I'm good. Hey, Cosmon, just chill, bro. I'm letting the brother go. You got it. You already said that bullshit you said. Ain't nobody saying it. Ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to Bible. You didn't say nothing that nobody can fix. And saying that something came out the Bible and saying that it's religious, I just got through saying that, bro. If the person that read it is not religious, then it can't be a religious text. If I'm reading the book as a historical book, if I'm reading the book as a historical record, I'm talking Mark ass nigga. I'm talking book ass nigga. I'm talking lame ass nigga. I'm talking. So if I'm using the Bible as a historical book, man, who's that? You gotta mute your background, man. Mute your mic, whoever that is. Yes. So I'm using the Bible as a historical document. So whenever this book was found, like let's say the Dead Sea Scrolls, when those was found, that marks a date and time. Those books predate the white man even being in Africa or in the Middle East. So the white man has nothing to do with the writing of the scrolls or the scriptures. I repeat, these scrolls predate the white man. The white man is the closest thing to a white man, as Dr. Ben, entered into Africa and Egypt in the year 645 BCE, right? Somewhere around there. Then they came again in 300, right? Then after that, they came again in the 30 BC. So
that's a long time before the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm talking. The white man has not been in Africa. You talking about the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, dummy. You're not talking about the writing of the Dead Sea Scrolls, silly. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, he was there before them too.
If you find,
the writing of the Dead Sea Scrolls is during the Ptolemaic dynasty. Stupid.
Find a historical document, Dodo, then that doesn't date the document, Dodo. You can only say that's when you found it. Obviously, it's older than obviously the document is older than when you found it. So now shut up, Dodo, and let me finish. You're making a moot point. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. So now, so when he say that Cush refers to a land, you notice that every time they said that, it was the white man coming in saying, well, but it became known as the black people. And then they got to squash it and say, well, if you're coming from the Bible, then that's religion, not history. But I just told everybody that they can look this up as a Sumerian tablet because, like the Bible say, right? Cush, the son of Nimrod, built Babel. He built Babylon. When we look on the walls in the temples of Babylon, we see what? Black kings, Cushite kings. They call them that, the Cushite kings. They even call them Kassite kings. That's Cushite. He mentioned Cush and Cass. There you go. So now, when they show you the Cushite kings on the walls in Babylon, and the Bible tells you that, hey, the Cushite kings, the people of Cush built the city of Babel, that's black people building that. And then when I say Cush is the land of Tarseti in ancient Egypt, they also built that too. He confirmed that. Then when I say Balad Sudan means black, and that's Sudan, and that's right next to Egypt, he confirmed that. Then when I say the people of Ta-Nehesi were also called the black people, right? He confirmed that. But yet he's still saying that it's no black people and no black people call themselves that. But that's just the same thing that the scholars do when they go into Egypt. They look at the word Kemet and they know good and well that the word Kemet means black. And the T on the end is feminine. And like I said, it's a feminine abstract and it means that which is black. The white man, Jonathan Winterman, came on Smash Rockwell's show and explained that the T means that which is black. And what I asked in the chat was, if the T means that which is black, I agree, it's an abstract. What is it describing when it says that which is black? And he couldn't answer. Because the answer gonna be, if you put a T on the end of a word and it's saying that which is black, and the word is Kim, and it's telling you something is black, what follows that is a man and a lady, a seated man and a lady, which is the determinant for a people. That's what's black. Those people are black. They the black people of that black land. But when we go straight to a primary, because that's what I'm doing, I'm dealing with the primary glyphs. I'm not talking about Medu Neter. That's a mistake. What I'm speaking right now is what we call Ernie Kemet. All right, you can look that up. Ernie Kemet. That's the language of the ancient Egyptians. You don't speak Medu Neter. You speak Ernie Kemet. So when people say they speak Medu Neter, you can say, no, you don't. You speak Ernie Kemet. You can't speak Medu Neter. Medu Neter is not a spoken language. It's only written. Ernie Kemet is the spoken language of ancient Egypt. So now, I just show that, not to show off, but to say that it's a lot of things that happen in the community that I just sit silent on, but to come on here and have to debate somebody that does not speak Ernie Kemet, that does not know the hieroglyphics, that knows nothing about ancient Egyptian, knows nothing about Cush, knows nothing about Tarseti, just learn the word Ta-Nehesi. If I ask him, what does the word Nahes mean? He don't know. So yes, the word means black, and it always meant black. And it ain't never referred to the land, because the people of Cush didn't even have a land. When they came to build a land, they named the land Babel. And they built 7 cities, Akkad, Calneh, all that. Ain't none of those cities called Cush. But when you look up the language in the Middle East, I'm going to give y'all a secret. The language in the Middle East, you look up where alphabet first got found at, where they first found the first language tablets at, is 2 places. One of them called Lachish, Lakish, Kish, Lakush. That's Lakush right there, where the language is found at. And the other place is called Lakash, Laghash, or Gashsh, Lagash and Lakish. Both of them mean Lakush. Both of those places are the Kush. So when they tell you it's no black, that's all it ever was people recognizing their blackness. The Sumerians called themselves the black-headed ones. The Egyptians were called the Blackfeet people. When you come to Native America, you got the Blackfoot people, Black Elk people. The people knew their color and they recognized that, and they wanted it to be known.
Shout out Mika Wash in the chat. She says you're wrong, and it doesn't mean black people. Our skin isn't black. Our skin is actually brown. So I don't know.
Pseudo and anachronistic.
Hey, look.
I think that she would say that you applying modern day race constructs to people in antiquity. You didn't say anything. If you would let me finish, you're not saying what I'm saying. And you're not saying what she's saying, because we both don't agree with you. And I'm speaking for her right now. I think that she would say it's actually anachronistic for you to put modern day racial constructs on people in antiquity. But don't call what we're doing anachronistic. What you're actually doing is literally the definition of. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yo, can I respond? Let me respond. Yeah, Babylon, hold up. Let me respond. Yo, so all right, so here's the thing. What Cosmon showed was correct. The Ta-Nehisi meant the people of the black land. All right. And so what I was trying to explain is from the brother Dr. Kamalu in his book, Personal Divinity and Nature. He explains that when African people are talking about themselves, they're not just talking about the people, they're talking about the land as well, because they saw themselves as being connected with the land. And that's not something that we do in Western culture. We don't see ourselves as being connected with the land, but they saw themselves as connected with the land. So if they're calling the land black land, they're also calling the people black people. And Obadale Cambone showed this, that they not only, because as you pointed out, the word Dudu means black in Yoruba. And so you have Ila Aduda Wa, the people of the black land. So what is a person? When he asked the question, what is a person? A person is Adulo Wa. Dudu, again, Dudu, black person. And it's the same thing in tree. When
so
you
the
have
black,
a BB, wait, hold up. You have
so
a
the
BB
black is a
9.
descriptive term. It's not the person itself.
You have
it's just describing its color.
You're describing a color,
right? But the color is not black.
Cosmon, they're recognizing the color. You're acting like they don't see the color. They understand the color. Okay.
Well,
but the people aren't black.
Okay. Let's let him finish so I can respond to him, because I want to respond.
Share my screen.
Because he keeps saying they see the color, and so does Babylon Don, but the color is brown. It's not black. But I digress.
I think the biggest mistake I think the biggest mistake is that he took the Bible as a history textbook.
I'm not even talking. I didn't even mention
not you.
Hey, can you share my screen? Share my screen.
Your screen share? Oh wait, I'm sharing the wrong screen. I'm sorry.
That's not mine.
I'm sorry. Let me take this.
Right.
And so but the thing is that you have to understand that these people. He
said the Bible was a history book. That's crazy.
All right, so oh man, what the hell? And I had this joint queued up. Hold up. I had this joint queued up. I want to show this joint because Obadale Cambone explains this.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hold up.
We find a similar thing in the prophecies of Imam Nefertiti given in the court of Saras and Neferu. Before the term Pan-Africanism was born, you had people doing very Pan-African actions, right? Saying Africa for the Africans like Nana Martin Delaney did long before the term was coined. Similarly, you have all of these Pan-African actions before we even see the first attestation of the word Metiu. So it was born in substance before the term was coined per se. But again, a lot of this deals with there's a paucity of evidence, and there's a lot of things. The term may have been in existence before this, but we'll deal with it in terms of absence of evidence is not necessarily evidence of absence. That is to say, even though we don't see the term there, in any archaeological dig, they can uncover it. So this is talking about the nature of the Amu. It says the Amu, the Eurasians, travel by their strength. They terrorize the hearts of those upon the harvest, meaning farmers. They seize oxen on the plow. So here are these Amu, these southwestern Eurasians, destroyed and taken away are those things of goodness. All goodness has been exposed. So we're lamenting that these Amu come into Kemet. Now, one interesting thing is that Kemet has a connotation of blackness, black, land of black people, right, or the black nation. However, Amu does not have a connotation of whiteness. Here you just have Am, which is a throw stick, letting you know that they are foreigners. So whereas we're organizing on the basis of being black, we're not referring to them, and they themselves are not organizing on the basis of being black.
Hey, Haru, stop it real quick, Haru. Where it's, Massa, where it's saying Amu at? And it got the owl in it, right? Okay. So, but it don't denote that they white people, right?
Which they still are.
Right, and hold on. He was saying the owl. Hold on, he was saying the owl is referring to that blackness. We see that same blackness in the Amu and that owl that we see in the word Kemet. Go back a little bit, bro. So they can see that the owl, which bro was saying mean the blackness, is in Amu, and it's in Kemet.
Shout out to the L.
Right,
that's
and this would have been read right to left. Why is it saying Eurasian?
Yeah, and Babylon Dime, man. If you still listening, quit running off the stage every time.
Well, I do get it.
Heads. Hold on for a second, Cosmo.
Oh, my bad.
Babylon Dime, quit running off the stage every time we bump heads. If you cut me off, I'm gonna get aggressive every time. Because one, you violating the rules to the person who enforces them. When I get to talking, just fall back for a second. I'm overly respectful, and when I cut people off, I let people hold me accountable. The rest of the panel will hold me accountable, and I'll fall back and I'll mute out. So I'm not even above these rules. So don't be running off like you getting bullied, because you're not. All right, my bad, Cosmo. Back to you.
I was just asking, does that phonetic M that's in Kemet, that's in Amu, hold on, my bad. It said the host muted your screen. Okay. Can y'all hear me, y'all?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's an echo coming from somewhere. It was from Massa Herc's screen, though. When Massa Herc shares his screen, every time it's like it's picking up the audio, too, and it gives an echo. It did that the other day, too.
Okay.
My bad.
I couldn't even hear it, so I knew it was probably echoing crazy. I was asking her this owl, right? That's in the M, right? In Kemet, right? Which would stand for black, like the brother explained. I'm asking you. Does this owl, this determinative, right, mean the same thing in Kemet as it means in Amu? And what does it mean, bro? Explain it to me.
To truly explain, for me to truly answer, I don't know. All I know is that the owl does not mean black. That's not the determinative that means black at all.
What do the owl mean, bro?
Over here is the charcoal that means black. All right. So let's let him finish. Let him finish.
Which they still are. But it deals with the resolution of this problem. So it says, this Nesut will come from the south. Amani, true of voice is named, son of this woman of Taseti, child of the interior of Nechem. He will take the white crown, he will wear the red crown, he will join the two mighty ones. Eurasians, and again you see the Amu here referring to those who are on that landmass now known as Eurasia. So Eurasians will fall to his sword, Libyans to his flame. This is Chimhu. And what's interesting is that before the whitening of Ta Chimhu, they were counted among the black allies.
Come on, man. I gotta watch this nigga while he playing with his hair, man.
Yeah, man. This
This
weird,
shit getting
bro.
real weird, bro.
Weird.
Where is he? Where is he from? What scholar?
And I don't trust his. I don't trust his reading because when I be seeing
Wait, stop. Hold
I
on.
was playing, man. I was playing with you for real.
I know. Nah, he from New York. The nigga from New York.
I don't want to discredit a black scholar, so I was at least gonna ask for his credentials, though.
Nah, he from
a young Rashad Jamal over here. I don't know where.
He from New York. He moved to Ghana. You know what I'm saying? He got his PhD in linguistics. And
I saw you share him the other day too. You shared something with him, breaking something else down.
Yeah, he moved to Ghana, you know what I'm saying, years ago. But he, you know what I'm saying, he is like the modern today, you know, Cheikh Diop and Theophile Benga, because he studied the languages. He speaks 5 African languages. And so when we're talking about this concept of being black in his works and in the works that he's done, he's shown that back then they saw themselves as being black, as a color, not just, you know what I'm saying, it was a color and it was a political thing when they was fighting the foreigners. That's something.
Can you show me? Is that what that brother was showing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. That's what I was trying to get at.
Can you let it finish then? Because I actually do want to see, because I was about to ask where are you getting this information from, but you were just showing it, so it wouldn't be fair for me to tell you to cut it off.
Yeah, I can let it,
so if you could pull that back up, just so that way I can finish it, because I still don't agree with the brother. I don't agree that they were confused. I think that they knew the difference between brown and black. And I don't think that we forgot the difference between brown and black until white folks confuse this.
Right.
And start identifying us as
white
black.
man.
We're not black, nigga. My shirt is black, my skin is brown. And you're trying to tell me that Egyptians were confused for absolutely no reason at all.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes,
I'm not saying they were confused.
Well, granted, you're not saying they were confused, but when you say that they thought that our brown skin was black, I'm telling you that that's what you're saying. We're confused today. And now you're trying to apply the same confusion that Europeans have created today with these artificial constructs to the people back then. And I'm saying that's anachronistic. I don't think they were confused about skin color. I think they knew the difference between black and brown. I don't think they identified themselves as brown, as black
colors.
And I think that was just for the land.
And again, so again,
but I'm willing to sit through anything that you have, because I do want to see the sources.
The thing that he points out is that you had the skin color ranges. We got all types of depictions showing the different ranges of the skin color of the people.
They would be nonetheless African, right?
Well, hold up. They showing you light skinned black people, you know what I'm saying, dark skinned black. There was different ranges. But the thing was that it was an understanding that they all considered themselves as being black people because they saw the creator as being a black person, not a black person.
Well, but they seen themselves different as the people from the land of the blacks.
That's what I'm saying. No, if you call the land black, you're calling yourself black. And that's what he's
the Egyptian was calling a whole nother people the people of the black land.
No. That's what he was pointing out. That they were.
That's Ta-Nehisi.
All right,
that's what Ta-Nehisi means.
Let's let it finish. You listen to what he was trying to say.
Okay. To bar the racial from entering Kemet. So we're keeping these non-blacks, these foreigners, out there of black people, so we're even building walls to prevent them from coming into the land of black.
You gotta mute something, bro.
This isn't Pan-Africanism.
I did it for you. Go ahead, hit play. Just press play.
And there's nothing that's been done since the coining of the term before or after that in Pan-Africanism, this is truly protecting the land of Black people coming together on the basis of being Black for our survival against common non-Black enemies. And it says, they shall, and again,
common non-Black enemies.
They shall beg water as beggars to allow their cattle to drink. Then Ma'at will return to her seat while Isfet is driven away, right? So these people in modern times, they say Ma'at is like, holding hands, kumbaya, turn the other cheek. But Ma'at is not anything about that. When you read the primary text, Ma'at will only be able to return to her seat after these ones have fallen to the sword, those ones have fallen to the flame, and they are driven out as the very incarnation of Isfet. Isfet being, wrongdoing, falsehood, all of these types of connotations. So here, I want you to check it yourself. This deals with unification among Blacks, right? In the sense of, Amani is going to come and drive out these Eurasians militaristically, expansion of the land of Black people. But basically what I want you to do, and this is your assignment, is to look at these different criteria and see, does this text qualify as Pan-Africanism? Does it deal with evidence of knowledge of self, right? In the Black survival thrust, does it deal with evidence of knowledge of enemy and preventing the enemies of Black people from destroying Black people? If so, then we will say that this is truly a Pan-African text, but I'll leave this to you in order to evaluate. We find similar sentiments in Imahu Sanhat's text, where again it has the idea of bringing other Africans equals Blacks into the empire by gaining their allegiance through force or diplomacy while maintaining a focus on repelling the Amu, the Eurasians, right?
I think that's an assumption right there.
I reached the walls of the ruler created to repel Eurasians.
He's making a lot of assumptions.
And crush sand-faring Bedouins, right? So they're very clear. These people in modern times may not be so clear on who the enemy is, but in classical Kemet, we were very clear that we are building, and again, it's a reference that we saw in the.
And then he labels what other, hold on, can you pause it? I just need clarification from you, Hercules. And when he says it's very clear that we knew who the enemy was, who is the enemy? White people, so-called white people of antiquity? I say so-called because they didn't identify it like that. But nonetheless, go ahead. I mean, if you can answer that for me. Oh, I'm sorry. You're muted out as well, Hercules. When you play your video, you have to mute out so that way it doesn't echo. You have to unmute your actual. No, you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Today we wouldn't label them as that. What he's saying is that they label them as all. He said they labeled all of them as foreigners. There was no particular distinction. You know what I'm saying, between the Persians and the Romans and the Greeks. There was no particular distinction. They just labeled them as Amu, as foreigners. That's what he's saying.
Okay, and the foreigners were the enemy. That's what he's saying?
Yeah, the foreigners. He said
okay, I'm making sure he wasn't trying to identify white people as enemies of Black people.
Today we call them European, Eurasians. You know what I'm saying? Today we would label them as that, but back then they didn't label them as that. They just called them Amu.
Because I think they were more tribal than racial. It was tribal.
Yeah, but
it wasn't about
but what he's
color
showing
you
you
were.
but he's showing you that they didn't make the distinction. They just called them all Amu.
Exactly, got you. That further helps my point, but I'll show you.
Well, then how are you defining that these are definitively white people today?
By the pictures, I'm sure, because the pictures depicted a lot of them as Caucasians that they had captured and enslaved.
Or were they light-skinned Negroes?
Could have,
because it doesn't say. He just says they're foreign. He don't say they not African. Foreign mean just not Egyptian.
But the framing on this whole thing is what bothers me, because it gives the impression that they were warring against white people and white people were the enemy. Like this is how it sounds.
No, and that's the thing. That's the thing that you trying to make it seem. Cosmo tried to make it seem that there was also Black people. Actually he does in his works. He does show you that there were Black people who were aligning with the Amu that the Egyptians were fighting with as well. That today
they're not black, bro. You gotta stop using that common term.
Wait, hold up. Today
that's what's confusing you.
Today we would call them house niggas or coons because they was aligning with the foreigners. And that's what he's showing you in the works. And he's showing you the primary text as where they are describing these people. He's not, you know what I'm saying? He's not giving just his interpretation.
How we describe them, bro?
He's showing you the primary text as they describing them.
Can you
how they describe them, bro?
All right, I'm gonna let it play. When he talk about they describing them. Hold up, I'm gonna let it play.
Right. See if it match what he's saying.
It probably the description probably matched, but it doesn't mean that they identified them or that they had they have these same social constructs that we have today. What his claim is, and he's making this claim without saying the words. He doesn't realize that this is what his claim has to make a reality. The fact that they had the same social constructs back then that we have today, as far as race goes, with black, white, etc. It's it's absurd. But I'm gonna let him further his point, and then I'll respond to it at the end when I actually hear what's presented, because I don't want to respond to an assumption. That's an assumption so far. This guy can land somewhere else.
He's Eurasian. It says he has extended state frontiers. And this is what Pan-Africanism in the classical form was all about, is bringing in more black people and more land to black people. But let's read it says, he has extended the state frontiers. He will take possession of the southern lands without thinking about the foreign lands to the north. He was born to smash the Eurasians and to trample upon the sand-faring Bedouins. So again, very clear in terms of bringing together black people, smashing non-black people and trampling upon them, right?
Totally not cool.
Just dealing with the black
smashing non-black people.
In that regard, then we would have
I don't think the text says that either.
Yeah, I don't think it says that either, but
we need a different scholar.
Can you get on that, Cosmon, while this is playing? See if you can pull up this text and see what another translation is saying.
Right on.
Yeah. Let me see what it's called again. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Get out there. Before you let it play again, Hercules, can you tell us what it's called? Or is that it right there?
Yeah, what's that text called? The Kemes Way.
So Cosmo can look it up while you let it finish playing.
Let me see what that is.
Because I'm not liking where this is going.
I
mean, and
getting a little racist.
Because one, I just don't think it says that. And if it does say that, that doesn't further help the narrative of
that they somehow white.
Of white people being of black people being completely innocent of anything. It sounds like it was one big war going on for control.
That wasn't an argument.
And we just happened to lose. No, it wasn't an argument. Through the claim, though, I'm reading between the lines. I'm hearing what's being said, even though people aren't saying it.
But the argument,
for one thing to be true, it means that these certain things have to change. And I'm going into things that have to change.
Hold up. Let's be clear. The argument was that black people back then, the African people back then, identified themselves as being black and as a racial group. That's the argument. You know what I'm saying? So
and you seem to think that the people of antiquity had the same racial constructs as people of 2026.
What is the name of that? What is the name of that text?
That's what you think.
Could you bring that back up, bro?
They say nothing is new under the sun. They say nothing is new under the sun, brother.
Is that a yes?
What's the name of that?
For the record.
What's the name of that? What papyri is that? Where is that from?
Can you see it?
Oh,
no.
Was it that Kimsu? That's the name of it?
Yeah, that's the name of it.
Okay.
Egyptian, that's the Egyptian text.
So I'm gonna take that as a yes.
And even for this particular project, we have a good just short of 100 texts that we'll be bringing forth in the forthcoming book. What we're doing now is we're releasing an article that's going to have about 12 texts, and then the book is going to have at least, so far we have well over between 80 and 90 texts, but by the time it's all said and done, we should have, approximately 100 or more. But it says, a ruler is in Hubweret, and another in Cush. I sitting joined with an Am and a Nahasi, right? The Am is the Eurasian, and a Nahasi is what they now translate as Nubian, right? I prefer not even to give these Eurasian translations, but to give the original text. Now, one issue that we find is that the Am and the Amu and the Nahasiu are in league with each other, and they're actually sending letters back and forth about how they're going to subdue and divide up the land of Black people. We'll see that in the text, so let's come. Each man having his own portion of this Kemet land of Black people, sharing the land with me. Now, again, you have the Nahasiu who qualify as Black people phenotypically, but do not see themselves as Black people. They don't self-identify as such, and rather they're willing to be in league with these Amu.
That's a headshot. He shot himself in the head.
What's important about this is that we have a very
Pause it. What did he say?
He said Kim don't. He said they didn't call themselves Black.
Oh shit, son! I didn't hear that.
And then when I brought up that word, Kim Su in ancient Egyptian, the root word Ilkim means black. When it is attached to the grammatical suffix like SW, its definition changes based on sentence structure. Kemet U or Kemet U in standard Egyptology, when the root Kim, black, is followed by a feminine ending T, the plural marker, and a people, quote unquote people, determinative, a man in power glyph.
That's not what he said, Cosmo. Stop. That's not what he said.
No, I was trying to find that text, but this is what it brought up. It forms Kemet Wu or Swu. It literally translates to the Black people or those of the Black land. In the Kahun Papyrus, see, I'm just honest.
Black people,
Let's go back and listen to what he said. That's not what he said.
Hold on. Or it says those of the Black land. Wait. Hold on. But hold on. But what he showed, the Kim with the SW, right at the end, because I didn't know what that means. I was looking it up. In standard Egyptian grammar, the SW is a third person masculine singular, dependent pronoun meaning him or it. Therefore, when deciphered directly from Middle Egyptian medical text, a phrase written.
That's not what he said.
Hold on.
No, stop. You interrupting. That's not what he said. Could you stop?
Hold on, wait a minute. But I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying what
exactly to what he said.
Hold on, bro. We was just trying to figure out what it even says in the text, what Kim Swu means, because what it translates literally to is it is black or make it black. That's what Kim Swu means. Not that the land is black or that the people is black. It literally means it is black. In the context of the Kahun medical practice, it is used as a diagnostic observation by a physician describing bodily fluids or person's physical symptoms. So I was just saying that that is saying that
there's nothing to do what he is saying. You have a comprehension problem, Cosmon.
No, I comprehend very well. And what we're learning is that this black, this black was never used as a social, construct to divide the people anciently. Never was.
Okay, fine. Can we go back? Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you.
Because that's not the lie that this dude is telling.
Eurasian translation.
Hercules, you need to make your point too, bro, because you be saying like you gonna correct something or make a point, and then you never make a point at all. So make a point.
One issue that we find is that the Amu and the Nahasyu are in league with each other, and they're actually sending letters back and forth about how they're going to subdue and divide up the land of Black people. We'll see that in the text, so that's come. Each man having his own portion of this Kemet land of Black people, sharing the land with me. Now, again, you have the Nahasyu who qualify as Black people phenotypically, but do not see themselves as Black people. They don't self-identify as such, and rather they're willing to be in league with these Amu, with these non-Blacks. And what's so important about this is that we have a very similar situation right now. In contemporary times, we have those who qualify phenotypically as Black, but they don't self-identify as Black, right? They don't even want to deal with Kemet as being land of Black people, and they want to identify as Black Americans and ADOS and American slaves and so forth, descendants of slaves, all types of stuff. So this is a situation that we are in right now, right? We have those who are in league with the Amu, who the Amu are saying it means Black soil, and then they're following behind, so they're in league.
So
with
the Amu are white people today?
Yeah,
So he's saying that, okay.
And they're lying to the people.
Crazy.
They're lying to the people, and you know that is something that is not tolerable for us. And it says, I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his belly. For my intention is to save Kemet, land of Black people, striking the Eurasians. Dividing the land with me is not tolerable for me. By the same token, you know, it's not tolerable for us to deal with these anti-Black sellout house Negroes who are defrauding the people. It says the Eurasians allied with him. I shall sail northwards to do battle with the Eurasians. And again, you see the term Amu, the original term.
The hate and racism is astounding.
If he intends,
it's a turnoff.
There'll be an ease in, and there's a lacuna in the text. And it says, then his eyes will be about to weep, and the entire land will say, the ruler within Waset, so-called Thebes. Kamos the valiant is protector of Kemet, right? Very powerful. Mek Kemet, the protector of the land of Black people, which is what we still need to this very day. Protector of the land of Black people.
You got me agreeing with Cedric Ortega. That dude is a racist.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, shout out Cedric Ortega in the chat.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I see where like a lot of. I don't. Okay, I'll let you go first.
Here's the thing that we're saying. You're saying you could disagree in how you feel and how you feel about it, but here's the point: that you will have to literally show that his translations are incorrect, because you're dealing with a brother who actually lived over there, who moved from America, moved over there, and literally, studied linguistics, under, Teofilo Benga and Foucault, and has translated the text himself. And so you would have to literally show that his translation of their understanding is incorrect. And he's not, and that's where we're coming from. Because what he is doing is he's standing on the shoulders of Cheikh Diop and Teofilo Benga and John Henry Clark, and showing that what Europeans, what white people have been doing for the last couple of centuries, they have been translating the text, or they've been ignoring what he has shown. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I hear you. I just don't agree. You got one lonely Black man who went and studied under other people who have racist sentiments. It's funny because you can identify these same sentiments in other people as racist behavior, but you don't see it when you go step in front of the mirror, and it's just like, how? Two, yeah, I disagree with the whole thing. We already have a debate, a face-off. We got scheduled for Science is Racist, because I would love to debate you on this topic as well. I think this topic is a lot more tricky, so I would have a lot more fun with this one. So maybe down the line, somebody will get in the ring with me on this as well. But yeah, this is, I'm not going to say too much, because like you say, I when I attack it, I want to attack the source material. I want to attack the
And
translations.
that's
I
the
don't
thing,
want to just
because
tell you how I feel about it. So you got the floor.
it's not about how you feel or what you think. And then usually when you come with, and when y'all disagree, your guys disagree with is always you know what I'm saying, Egyptologists or European sources. You know what I'm saying? It's never another black person who disagrees with what they're saying, because
Come get them, said. Come get them.
most of black people, most of the black scholars, they all agree what Obadale says. You know what I'm saying? There hasn't been, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know of any black, you know what I'm saying, archaeologists and philosophers that have done a research that disagree what he's saying.
Okay, but I hear that you see that these people are saying this, but you don't see that what these people are saying is that the people of antiquity somehow subscribe to the same modern constructs of race that we have today, and you don't see how that's actually bogus and most likely bullshit.
It's only bogus because you think that, what's the old saying, that there's nothing new under the sun. You're thinking that these are new concepts that you know what I'm saying, older people that they never thought of.
That phrase is poetic, but that doesn't, just because it sounds good doesn't necessarily means it applies. You haven't shown evidence. You haven't shown evidence to make those things apply. I'd rather you do that.
But the thing is, here's the thing: Obadale has shown you that he's showing you evidence that there's nothing new under the sun. He's literally showing
I would
you
really
that.
rather you just
because
I would
modern
really rather you
race
quote a source than quote some poetic cliche, because nothing new under the sun isn't a source. So I'd rather
and these are, and what he's failing to realize is these are modern.
How come you ain't yelling that's religious, Cosmon? That nothing new on the
What?
side.
Yelling what religion?
You ain't know it, huh? You don't even know that that's not the Bible.
Oh wait, hold on. I don't know what page you want said. I dropped a link over here on the Titans page. Though.
Never mind, man.
He might be on.
Yeah,
OTK
he wanted. He just wanted to talk to me about something. What you want to talk about?
Go ahead, Babylon. You got the floor.
Oh man, I ain't talking to that nigga. He know what I said. He always get straightened out. Then he try to make like he in question mode or something. This all of a sudden these niggas be getting deaf. But yeah, so but this what I do want to say, A1. Now A1, I know you have strong views on things, but I want you to take some time out with me for just 1 second and understand one thing. It's something called the linguistic argument. You don't have to speak the Ernie Kimmett to know it, to do this. Now, you know about linguistics. You're an intelligent man. I talk to you. I hear you on your show. So what I'm saying is, when we look at the name Ham, which means ham, it means burnt black. When we look at the name Kush, just bear with me, it means black. When we look at the name Egypt or Kemet, it means black. When we look at the word Ethiopia, it means burnt faces. We look up the word Sudan, it means black. But that ain't my point. My point is this right here, A1, is that, and oh yeah, when we look up Ta Nakesi, you see that K there? Nakesi, and Lakish, and Lakash. When we look up these words, when we look up them and we make the linguistic link between all of these words, and then we go to Egypt, and then we say, what does the letter K, what does word with K, what does that mean? Then we go first, we say, whoa, we see Kemet already, but that's the word with the T on it. Let's take the T off. Then we just got Kemet. Then we say, but what does Ke mean? We can go to the Ogdoad A1. It's something called the Ogdoad, the 8 primordial beings. They start out, they come from Atum, but they start out, they go Noon and Nunet, He and Hehet, Ket and Keket, Amun and Amunet, like that. So when you get to Ket and Keket, you know what that means? That means darkness, total blackness. So what I'm trying to show you is that in the word Kush, in the word Kemet, in the word Nakesi, because that word is Ta Nah Hesi. That's several words. The word Ta is land, right? But they say it means land, but then they say it's the land. Ta also means the. So it can't be the and land at the same time. And it's at the front of the word and not at the end of the word, like Kemet, which would be Kim Ta, like Kim Ta, and not Ta Kim, or like Ta City, or Ta Naheti. So they don't know whether that's a Ta for land or a the symbol. But my point here, A1, is that just do a little research for yourself, linguistically, and you will find out that that letter K, like Kim, meaning complete, K, meaning darkness, is always there, meaning black, meaning to finish, meaning to be complete, meaning all. So that's all I'm gonna say right there, A1. And that's something now, I will say this, that I haven't heard anybody say in the community or from white people nowhere in the land. They always come with the same old biblical argument and all of that. I went straight to the text, straight to Egypt, straight to the origin of the word, where the people first adopted the word, and that's where I'm getting my origins from, for where I'd say the letter K is the beginning of words for darkness and blackness.
That is religious, subjective, psycho dribble.
What the hell up? Ain't no Egyptian, no fucking Ernie Kemet is not religious though. You can't say that. You just jumped out the window for no reason.
Everybody, we have Cedric Ortega from the Pseudo Killers on the panel. Let's make sure we keep it respectful, gentlemen. I know you guys have prior history. Let's leave it where it was.
I don't know him.
Let's start today fresh.
I ain't never met this nigga.
Let's start today on a fresh note. Babylon Don. All right, Ced, you got the floor.
I don't know, he ain't gonna say nothing good.
Peace, family. Now, you know, when people have of strong opposing views, for example, me and our good brother Cosma, have a point where you can simply say we agree, then it is clear that what we're dealing with is some. Hercules has been on this rant since he came into the community, and slowly but surely people are starting to see how suited this brother actually is, right? Because from day one, first of all, he does the false appeal to authority when he got into the community, misappropriating mathematical terminology, theoretical math, to supposedly be able to quantify the supernatural. Now, you know when someone says they got a cure for cancer, and they just throw that term out there, not talking about which type of cancer, whether it's soft tissue, whether it's hard tissue, whether it's malignant mutations, whether it's cellular mutations, and the different forms of cancer, for example, blood cancers, etc. When they just say, I got a cure for cancer, you know your alarm bell's supposed to shoot up, because they actually don't know what they're talking about. Now, when you claim you can prove the supernatural, just supernatural, and then apply some mathematical terminology, you come up with a theorem misappropriating how dimensions are used within holographic spheres, for example, to model that onto the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension. When you do all that, the pseudo killers already understand your hyper pseudo, right? And this has been Hercules' spill from day one, and I've been on his head since day one. He's later evolved his rhetoric into this very racialized, subjective misappropriation and what we call anachronistic doctrine. This brother that we're dissecting now, I've been watching it for a while. His whole foundation is firmly rooted in an anachronistic, westernized, and I'm not going to say African American, but Afro-American in its broader sense. All of us that have experienced the transatlantic slave trade or are the product of the transatlantic slave trade have adopted a phenotypical identity based on color, coming out of a European 16th century indoctrination. Negro, nigger, black is all the same damn thing.
Listen, y'all got me up here agreeing with Cedric. Come on, man. The brothers, he making too much. I've been saying it all night, Cedric. They've been pushing against this all night.
I know. Listen, for us to have coherent conversations, for us to have actual battles, there should be no subject in which me and Cosman agree. That means you're absolutely redundant. If you are being chastised from the two most outer opposite spectrums of the equation in this environment, you have rendered yourself null and void. There is no.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished. That was a pause for the cause. We needed a break to laugh at this whole endeavor. So, and then you're trying to paint our position, and I'm going to say it like this. Even within the context that we live today, it is an outdated rhetoric. It is like, the Japanese guy that 40 years after the war was still trying to fight the World War II. The station you guys are rooted at is outdated, irrelevant, and not going to help our people move forward. Simple as. You're trying to pretend as if we still need to be marching in the streets. When you guys have an American passport, I have a Dutch passport, we travel the world, you pop your collar as an American, and then talk about this systemic racism when we have access to college, if it's not HBSUs, it is a regular system. Now, don't get me wrong. I went to school in Europe, the old country. So I know what racism is. So don't pretend that I do not acknowledge that existence. However, do not paint the picture as if the white boogeyman, the scary white boogeyman. You know that Europeans, white people exist below the poverty line. You know that white ignorance killed a lot of people during the pandemic as well. You think that you guys are unique when you're echoing most of the QAnon sentiments, and they prey on ignorant white people. Y'all ever been to Florida? When I'm driving around in my family's Range Rover and I see white people begging, I'm like, whoa. Y'all paint a picture as if this whole thing is one-sided. The problem is economics, and there are poor white people. Maybe y'all didn't know. I travel up and down the East Coast of the United States. I drive when I get to Miami. I'm everywhere. I'm home. I get in the car and I drive. I just came back from the DR. I get around. So you know this thing called poverty? It doesn't talk about color. It doesn't give a shit about your skin color. It gives about your intellect, your ability to function, to be a productive part of society, and you make your way, you get by. Every human being, every single one, has an up, a down, and a bounce back. It is part of life. I don't care if you got a PhD. I don't care if you're a sweeper in the street. You're going to have that pretty car. You're going to have the opportunity to build a mansion. You're going to lose that job. You're going to fall flat on your ass, and you're going to have to find your way back. That's the circle of life. No man, what's his name? The comedian, Martin Lawrence. No man is immune to the trials and tribulations of life. That's Martin Lawrence. If these people, that's your superstars, Martin Lawrence, again, no man is immune to the trials and tribulations of life. Stop this rhetoric. It doesn't help. It's a feel-good aid. The white man, all the while you're sitting on your ass doing nothing. Don't stop it.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Achilles, you got the degree. You're standing in the classroom. You're making that money, and you're out here pushing the rhetoric. You were scamming, Hercules, because you know better. You passed through the rigor to obtain an academic degree. The shit you push in the conscious community, sorry for my French, you cannot bring to the classroom. So it's
I was gonna ask
ego stimulation out in these youth. It's not about building the community. It's not about giving. It's not about giving a quality substance for your community to grow, because you know better. Here you're just trying to be Hercules Mansa. You're trying to have a alter ego, a character. You see, that's why my name is Cedric Ortega. Who I am always, all the time. I ran my plane. Stop the nonsense.
All right. Cosmon, did you want to say something before I respond?
No, you know what? Go ahead, bro. No.
All right. It's funny. So since we doing this little rhetorical, you know what I'm saying, response and speech, let me say this. Yes, I am Hercules Baxter, and you know what I'm saying, my degree is in mathematics, and I enjoy doing math. That's the reason I got my degree. Now, the thing that I've always say every time I come on this platform, I always tell you guys that I stand on the works of the elders, my elders, you know what I'm saying, and I named them: John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Runoko Rashidi, Checker. I named these elders, these people, you know what I'm saying, that I stand on their works. Now, I find it interesting. This is a fact. I find it interesting that Cedric disagrees with me, you know what I'm saying, his crew, his whole crew disagrees with me, and they push back against me. And I have done about, I think, 8 presentations on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? On this platform, on other platforms, all about 8 presentations. And if you notice, near one of them, not Cedric, not none of them pushed back on neither one of my presentations. The only person that pushed back was DMG and A1. They were the first 2 brothers to push back on either presentation that I've done. And Cedric prides himself in methodological naturalism and the modern, scientific methods. But you notice that when all the presentations that I have done, he has a pushback on either one of them. And so when it comes to me understanding the method and what we're talking about, science, and when you're talking about mathematics, you need to understand that I don't do this haphazardly. I double check my work. I have AI to check my work, and I'll have other people to check my work before I do a presentation to make sure that I'm not making any mistakes. So what all this comes down to is, which direction are you going in? You know what I'm saying? I would stand behind Mariba Ani. I stand behind John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima. I would defend their work because I believe their work was true work doing to help liberate the minds of African people, of Black people, period. But you notice, but I want to say this, you guys need to notice that the pseudo killers, they've been going against the elders of the Black conscious community. They don't stand on their word. They go against, and they represent They help to maintain European and American hegemony. That's what they're doing. John Henry Clark went against European hegemony. Ivan van Sertima went against Western hegemony. Runoko Rashidi, they all went against Francis Cress Welsing. They all, Naim Akbar, name them, Amos Wilson, they all went against European hegemony. Malcolm X went against European hegemony. So I'm fighting against a system. We're fighting against a system that's continuing to that's determined to maintain their point of view and their domination on the world and the minds. So when we're talking about this stuff, I think Jacob Carruthers, it was Jacob Carruthers who pointed out that, you know, we have to fight against our own people, and we also have to fight against the Europeans, the white American establishment, the academia. And it's crazy that we have to fight against our own people, but I understand, because a lot of our people, with Cedric, they believe, and they truly believe in the Western world point of view. I understand that. And that's where we contrast, because I, myself, I'm saying this right now, A1. I'm telling you this. On your platform, A1, I'm saying this right now. As a real nigga from America, I truly believe in the African world point of view. And I would stand with Joseph Mponga. I would stand with Theophilo Obinga. I would defend these niggas. I would defend Marimba Ani. I never met Marimba Ani in my life. But if it came down to it, if I had to give my life over hers, I would fucking give my life over hers. I never met her. You know what I'm saying? I stand with Mwali and Baruti in their works, because I truly believe in the reestablishment and the reinforcement to secure the maintain of the African world view. This is what I truly believe. So we have a difference in worldview and a difference in contrast. So when Cedric comes on and he gives his thoughts and his opinions, and Cedric, I laugh every time you come on. I find it funny. Because, you know what I'm saying, you come from this Eurocentric worldview. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm truthfully, I mean, I'm not mad about it. I just find it funny that you come from this worldview. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? And I come from the African worldview. And I'm gonna establish it, and I'm a fight back. And I truly believe that the African worldview, that the indigenous worldview of people around the world, because when you look at indigenous people around the world, their worldview is contrast to what the Europeans hold. That's just around the world, not just African. We talk about indigenous people of the Americas, North and South, and also in Southeast Asia. Is in contrast in how they look and view and understand the universe. And Cedric maintains the Western world view. He maintains it because he always quotes. If you listen to him, he always quotes, and he always gives the foundation and backs it up with the people that he researches. And these people, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have a problem with that. Or I can say I do have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Because these people, they're maintaining a worldview that is unsustainable. And I don't understand how you consider that the world that we live in today is sustainable, that it is going to sustain humanity. Because nothing I've read so far, and I'm sure, Cedric, you like to watch, you know what I'm saying, the latest, you know what I'm saying, scientific research and technology and stuff. Nothing that they're saying that, you know what I'm saying, of the world today is sustainable. And that's because it's all coming from the Western perspective. All right. So yeah, we have a contrast. We have different. We're looking at it from different points and different perspective. I truly believe that, you know what I'm saying, the African perspective is going to benefit Black people around the globe. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's going to help us in America definitely when we start to understand that we have to look at ourselves and connect with other African people on the continent and make those connections and those relationships and to build commerce, you know what I'm saying, to do things instead of trying to cut ourselves off and see ourselves as different and undistinct from those people. You know what I'm saying? And so, because, you know what I'm saying, when you look at around the world, you see Chinese people, you see Indian people, you see, you know what I'm saying, Japanese, the Koreans, you see the Latinos, the people from Mexico and Brazil and all that stuff, Argentina. They're all doing research. They're all doing commerce over in Africa. The only people who are not doing commerce over in Africa are Black Americans, because we're trying to cut ourselves off from being African and identifying as being African, identify as have a connection. Even if you don't identify as have a connection with them, that doesn't mean you can't have commerce with them. You can't build a business and work on them having, you know what I'm saying, creating the shoes or manufacturing your product over there. That would just help, you know what I'm saying, their country and their to build up. So for me, and I'm gonna say this is for me as a Black person, because A1 asked the question. You asked the question, yo. A1 was like, nigga, how the hell
I'm responding next. Go ahead, though. I'm responding next.
A1 was like, nigga, how you gonna get a degree from a university and talk about that university's Eurocentric? And you know what I'm saying? You got your the funny thing, the thing for me, because you know, I lived in Africa, I lived in Ghana. I told you guys, I've said this a lot of times. I told my dad passed away in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? He retired, moved over there. He passed away over there, so I was over there with him. And the thing is that even over in Africa, if I went to the universities over in Africa, you're still looking at a Eurocentric educational system. You're still looking at Eurocentric colonization. You know what I'm saying? Obalale Kambon, he teaches at the University of Ghana. And he says this all the time that the foundational framework at the university over there is still European. You know what I'm saying? And Joseph Mponga said this as well in Kenya and South Africa, that they have this European foundation at their university. So it doesn't matter if I got my education here in America, or if I went to overseas to Africa, you still gonna have this European centric foundation. And that's what Amos Wilson, Marie Maani, John Henry Clark, Runoko Rashidi, Ivan Sertima, all the elders, Wade Nobles and Jacob, they always trying to get us to break away from this European Eurocentric foundation. And that's what most of Black people now are most of the I'm not gonna say most of Black people, but most of the intellectual Black people are now starting to do. They're starting to break away from this Eurocentric foundation and world and start to see the world through an African world view, and we have to start to make these claims. So yeah, we're going to clash. We definitely want to clash, Cedric. And you know what I'm saying, we definitely going to clash. Juju, you know what I'm saying, she probably listened to. We're going to clash because when you're talking about, because he was talking about me always making this claim of the, what he said, the non-quantifiable of the universe.
You cut out, Hercules. I'm not sure if he meant to cut out.
Perspective, you can't say that claim cannot be made. It doesn't maintain. And I've demonstrated an understanding of the spiritual realm through the understanding of complex analysis. I've demonstrated that. So that cannot be. You cannot. I mean, you would definitely have to debunk that. You know, but it's mathematically sound. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we're definitely gonna clash heads. Because you know what I'm saying, I'm not standing on the Eurocentric point of view. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely gonna clash heads. I'm done.
Okay. Well, first I wanted to start with what Cedric was actually talking about, how you went through the Western school system. And this was your intro slide. If you guys missed my actual rebuttal to his Science is Racist presentation, you should go check it out. I did a slide by slide, but first I started with his opening slide, because he's trying to use the same credentials as Bachelor of Science to somehow give what he's doing validity. If you look at the title, how European Assili institutionalizes Western science as a racist structure, he goes into how pretty much, you know, all Western science, that would include high school science, is somehow a mind control system to try to steal your intellectual identity. And my question was, well, how come it didn't work on you? It's scary when you say that you would die for these people. You don't even know these people. You're willing to give your life up for some of the pseudo works of our elders when our elders weren't right about everything. Nobody can be right about everything. But instead of chewing the bones or eating whatever, instead of keeping what they did get correct and discarding what didn't work, you're choosing to hold on to that and try to hoard that. And it's turning you into a borderline. I don't know. I don't want to go there, what it's turning you into. But the rhetoric is very, very racist, and it's very problematic. On top of it being a lot of the things that you do in an attempt to be Afrocentric, you end up being the most un-Afrocentric person by laying all of our accomplishments at the feet of Europeans, by laying all of your fears at the feet of Europeans. You're accusing Europeans of only studying nature because they have some inherent anxious anxiety about the natural world, so they have to categorize and study it. But you're the only person with an anxious anxiety that's inherent about another race or anything. I don't, again, to give them that credit as if the Islamic Golden Age didn't happen, I just think is historically, what's the word
inaccurate.
I'm looking for? I don't even want to say inaccurate. Well, I want to say historically, what's the word for when you can't read? You are ikra to read. That's why I said popping in my head. But you are no. What's the word for when you can't read? You are
incomprehensible.
Illiterate.
Illiterate, yeah. It's historically illiterate. For you to act like lay all of our accomplishments at the feet of Europeans, not only is un-Afrocentric, it is historically illiterate. And I don't understand how I do understand how you come to these conclusions through grooming from certain conscious community videos, because I used to watch these same videos and I was subject to the same grooming, and I was headed down that path for a little bit of time before logic just kicked in and I realized, like, wait a second. Then I was commenting on this slide how you're using the Bachelor of Science, and if they miss my side-by-side rebuttal, I definitely put this in there. And I was saying the irony of wielding a standard European undergrad credential to validate an argument that Western science is a racist construct. But it's literally put food on your table right now. It's literally propped you up and given you the life you have right now. And to act like the West, on top of this presentation being crazy enough to act like the West literally gains power from disorder and creating, what was it? The West gains power through, well, you labeled it as exclusively imperialistic, destructive, and chaos seeking. Which again, I think shows that you have the inherent fear. But I forgot where I was going with it. But yeah, it's just, it's not good. And I think that what you're spewing is the racism. While simultaneously trying to accuse other people of being racist. And I think it's only due to, I understand, because as a people, we've been through a lot of trauma. We've dealt with a lot, and it's hard to know who to trust, you know what I'm saying? But every white face isn't your enemy, you know what I'm saying? Every white scientist isn't racist, and science itself can't be racist. But with that, I yield the floor, and I'll let you guys go.
But I didn't say, but I mean, I understand. I know somebody probably want to speak real quick. The thing is I think when it comes, because you said your dad is a psychologist.
Yes.
So I'm curious, like, did your dad recommend any books, you know what I'm saying, for you to read, or are you into reading books, I should say? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And did your dad recommend any books for you to
I
read?
grew up reading. Yeah, I grew up reading a lot of stuff off of his shelf, and then I grew up reading a lot of self-help books and books on the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking for a specific referral?
No. I'm just asking because what
I can give you one
like,
if you tell me what you're looking for, though.
No. I'm not looking for anything specific because we talked about this before. Because you asked me about my point of view, and you was wondering why. I think you asked me one time, like, I forgot this specific question, because you was wondering about my point of view, and you asked me why was I thinking of this, and I said that because black people, black elders who studied history and psychology, and they figured out that, hey, this psychology doesn't match up to black people, and you know what I'm saying, the history and psychology of white people and black people are different. And you basically said, oh, okay, I see where you're coming from. I understand. And I was just asking that because basically it's just basically about knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Where you know what I'm saying, your knowledge or your perspective of how you're viewing the world. And this didn't hit me. It didn't hit me. Actually, I'll tell you the truth. It didn't hit me until Humble said it. Because I was questioning Humble. I was like, nigga, yo, why you always, you know what I'm saying, bringing up, I think Humble was bringing up something about, he was talking about scientists, but he was talking about Descartes and Hegel and Spinoza and these people. And I was saying, yo, nigga, yo, you know, why you ain't bringing up the African, you know, scientists, philosophers, and that? And Humble basically said, yo, I haven't studied that. And we haven't studied that into depth. So I can only bring up what I know. And I think it comes down to what you know and what you study. Because for me, this is something new. As you say, you know what I'm saying, I got my degree, you know what I'm saying, from Western education. Also, you know what I'm saying, Amos Wilson did as well. Mariba Ania did as well. Francis Cress Wilson, Naim Akbar, you know, Kabati Kegalon, Wade Nobles. We could, you know what I'm saying, they all got their degrees from Western education. However,
false equivalency.
They made
false equivocation. False equivocation.
But what I'm saying is that they made a conscious effort and understanding that their education.
Yeah, but you're doing a false equivocation, my brother.
Wait, hold up. Let me say.
Even in your last diatribe, you committed that fallacy as well. You mentioned a whole bunch of countries, nations, in which have black people, white people, Chinese people, all different types of ethnicities in these different countries, especially throughout South America. You mentioned several other countries where we have a diversity in ethnic makeup. Look at the World Cup, and you will see that most of the European countries have a diversity in phenotype. The South Americans have the diversity as well. And you make reference to these countries doing business in Africa, then subsequently separate African Americans as if they are not part of the U.S. country that is doing business with the whole of Africa. The way you present information is utter flawed, subjective. You cherry pick your information and your sources. Your scholarship is rooted in logical fallacies. Why? Because you're emotionally driven and you want to make a particular point that is rooted in racism. And that's why you're up here flim-flamming.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
That was so easy to see. Like, well, how do we get beyond that point? How do we trust anything you say when everything you said was racist and flawed? Come on.
All right, go ahead,
I had a kind of question that was hinting towards that. You a teacher of children, right? As a teacher, did you have to sign an ethics clause? And how would your school board feel about your racist, biased, prejudiced stances, right? If this was brought out that, this is How would they feel about your stance? What do you think?
So I don't think that there was an ethic clause that I had to sign. Not that I know of. And as far as you're saying, how would they feel? Of course, they would be in disagreement. I would say they would definitely be in disagreement.
So shouldn't that be reason enough, just to keep your employment, to why you should probably tamper down the racism, the bias, and the hate?
Yeah, definitely.
If not for, to just do right by the children you're teaching, but at least to save your own britches.
Yeah. So all right. So the reply to you, Cosmon, and then let me reply to Cedric. Yes. As the reply to your question, yes. I should, temper down, you know what I'm saying? However, as a person who strongly believes in what they believe in, I wouldn't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't give a damn how the school board feels. I wouldn't give a damn how, you know what I'm saying, these people who are in charge, how they feel. If I'm standing on what I believe in, just like you, as a person, as a brother who's standing on OWASP, you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna give a damn of what other people believe in, you know what I'm saying, to maintain a job or maintain, you're gonna say what you have to say. And I'm saying, and so for me, and I'm gonna tell you this from a personal experience. When you guys all know, I talk about this all the time. I just finished my degree. I just got my degree, and I had to pay. I paid out of pocket. So I finished 2 years ago, but I just got the degree because I had to pay the tuition. You can't get your transcripts, or you can't walk until you finish paying off the balance. And I pay out of pocket. I wasn't borrowing money. So it took me 2 years to actually pay off the balance. So I've been working with DC. I've been working in the DC public schools during that time. You know what I'm saying? And working with other teachers at that time. The teachers in the community, in the schools, they all, not all of them. I ain't gonna say all of them. That's a mistake. The majority of them, some of them, I say some of them agree with the point of view of what I'm saying, that Black kids are being miseducated, and that we need to do something better to help the children in our community. You know what I'm saying? Some of them will make that, they agree with that. However, most of them, I'm gonna say most of them will not would agree with it, but are not willing to do anything about it because of the check. Because you get paid very well. I don't know what city you guys from, but in DC, Washington, DC, you get paid very well. You know what I'm saying? The only reason I wanted to teach, because they was telling me, niggas, I make 80 grand a year. I make 100 grand a year. That's the only reason that I wanted to teach. I was like, God damn, I didn't know they was making that much money. But that's how much they make. You know what I'm saying? They making 80 and 100 grand a year teaching. However, they're not willing to do, what it takes, or, to disrupt the industry. You're not going to do that because you want that check. And most of the people that I conversate with, the brothers, that are on the level of like consciousness or whatever, they always talk about, it's just like they always talk about, like, yo, man, we need, Black people, we need our own, we need to do whatever. However, within the system itself, they're not gonna make any roads or disagreement with the system, because it's about the money, it's about the check. And so if it's about the money, if it's about the check, as Black people, how can we advance? How do you separate yourself from how do you separate yourself from a system that is harming you? You know what I'm saying? Because if you talk about, Amos Wilson and Marie Maani, they would say that the system that we're living in is still destructive towards Black people. And we could look at today. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, you guys. You know what I'm saying, Washington D.C. area. I don't know where you guys at, but you look at the youth today. Are being destructive in the community, you know what I'm saying, just doing dumb shit in the community, you know what I'm saying, stealing cars, riding around, you know, and stealing cars, just, you know what I'm saying, being destructive just on purpose, just having fun, as they say. So this mentality, how do you stop this mentality? If you can't stop this mentality within the public school system, and you've been talking about for the past 20 years, and this same mentality is still going on, how do you stop it? What do we have
not with racist teachers?
I'm saying, but then that's what they're saying.
I want to respond to him when he's done.
Yeah, so the thing that Jacob Carruthers and Amos Wilson will say is that we literally have to separate ourselves from the public school system, to educate Black children in our own framework, in our own mindset, instead of what the public would, instead of what society, quote unquote, the consensus of society would say, because we're looking at, I forgot who I had this conversation with, but you know what I'm saying, nigga, I grew up in the 90s and the 80s. This was a conversation that we was having in the 90s, the 2000s, and we still having the same conversation about black kids being disruptive, but yet you have kids from India, kids from Pakistan, kids from Korea that are coming from, that's been here for 20 years, and they own Fortune 500 companies. Why is it? It's like, what is going on? How come we are not on that status? And the argument pushed back is that, hey, it's just education. There is no racism in education. There's nothing distinctive. You just have to learn. You just have to apply yourself. And what black people have been saying, what black psychologists and sociologists have been saying, that is not true. And they've shown the work and the research that is not true. So I think that's what we the clash is coming in at. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a clash. It's just a clash of ideas. Go ahead.
To respond to you, I guess I'll start at the end and go back to the beginning. You just, when you were voicing your grievances toward the end, you were kind of venting and showing the resentment and your reasons for your resentment. And you were like highlighting some of the traumas that you have. The one problem you have is you resent the fact that, these people are doing so well. Like, why are these people able to come over and get Fortune 500 company? So when I see you saying things like, well, they can do this, I see it as this is where the pain is lying. And this is where the source of his racism. Like, it's a tad, and it's the same emotions for when white people are racist to us. You got to remember, a lot of white people who are racist and don't get to engage with us, all they see is us on TV. They have two images of us. They either see rich assholes, celebrities or rappers flaunting their money, or they see us getting dragged off to jail for some crimes. So the emotions the relationship that they have with us is built off of fear and envy. And it seems like you've built your relationship with white people off of the same things. And that's why you have this inherent racistness about you and about the things you do. To go back, I wanted to touch on you being a teacher and what Cosman was saying about you teaching kids. It's almost like you just put together a whole presentation that described high school science as a mind control system meant to steal people's intellectual identity. So are you actively part of the problem? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how crazy this is getting?
Hold
on. Go ahead. Do you see how crazy your claims are getting? It's like you're not realizing the things you're saying and the other things that must be true if this is true. I hear all of that. So I don't just focus on this science is racist. I hear the 50 other things that must be true if this is true that can't be true. So And then to go back on that, there was two things. One more thing I wanted to address. What was it? Well, I also wanted to say, in light of the envy and the jealousy that I think that is part of the resentment that you have, that is the root of all of this. I think economics is also the problem. What Sayed was saying earlier, we have to actually practice group economics. It's not just education, like you said. One person can only do so much. I run a business, and I know a lot of people who run businesses. These Arabs around here, they just move totally different. And this is a sanctuary city, and the Mexicans move totally different. There's a joke that all the black people out here getting fresh while the Mexicans are buying up all the businesses and property. And everybody laughs, but it's true. Like, that's all people are doing. The Arabs or whatever Indian people that I know, they're all staying in a house, and they're all going in on a rental property. And then they go in on another one and another one until everybody has one. And then they move out. Until then, they stay in one house and they go in on the bills. It doesn't matter if you're 18, they don't kick you out. You're now here to contribute and lighten the load for everybody else, so that way they can continue to build generational wealth. We don't move like that. We kick each other out at 18. We pass on all this economic trauma, but you want to keep blaming the white man. Granted, there are systems at play to keep us the way we are, but I don't think it's the systems that you're identifying. I would more point toward rap music, distractions, and things of the sort like that keep us from actually planning, getting together, and staying focused. As well as the music, which is helping fuel the violence in the community. Another thing that keeps us from actually grouping together and able to get something done. Damn, there was one more point. I forgot what the original point was. The first thing I wanted to respond to was you being a teacher, the double standard of you also being a problem. I don't know, it popped back in my head, but yep, there you go.
Yeah, definitely, because that's exactly you saying exactly. I think what I've been saying, because I've never said that. You agree with exactly what I said, because basically what I've been saying, what I said was that you understand that being a teacher is funny, because Cosmon, if you would, if I was to ask you, Cosmon, all right, when would you like to, instruct students on the Owaski? The perspective of Owaski. You know what I'm saying? When would you like to do that?
What do you say? I keep hearing you say Owaski. So what? You know
what I'm saying? If I asked you, hey, Cosmon, when would you like to come in and instruct the students on Owaski? The thoughts, the knowledge of Owaski. When would you like? When would a good time be good for you?
I got some errands to run, guys. I'm gonna jump on when I get back. In the meantime, keep beating up Hercules.
Have a good day, brother. Have a good day.
Now, I don't think I understand what you're saying.
No, actually, when would you come to the school? When would you come in? You know what I'm saying? To educate the kids on the Owaski. What would be a good time for you to come in?
You asking for real?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yes, I'm asking.
Shit, that'll kind of be dope. You know what I mean? It'll be the second one that I know. My boy, my brother Gayer, he teaches it down there in school, in the classroom in North Carolina, and it was okay by the school board to teach it.
Okay.
So yeah, he'll be the second person that actually uses it historically. You know what I mean? He teaches like a lot of historical stuff, and a lot of science and stuff that Owaski agree with. So for its historical part, the school district was allowed to teach it. So yeah, I mean, I'm all the way in Detroit. I don't know where you at. You dig what I'm saying? Oh no, you said you was in Washington.
Yeah,
DC. Probably not soon because I'm very busy. But shit, We can make something happen though for sure.
Okay.
I would definitely love to come and tell the kids something different. Let me just ask you: you don't espouse this rhetoric in school, do you?
Heck no, he can't.
And this is what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get at when I was asking you the question because no, you can't. It's like you so you was explaining that you have someone who made a connection with the school board and they did whatever and they were able to do a class. However, the thing is that as being a black black nationalist, Pan-African, whatever you want to call me, is that you don't have any time at all to sit back and talk to the children about the world views. You don't.
Why?
Have any,
You're a teacher.
I know. It seems like that. But I'm telling you, you don't have time to sit back and talk to these kids about their behavior.
Well, I would disagree. My auntie won Teacher of the Year in Virginia. She won Teacher of the Year in Virginia, and she won it because of that exact engagement that you saying that doesn't happen. Also, like the brother Gayer down in North Carolina, he teaches it every day. It's not just like he came in from off the streets. He's a teacher in the school, just like you. Okay. He just got it. He was just able to lobby for it in the show that Owaski has merits all on its own, right? Okay. And the school board, seeing that was beneficial and how he was using it, you dig what I'm talking about, in his lessons, they agreed with it. Because there's nothing evil in Owaski. Ain't no bad stuff or ain't no hate for white people or none of that stuff in there. And we would never use it for that anyway. The purpose of Owaski is to raise the babies up, right? That's the whole purpose. Okay. You got
that fan cranking, Cosmo.
Oh yeah, that thing going, man. My bad, dog. Let me turn that thing.
All right, so no, but what I'm saying is that in the public school where I'm at, the district public school, there is no time to correct the mental behavior of black children. You know what I'm saying? We could all disagree of how this approach should happen. However, I think we agree. I think we will all agree on the fact that black children need a positive, I guess, point. You know what I'm saying? A convergence to be on black in the black community. And so, from my experience, I'm just saying it's from my experience. I've only worked. I've only been in public schools for the past 2 years. From my experience, there isn't a point where you can actually sit down and like, hey, you guys, let's chop it up. You know what I'm saying? Let me explain to you, you know what I'm saying, this,
Have you tried it?
No, yes, I'm telling. Yes, I did. I'm telling you, yes.
And I do remember the 2 points I wanted to bring up. They actually were really important, but when y'all get back to me, I didn't want to cut y'all off though.
So I'm just saying that there is no point. The reason that there's no time because of the administration. They literally come around to the classroom and make sure that you are only doing mathematics. You're only talking about the subjects in math that you're supposed to be on.
But there's a way to do it.
I know. I agree. Because I'm saying I wasn't a teacher. I was a teacher assistant, a teacher aide. Even when my primary teacher was, when he was absent, it was my turn to be in charge of the classroom. They would still send in, the dean, or the math coach or whatever that would be in the classroom while I'm in the classroom to make sure that you're doing instructional math, to make sure you're doing what's on schedule. And I told the dean one time, I was like, yo, this is the perfect time where we should be talking to these kids. Again, we talk about second and third graders. Second and third graders. I want you to understand. Second, and these kids are like 7.
Well, then all they need. Well, then my pushback to that will be.
Wait, Cosmo, wait. We're talking about kids that are 7 and I think 8 years old, or 7 and 9 years old.
Great.
These kids are
very impressionable.
I told them like, yo, this is the time when we should be talking to them. And the brother was cool with it. He's like, yo, go and talk to him if you want, man. He's like, I ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying? Because the brother was cool with it. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like, yo, man, we got to talk to these kids, because second and third graders, you should not be in a room with second and third graders disrespecting you as an adult, cussing you out. And then on top of that, saying that they don't care, call my mom, because she ain't going to do jack shit. And that's exactly how it is, because their mom ain't gonna do shit. They know their mom ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to them getting in trouble and reprimanding whatever they're doing, you know what I'm saying? The kid, man, this kid literally pushed another kid's head in the toilet. Sorry, this kid he pushed his head. This nigga pushed a nigga kid in the toilet. You know what I'm saying? And was beating the kid up and shit. And we was like, you know what I'm saying? We addressed the situation. The kid, the brother, the young nigga who was aggressive, he came back to school the next day, the next week. You know what I'm saying? He had brand new Jordans on, brand new outfit. It's like you literally are awarding misbehavior. You know what I'm saying? You're not taking your child into like his behavior into consideration. And we see this all the time. And so it is the system. So what Amos Wilson was trying to say is the system that we're living under that is not nurturing the black children to its full potential, whereas nurturing the black children to be more maladaptive and more negative in our community, because these kids are growing up and they don't care about their behavior, their results. As long as, you know what I'm saying, their mom, as long as their parents, you got parents that's going to award them for doing bad stuff. So we have to address that. How do you know what I'm saying? We have to change that ourselves. And it's just a hard situation to change.
Yeah, you can't fix that. That's not your job. But look, yeah, you're gonna have a long. Like it's gonna be a long, depressing career. But listen, no, listen.
I feel like it's my job, though, man.
I know how you feel, because I feel like it's my job to save y'all some days, and it's definitely not. It's not my job to save you. It's not my job to save Cosmo. It's not my job to save no grown man. It's my job to focus on myself first, then my house. From there, I can be an example to others, and that's how I can change the world. Other than that, I can't take on the world's problems, and you can't take on. You're gonna have how many kids from now to the next 10 years, and all of them are your personal sole responsibility? I mean, it's cheaper than adopting them, I guess. But to the point that I wanted to make earlier that you said, these black kids are being miseducated. And it further highlighted your confirmation bias and the way you see things. If there's misinformation being taught in schools, all kids are being misinformed, not just the black kids. So, and granted, there are instances where I know they don't teach about a lot of African history. They start our history as slavery. I think the omission, granted, it's not an act against us, but I definitely think it's racist. To omit something is actually not to do nothing or speak on it. And I think that that's borderline racist, that white people and black people should know that we have a rich history that starts before slavery. But things are like this are situations and instances of racism inside of the institution of science that I could point to that could be remedied. Not that I would say the institution itself, science as a whole, science itself is racist, though. And then my dad, the other point was you were asking me about my dad and what he talks about when he speaks on racism. And I'm going to send you the podcast I did when I had my dad on, because he did a whole maybe 2 hours on mental health, because he's a master's degree licensed clinical therapist.
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually talked about the race thing, and he talked about how, I've never actually spoken to him personally about it, but it was interesting to hear his perspective, and I liked it, and I realized that I do embody that you're hyper focusing on something, and you're going to end up manifesting that in your reality.
The brothers, when I first was at DCPS, they told me don't get attached to the kids.
Yeah,
they told me, Hurt, don't get attached to the kids, man.
It's like a nurse getting attached to the patient. So now you got them living at your house because they don't got nowhere to go, and just a bunch of weird stuff. You got to be able to separate yourself.
It's so much, man. I just feel like, that. Goddamn, it's like it's like, man, you see them. You know what I'm saying? You see them, and you know the situation that they're in because basically you grew up in it. I grew up in the same situations, and it's like I just want to help. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me, like. I don't know, man. For me, it's hard for me right now to detach my situation because being a martial artist, you know what I'm saying, training and teaching, we was always attached to the children. There was no, you know what I'm saying, you help the kids, you involve yourself in their lives. But with DCPS, it's like it's different. You can't be that way. You know what I'm saying? You can't involve yourself in their lives and you know what I'm saying, try to help them do better. But, I see some teachers, helping them and working with the kids and their parents. And I want to do the same, I can't do it. I know I can't do it for all of them, but it's like, I want to do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you just don't want, it's like, God damn, like, man, let me tell you, this second grader, and I work with second grader, man, this little girl, man, smart as shit. The girl was just extremely smart. And it was like, all I had to do was show her how to work a problem, you know what I'm saying, when she got confused. And then she picked it up on her own. And she's like, oh, I got it now. And she would do it, and she had, I think she had 3 other brothers that she lived with and stuff like that. And it's like, the kid never disrespected me. She ain't never disrespected. The rest of the classrooms, they were always cracking jokes, you know what I'm saying, and saying dumb stuff. This kid ain't never was disrespectful at all. And you know what I'm saying? And she was always like, yo, Mr. Baxter, you know what I'm saying? How do you, Mr. Baxter, hey, yo. And she was never disrespectful. So I asked her mom one day, I said, yo, Mom, I appreciate your daughter and I love everything she do. And because she was complaining that how her brothers all got Jordans. And I said, yo, if I give you the money, you know what I'm saying, to buy some Jordans, would that be okay? And the mom was like, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I ain't got a problem with that. And so, I cashed after some Jordans, the money for the Jordans. Her mom was like, but her mom was explaining to me that the cash out was, her dad's, cash out, whatever. They ain't never put that girl them Jordans. And this was back in March. This was early this year, back in March. And when June came around, they never put that girl her Jordans. I was like, yo, and the kid was like, yo, my dad gonna get them. He just said, he don't have enough money, to pay the tax on the Jordan. And I was like, I didn't want to say to the kid, yo, I sent you more than enough money. I sent your dad more than enough money, to pay for that shit. I don't know, man. It's just like, the attachment, this attachment in the school, you know what I'm saying? I've been reprimanded. I've got written, I think, I don't know if I got reprimanded or written up, but I did get written up one. I would say, I guess I got written up because, I play too much. The person was like, I play too much with the kids. I'm in too much with them. And again, I told the principal straight up, nigga, I come from a martial arts background. I come from a completely different world where, you can play with the kids and have fun with the kids. But at the same time, you tell the kid, hey, stop, chill. And they will stop. You know what I'm saying? Ain't shit in my history when you do my background, you do a background check. Ain't nothing in my history about, me touching kids or being, have this, this malice towards kids. Ain't nothing in my background about that. I've been working with kids for the past 20 years. But, it's just a different, it's a completely different world view, a different view, coming from martial arts into public education, working with the kids and stuff like that. So
yeah, but it seems like you're making an excuse, right, for your lack of teaching ability. Now, it would be very simple to treat all the children the same, because at 7, 8 years old, they really need two things. They need to be taught properly, and they need to be shown that they are loved and respected. Right? Mm-hmm. You should be able to do that easily for every second grader. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, irregardless to how their mama is, and I know some of them be tripping and disrespectful, but at the same time, they're 7.
Yeah.
Right? As a grown man, you should be able to think your way around kids. And guess what? And guess what? A lot of these boys be craving. You dig what I'm talking about, for that male attention, for you to tell them something. You dig what I'm talking about, for you to just talk to them, you to hug on them, touch them, rough them up, scruff them up. You dig what I'm talking about? You got this, attaboy. You dig what I'm talking about? Sometimes you need that. You dig what I'm talking about? Sometimes you need a pat on the back. Little kids need that too. My thing is, you dig what I'm saying, man? I hope everything go well for you, man, and the people don't see none of this stuff, bro. But as a word to the wise, I would tone down, family. You dig what I'm talking about? You can have your views without being overtly racist, biased, and prejudiced. Right? I'm just saying, ain't nobody saying you can't believe what you believe, but putting it out here like that, that's just not intelligent. You know what I mean? And then you dealing with the babies. And one thing I've never heard you say or speak from the baby's point of view, right? About them judging how you worked and how you reacted. What went on?
Shout out the evolutionist. He says black pride shouldn't mirror white racism. That is very true. Appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talking on deep levels, and I don't these levels. You know what I'm saying? I don't definitely pass on. I don't pass on these levels to the kids at all, because it's elementary. You know what I'm saying?
No, you just give them love and proper teaching. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm about that.
You know what I mean? And they'll respect you for it. You dig what I'm talking about, but you dig what I'm saying? When it looked like kids can tell. They got radar. When it looked like it shouldn't be respected, it ain't. Right? They'll get it about you. You dig what I'm talking about? They're gonna say every word that could push your button and everything. First of all, you a teacher and you grown as hell, you old as dirt. You dig what I'm talking about? You ought to be able to outthink them and keep them stimulated while they're learning. Right? Definitely. This is another reason I like OWASP. Not only do it teach us to teach the kids with the common way and some of the good ways that work good with that. You dig what I'm talking about? But it teaches us new types of teachings. You dig what I'm talking about? And one of those things is the communal work together system. You know what I mean? Each one is helping each other to do something. And so they can share thoughts and, build up, unity. Right? Because, especially at that age, learning should be a shared experience. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel about that. You know what I mean? You the homie and all, you dog, but you really a racist piece of shit. You dig what I'm talking about? I mean, just being honest, bro. Just being honest. You dig what I'm talking about?
Okay, so the thing is, I mean, looking at it from your point of view as being racist, when we talk about what is racism and what is racism.
Okay, well, you can try to play the word semantics. I mean, prejudiced and biased.
I'm not
biased. And you knew what I meant.
So I think the question is,
you're a biased piece of shit.
Okay, here's the question.
By your actions, by your character, and by your deeds. So it bothers me. It bothers me that you teach children. It really bothers me.
Okay, Cosmo, let me ask you this question, though. Did any other group of people go around the world raping and murdering, robbing and enslaving other people besides Europeans?
Yes. A lot of them before Europeans.
Wait, stop. Name who? Name of who?
We taught the
Hold on, the Ottomans. Hold on, the Ottomans.
Europeans,
the Egyptians. The Kushites. The Sumerians. Hold on. Multiple. What about the Timur? What about the Timur society?
Again,
you did what I'm talking about? What about the Mughals in India?
You're missing the point. I said
no, you're missing the point.
The world. I said going around the world.
I'm telling you, evil is not pigeonholed by skin color.
I didn't say that. I said going around the world.
Around the world, raping and pillaging. Everybody did it.
Okay, can you? All right, you have to show that.
Bro, that's not hard to show.
Right.
The whole Islamic slave trade. You think slavery started during the transatlantic slave trade?
No, it did not. We know that. So then here's the thing. According to quote unquote, quote unquote Afrocentrists, these Afrocentric people, Afro-Pan, whatever, they consider the Islamic, the Arabs and the Europeans as the same group of people. And the same committing the same act. So again, besides these Arabs and these Europeans, you have to show a distinct other group of people going around the world enslaving, murdering, and robbing, other groups of people.
Have you heard of the Khaganate?
No, who are they?
Okay, all right. These are the Hans, like Genghis Khan and them. They went and swept they swept all the way from the Ural Mountains, way up there in Mongolia. You dig what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. And ravaged everything down into Egypt, all the way to Western Europe. So much so that Genghis Khan and his descendants are major. He's so genetically variant because of the invasions into Africa, Middle East, and Western Asia and Europe. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, and hold on. Then you can look up the Mughal Empire, right? This is an empire from India, right? Then we can look up the Assyrians. They from the Middle East, so-called. You dig what I'm talking about? Then we can look up the Babylonians. We can look up the Medes. We can look up the Persians. All people who went around the world dominating, fucking up shit. You dig what I'm talking about? What I'm trying to get you to understand is that evil knows no color line. There are there are Africans way more evil than the most evilest white dude you can think of. Okay. And guess what? It's an East Indian dude, eviler than them. And then it's probably a Chinese dude you ain't even never heard about. That's worse than them. What I'm saying is, what you got to get out of is your bias and your fear. You're afraid of white people, right? You ain't probably never punched one in your life, right? You ain't probably never hugged one neither. So you don't have a real gauge on them, but you're afraid of them. You've always taught to be afraid of them, right? that they were evil and they the devil and all this stuff. So you just gotta like a fear-based point of view on the so-called white man. By the way, white as a racial construct didn't even exist before 1681. No white people in the world existed before then. And all it meant was Christian and dissentable.
All right, all right.
So it didn't have anything to do with skin color. What I'm trying to say is, though, bro, this is a sad state of affairs. If dudes, and it makes total sense. If men like you that are black have this stuff and they teaching our kids, what about the people who not from our culture? What do they think? Right? My thing. Hold on, I'm not done. Because I think we need to do a little self-reflecting when it comes to these babies. You know, it's all fun and games, and we get up here and I'm just saying he don't got no. Being in DC, they're a little different. You know what I mean? They call it Chocolate City for a reason. So he may not have had that experience growing up with white folks.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors. Tomorrow, only here on Titans Debate League.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
I am about to end this here shortly. We have been live for 13 hours. Yes,
it's been a
I
minute.
done rode around the city, came back. Y'all ain't even know it. But yeah, closing remarks before we get up out of here. Oli, are you here, Oli? Maybe Oli can start a new one and keep it. You want to just change it and keep everybody up here? Start a new one? It's going to end up kicking all the viewers out. We got 35 people watching right now. We got like 20-something on my page. And then we streaming the OTK page. You got like 16 people over there. Everybody gravitate back over here to Titans Debate League. Everybody on OTK's page. We are about to continue this build over here on Titans Debate League. YouTube only lets us record for 12 hours. So the last hour actually isn't going to make the record books. But we are going to continue this. Do your thing, Oli. It's about to kick all the viewers out right now, and you're going to have to come to Titans Debate League to hop on the new stream so you can continue with this.
Hey, but are you going to be here, A1? Because I got to go to the college.
You got to go to college? No, well, let's just end it then. I got to... I'm about to catch me a couple Z's. I'm about to be up all night. I got some moves to make tonight. I got to make sure I got some energy.
All right. I got to go look at my classes, man, to see. Got to go see my advisor at the college today. I'm going back to school, man. I'm going back to school.
Hey, yeah, I'll be in there in December. Well, January. December. I'll be down there shopping for books. Let's go. We both doing it, man. It's about time, man. That's what I want to hear. Good news. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, man. Yeah, my closing remarks is, man, first to the beginning of the show and Dr. Ash, it was wonderful. Again, I'm sure we're gonna bring that up because even before he got here, as you can see, and it's tumbled back, we was talking about critical race theory in an aspect that wasn't from the Bible. And I don't know if people know that or not. And I'm sure all y'all understand that. But it's a conversation that we continue to have because we got people like Herc who's so passionate about finding a new way. I just feel like going back to an old way that was overtaken by another way. It's a real big thing to say that these one people had a way of life, these one people had a way of life. This way of life took over because this way of life wasn't ready for what this way of life was bringing. And so to say that I go back to that and understand what that way of thinking brought us through, like that way of thinking brought us all the way through slavery. So we go back to that. It seemed like we're going back to the start of where it's going to happen again to go through the same trials and tribulations that we went through. So not only do we need to recognize our ancestors and things about what they did, but we also need to understand that whatever they was thinking didn't work. When people would come and see how they was thinking, they'd say, no, that just don't seem to fit right because we get better results and get the same results without doing certain things. And we know these things about the rituals and stuff that people was doing and have that, unfortunately, was the downfall of it. Now, to go back and maybe take away things that we know wasn't needed, maybe so. But how are we going to move forward by going backwards, placing ourselves in the same way of thinking that brought us through trials and tribulations, thinking that we won't go back through that because the same systems of power are going to be in place. So we need to update our thinking and find a new way, man, a new way of thinking. We can give reverence to the old ways and the things that people done did. That's cool. The people that you have reverence for, Master Herc, shout out to them too. But you, like you said a while ago, and I hate to say it like this, but I'm gonna say it because the show closed. You're an American nigga. You know that the stock you from ain't never wronged nobody. We ain't never went to war with nobody. I'm talking about this American nigga. We ain't never went to war. We the only people on earth that we know ain't started shit and went through and had slavery up on people. American niggas ain't never did that to nobody.
For over 2,000 years, we
ain't never went to war of the American nigga, like going to war to kill people over the American nigga is perfect when it comes to morals and where we starting from. We ain't got no pacts, no covenants with nobody. Like we can start from point zero and make ourselves what we is. We can give acknowledgement to them and what they did, but they failed. They failed. So this is gonna continue to be, like I said, a topic. I'm sorry because I'm getting passionate because I want a better way, and I just don't think that going back to an old way is gonna do nothing for it. So shout out to my ancestors. I know some of y'all, and this to my ancestors. Maybe y'all can talk to y'all ancestors too. I know some of y'all was up there fucking up and doing stuff that was wrong. All you fucking wasn't perfect. Most of you wasn't. That's why they can't. My bad. So ancestors, y'all wasn't thinking about y'all descendants when y'all was doing what y'all was doing. It seemed like a group of people was thinking about their descendants when they was placing their foot on the world. And that's what you don't understand. We got to start doing stuff for our descendants and putting people in places where we can change it. And that's Oli, man. I'm up out of here. Shout out to everybody that's been. Thank you, Herc, because you're such a good sport and you do bring night perspective. And you know that this is all just talking, ain't nothing personal. I'm just a new breed, different type of animal when it comes to thinking. So thank you for everything. Thank you. A1 Titans Debate League, Cosma. You know, it's always good to be on you, and everybody else that was on the chat. I'm going to land because I'm getting long-winded because I ain't been saying that. I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Closing remarks. Cosma Herc.
Hey, man, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Thumb up the video before you leave here. You dig what I'm saying? As always, all praise to the ever-present Creator, the one who always was, is, and ever shall be, and those who standing by him. Creator gang, man. Good lesson today. You dig what I'm talking about, and I think it was the level in the information was shown out today. You dig what I'm saying? The level, it's a higher level and then it's a lower level. I think that was fleshed out today. The gotcha moments don't work when truth is on your side. With that being said, hey, A1, you can do something for me?
What up, dog?
Hey, man, I just need you to breathe in. Let that light in, y'all. Because I'm Cosmon. And I'm mild. Man, please, man. Love like, man. Y'all boys stay low and keep firing. Peace.
Hey, host that peace, you guys. Appreciate you guys. We're about to end this joint. It was fun. We have fun. And so here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. It is August the 3rd, and I'm a challenge. I challenge all of y'all. Everybody's listening now. Cosmon, Only, A1, Humble. Everybody that's listening now, I'm gonna challenge all of you guys. I dare you all to start reading African philosophy. I've mentioned several books. Theophilo Benga, Ancient Egypt, philosophy, Person, Divinity, and Nature by Kamalu, Dr. Luyaka's books. I challenge y'all all within 1 year from today, because you guys always regurgitate European philosophy. So within 1 year, it is August the 3rd, 2026. By August the 3rd, 2027, I would love to hear you guys, with concepts from the African perspective. And that's where I come from. And we have a disagreement because we're not looking at it from the African perspective. We only look at it from the European perspective. I say this all the time. I'm an Amos Wilsonist. You know what I'm saying? If you disagree with a lot of things, because it's a personal and how you feel and how you think. You think that something is incorrect. I feel that this is incorrect and this and that. You guys Google it. Then check it out. But you're up against people who have done the work and have shown that this is not correct. A1 wanted to go against me. It signs racism. You know what I'm saying? It's like there is no such thing as neutrality in science, and this has been talked about since the 60s. And if you actually look into it, you will see that epistemic racism in science is something that's fundamental. It is not an opinion. It is a fact. It's not an opinion at all. The fact that Europeans went around the world and forcing everybody else to look at the world and look at through science through their point of view is what we call epistemic racism. So for us not to understand that indigenous people in America and in Africa had their own view, had their own understanding of what we call science, and they drawing the same conclusions is where we're at. And there's too many papers, there's too much research out there where people are showing you that epistemic racism in science is a fundamental fact and not an opinion. It's not an opinion at all. So it comes down to the knowledge. It comes down to what you're learning and how you're looking at the world. It's just like, we're talking, we're having these discussions, And I appreciate, you know what I'm saying, A1. I appreciate you guys, you know what I'm saying, only and humble. Appreciate you guys for having these discussions, these open panels where people could talk and get their opinions out, you know what I'm saying, and voice how they're seeing things. It's just like, yo, we got to come down to the point of like, okay, that's your opinion, you know what I'm saying, where you coming up with the evidence, where you coming up with the facts. That's what we're doing. It's fun, you know what I'm saying. So hit the share, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Share, subscribe, you know what I'm saying? Subscribe to this joint because A1 is hitting you guys with a lot of A1 is giving you guys a lot of options, you know what I'm saying, to choose from, you know what I'm saying, debating and coming from a open panel. You know, there's a lot of options. So share, man, you know what I'm saying? Like this joint, get into it. So, you know, me, I'm gonna stand on it. I'm gonna stand on it, yo. I can defend it. I definitely can defend it, Marima Ani. Like you ain't never met her before, but you go there, yeah, nigga. I'm standing on it. I'm standing behind Marima Ani. I'm standing behind Jacob Carruthers, Amos Wilson. You know what I'm saying? I'm standing on it. You know what I'm saying? And hey, it's all fun. I think it's all fun and games.
It is. You know, it's fun for me, man. It's just a game. I'm taking this real light. It's nothing serious. I'm not trying to change the world with a debate.
It's 9:30. Yeah, it's 9:30 in the morning, man. I'm about, yeah.
Yeah, I got to get me some rest, man. I got to get it.
Yeah, yo. I see you guys, Cosmo, you Alabama. I still love your punk ass, but you know. I see you guys later, man. OTK, get them sources, man. We still waiting, yo.
Have a good day, man. Shout out OTK in the building. Shout out.
All right, Hurt.
And everybody remember my motto: treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. With that one, we are going to end with the new song by, actually, I'll put this little AI joint together. It's called Treat Your Smile Like Your Money, just like my motto. And we're going to end with the song by Oli. And then we're out of here. Y'all have a beautiful day. Peace.
Pressure inside of my spirit, they thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion, I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one, who would not move the same. Silent, never undone, slow burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up, I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene, I'm on my day ones, on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost safe, locked up, can't touch, yeah. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn, Max a paper thing, yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake, and I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear, contradiction and no way to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror, that's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers, breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust. They can throw their words at you, but they my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again, my peace is up again.
Who you talking to? Who said what? Who
I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated, define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact you're near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer